Futian's words attracted the attention of the crowd in an instant. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty brought a massive force to bear on that day, and it was evident just how formidable the divine sound was, seeing how Wang Yanbing was defeated by just a single attack. Futian emerged, stating his bold intentions of fighting the 9 all on his own. Everyone wondered if he would have been able to defeat 9 from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty armed with the divine sound. The crowd naturally acknowledged Futian's powers, as he had a shining record before. However, given how the forces from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were of such ferocity, it was evident that the ones who practiced the divine sound were anything but easy targets. All of them would have been top-notch combatants themselves. But then again, Futian's emergence would be able to help Jiyu Dongliu out to a certain extent, as doing so would make his third brother's situation easier. Even so, however, if Futian were to be defeated, the outcome would be the same. The ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would have still challenged Jiyu Dongliu with the divine sound, and the Crown Prince would not fight. No one incapable of beating the divine sound would have been qualified to challenge the Crown Prince. The pressure was one-sided. It was all on the celestial gate of vast heaven. Futian stepped out and hovered, standing before the celestial gate. May the better combatant win. Futian gestured respectfully at the mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and said. All eyes were on him at the moment. The general's eyes were pointed. It was as if he was able to pierce through the ones he stared at. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, looked rather unfazed as he said, Brother Yi here is superbly talented and has formidable combat prowess. If he wants to fight 9 combatants all on his own, feel free to answer the challenge. 9 combatants emerged from behind him as soon as he finished. All of them were unblemished saints. The 9 looked at Futian with unfettered expressions. All of them had been selected and sent away when they were young. They went through thick and thin throughout the years, and among the great many mighty ones out of all the pilgrimages, only 10s managed to reach the divine palace. None of the top-notch geniuses were deemed too extraordinary in the divine palace. Even the likes of the Crown Prince did not dare to call himself unmatched. The top-notch geniuses of the divine palace were far more powerful than the ones found in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They saw too many legendary figures, and all of them were geniuses capable of making their own name. While Futian had indeed shot to fame after his battle back at the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was not enough to shake their minds one bit. Futian sensed solemnity as soon as they emerged, with a faint hint of pressure about them all. It was the same feeling he had outside that palace when Yu Sheng fought the 9 back then. Their eyes were cold and unflinching. While they did not look arrogant at all, Futian was able to sense extreme confidence from them. After being honed to a certain level, self-confidence was etched into one's bones, more so when 9 such mighty ones were fighting together at the same time. May the better one win. They arrived before Futian and cupped their hands at him. Their tones of speech were faint, without the slightest hint of emotion in them. Boom! Holy light shrouded his body in an instant. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension burst, with the paths of the world melding into his being. A whirlpool of the great path was conjured in the vast space. Ancient symbols of the great path circled about him, resonating with the world around. Futian's aura seemed to have burst by many times over in an instant. The reason why Futian's combat prowess had been so formidable was that the power of the deed of thorough comprehension melded his will of the great path into a single entity. It was forged into a single path, allowing his powers to be amplified exponentially. As such, he was capable of easily overwhelming all who were of his plane. Of course, there was also something built upon the foundations of his plane. All top geniuses of great training had their own means of boosting their combat prowess, which meant that their combat capacity would be far more than what was provided by their own planes. All of them had powerful means of amplifying their powers. With that said, the might of one's combat capacity depended on whose measures proved more powerful. Among the amplification of powers, there was amplification through innate powers, amplification through various wills of the great path, amplification through methods and spells, amplification through matrices, and much more. No one would have bothered with learning powerful attack spells or skills otherwise. The divine sound was deemed terrifying because it was built upon the power of one's methods, resonating with the great path and then bringing about amplification several times over. The resulting burst of power would naturally be tremendously formidable. Elephant trumpeting was heard after the power of the deed of thorough comprehension was brought about. The will of the great path materialized in the form of shadows of divine elephants, tearing through the space. The pressure was such that Yi Futian's powers felt even more stifled. As he was fighting 9 mighty ones working in tandem with each other, he dared not let his guard down. He melded the deed of thorough comprehension in the ultimate skills of the divine elephants he learned. The 9 stepped forward at the same time. The sound of the great path was heard resonating and shaking the sky in an instant, bringing about drastic changes to their surroundings. The crowd sensed immense killing intent in an instant. The slaughtering way. The crowd looked at the sky. The 9 seemed to have the one at the center serving as the core, letting him take charge of the situation. The power of the great path resonated and eventually coalesced on him. Coalesce, a voice said. That voice was the sound of the great path. Incredibly dazzling divine light burst in the air, coalescing into a huge brush. Slaughtering storms gathered around that brush, with one current after another melding into the construct. The Qianqiu brush. The mighty ones below looked solemn as they witnessed the scene. It was the Qianqiu brush, one of the killing ways of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The spell melded well with the slaughtering way, with a single brushstroke bringing down the seasons and crushing the landscape. Down. That mighty one performed hand seals, and under the work of the divine sound, the Qianqiu brush was imbued with tremendous might of the slaughtering way. The killing storm throughout the sky caused many to feel stifled. The Qianqiu brush drew in the sky and cut down from above Yi Futian, looking sharper than the blades of swords and colder than the tips of spears. At the very moment, the brush swept down. Boundless currents of the slaughtering way were brought down as well, tearing through space and killing everything in its path. Yi Futian sensed that towering killing force and took to the air, bursting with divine elephant stomping the sky, causing his immediate vicinity to tremble and his surroundings to rumble. Shadows of countless divine elephants ran at the brush that was being brought down, clashing with it. It whipped out raging currents in the air right away. The divine elephants and the killing currents crumbled at the same time, however, divine sound of the great path continued to be heard, resulting in that will of resonation becoming even more powerful. That Qianqiu brush above Yi Futian looked as if it was something alive, shaking in the air and bringing down the might of the slaughtering way. It seemed as if mountains and rivers were collapsing, the space around them about to crumble. Yet another stroke was brought down, and the will of the slaughtering way was cranked to the extreme. A gash appeared in the air, causing shadows of divine elephants to be cut down one after another. The will of the Qianqiu brush continued to be brought down on Yi Futian. The attack was made from a distance, and Yi Futian's divine elephant stomping the sky seemed to have little effect on pressuring his opponents. The force of that killing brush seemed to be able to tear down the terrifying might of his spell. Divine elephants continued to be shattered, and the Qianqiu brush, which howled and shook in the air, continued its strokes. Every stroke was earth-shaking, capable of killing everything in its path. Some power, indeed. The crowd sensed the power of that divine sound of the great path and then looked at the Qianqiu brush. There was only that devastating storm in the air, seemingly overpowering his divine elephant stomping the sky spell. It was as if the killing force of the brush was capable of tearing him apart right then and there. Furthermore, everyone believed that if the ones of the heavenly mandate dynasty were to get such a chance, they might actually land a killing blow. It was Yi Futian who went about asking for a fight instead of the heavenly mandate dynasty attack him first. If Yi Futian were to end up dead due to him being of inferior skill, then the divine elephants would not have been able to do anything about it. Yi Futian continued to take to the sky. The trumpeting of the elephants continued to shake the air as if it was about to tear the sky apart. He then raised his fist and blasted at the slaughtering way coming down from above. The divine elephant void-splitting fist tore through space and crushed the incoming killing currents. The storm whipped out throughout the vast space caused the Renhuangs around to barricade the area with their powers. The storms that whipped out from the battlefield that they were in seemed to be able to kill anyone caught in it. The 9 mighty ones continued to step out, and the divine sound continued to be heard, the great path of which pained Yi Futian's ears somewhat. The leader pointed his finger at the Chencho brush, causing it to course with the most powerful of killing currents all over it. The leading figure of those from the dynasty thrust his palm down. At that moment, the Chencho brush was brought down together with the killing currents at Yi Futian. Yi Futian took to the sky and blasted with an extreme flash of the fist, clashing head-on with the Chencho brush. The air around them trembled violently. However, the punch did not destroy the Chencho brush but had instead simply tore the killing currents in a frenzy. The brush continued to burst with the divine light of the slaughtering way. When an ability is trained to the extreme, one will be invincible. The crowd felt shaken as they looked at the scene. That brush was indeed capable of cutting down an army. The leading mighty one of the 9 continued to thrust his palm in the air. The Chencho brush spun and headed straight for Yi Futian's head. The killing storm coalesced into a terrifying whirlpool. The hearts of the crowd raced, as they found the brush was filled with the intention of cutting down Yi Futian. The crown prince eyed the scene with an unfettered look. Every single one of the mighty ones who was a saint using the divine sound was a top fighter capable of leading a battle. As such, not even the likes of Wang Yanbing had been able to withstand a single attack. It was already an impressive feat on Yi Futian's part, as he was able to hold out for that long. "Do you have a death wish?" A cold, unforgiving voice was heard within the divine sound of the great path at that moment. It came from that leading mighty one from the dynasty. He glared at Yi Futian as his fingers pointed at the Chencho brush. The plain, uncaring voice was very indicative of the underlying arrogance and confidence beneath. He actually asked if Yi Futian had a death wish. If Yi Futian were to continue to fight, that leading mighty one would have killed him. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the one who talked to him. His eyes were cold. Yi Futian saw how deep the eyes of his opponent were. That voice sounded so natural that there was not a single bit of arrogance heard. It was something that stemmed from his innate confidence and unbridled nature. At that moment, the light of the deed of thorough comprehension burst with greater brilliance, so much so that it seemed there was celestial light protecting him. It made the figure clad in white look even more holy. It was as if he was a god. Yi Futian eyed his opponent unflinchingly and stepped out. He uttered a single line, "I do have a death wish, indeed." "Do you have a death wish?" "I do have a death wish, indeed." The exchange between both men was filled with unbridled pride, and both showed absolute confidence in their own powers. Yi Futian stated that he had a death wish, challenging the 9 from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to kill him. The leading figure among the 9 looked on with a cold expression, finding it unnecessary to hold back, given how his opponent asked for death. The 9 burst with the same aura of the Great Path. The divine sound circled about them and resonated with the Great Path. Killing currents coalesced in a frenzy and rampaged about in their surroundings, with the might of the attack being brought to the extreme. The Chencho brush burst with unparalleled killing light. The brush tore through the space as if it cut through the ages of the dynasty's reign. Everyone sensed the towering killing intent right above Yi Futian's head. The brush was enlarged as if it was a divine brush of the heavens, every single stroke able to tear through the space and kill everything in its path. Many saints were among the crowd, watching the battle, and all of them sensed how formidable the killing currents were. At that moment, Yi Futian, who was right below the brush, looked insignificant. However, that seemingly insignificant silhouette burst with a light of increasingly high intensity. Celestial light burst and shot through the heavens. There seemed to be a mystical aura filling the vast space, like a formless being emerging from behind him amidst the tremendous killing currents. It was as if it was a shadow, a celestial being. Furthermore, that being took the form of Yi Futian, the celestial soul. The mighty ones were all shaken. They all looked intently at Yi Futian in the air. That was his celestial soul form. He is unleashing the mystical ways. The hearts of the crowd shook, especially those from Haotian City. The mystical ways were of unparalleled significance to those from Haotian City, and that method, which had been previously lost, was even more so. Yi Futian had used it before when he saved Wang Yanbing, but that was him saving someone. The crowd had yet to witness the true use of the celestial soul attraction. At present, the celestial soul attraction, a mystical way which had been lost for over 1,000 years, was to be used in the battlefield, bursting from Futian. Just how powerful was the spell? No one knew the answer to the question. Yet, everyone was eyeing Futian at that moment. The will of the great path throughout their surroundings seemed to have gotten even more powerful as the celestial soul attraction spell burst forth. The currents of the great path gushed into the spell in a frenzy. At that moment, Futian's silhouette seemed to no longer look insignificant. That silver-haired figure glittered with a divine glow, seemingly making him a true mystical being, and the shadows of the divine elephants around him were all shrouded in celestial light as well. Boom! Futian stepped out into the air. That step shook the air around him, with thousands of divine elephants stomping out throughout the air, pinning down the great path and tearing down the space around them. The force clashed with the incoming killing currents, causing the weather about them to change. The rampaging space looked even more chaotic, and it was not only in that very immediate area. The 9, who were all watching from a distance, sensed extremely formidable suppressive power, and all of them seemed to feel a tremendously overwhelming pressure somewhat. They frowned slightly, especially the one taking the lead. He sensed an intense threat from Futian at the moment. That feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. "How do you plan to kill me?" A raging voice was heard. Futian extended his hand as he took another step. All 9 of them felt their souls shaking at the moment. The hell, their expressions changed drastically. They saw a tall, imposing celestial shadow appear right before them when they looked at Futian. It was a very weird feeling. There was nothing right before them, yet that tall, imposing shadow seemed to imprint itself on their souls right there and then. That being's might pounded on their spirit, causing their auras to lose focus and their synchronization of the divine sound to falter. The killing currents in the air were no longer as stable as before. It turned into a chaotic storm, whipping about without order. The Chenchio brush trembled slightly. However, that tremble differed from before, which made it seem as if the will of the great path that controlled the Chenchio brush was affected, causing it to lose stability. "What is happening?" some of the 9 asked telepathically. They felt as if their souls and spirits were no longer in their control. It was as if Futian was able to manipulate them from a distance, simply by extending his hand. That feeling made them extremely uncomfortable, so much so that it affected the divine sound that they were casting at the moment, which affected the control of the brush drastically. Futian was able to tell that he was right from how the power of the brush faltered. The power of celestial soul attraction was more than just being able to amplify one's combat capacity. It was also capable of enabling one to suppress their opponents. The divine sound needed 9 people working in tandem to be formidable. At the same time, the celestial soul attraction was something capable of breaking such synchronization, causing him to be able to suppress his opponents somewhat. Boom! Futian took yet another step. The sky trembled, and the killing currents were shattered in a frenzy. The Chenchio brush, which was being brought down, was repelled right away. That scene caused many mighty ones from the heavenly mandate dynasty to change drastically. It was apparent that they, too, felt something was off. The resonance of the divine sound was breaking. With the resonance of the great path no longer in synch, the burst of power would lack somewhat. Futian seemed to be able to suppress the divine sound after using the celestial soul attraction. The crowd was unable to think much about the situation before seeing Futian shooting to the air, stepping through the sky with a single step. The divine elephant stomping the sky spell pinned the place down. That time, it was directly on the 9 mighty ones, and it was more than just pinning down their bodies. The 9 felt as if their souls and spirits were being pinned down as well, so much so that they felt their souls were about to leave their bodies and be crushed. The situation was so severe that they seemed to be unable to breathe, feeling choked. A divine punch followed. The divine elephant void-splitting fist blasted onto them right away, pounding on the space where the 9 of them were. That one punch was infused with power from the celestial soul attraction. That one punch tore the skies apart and crushed their spirits. The 9, who had been standing together, were thrown in different directions immediately. Their formation was crushed, and they grunted. 2 of them were even seen spitting up blood, looking ashen. The hell? Everyone's heart raced. The people of Futian City felt incredibly shocked deep down. So, this is the true power of celestial soul attraction, the spell that has been lost for 1,000 years. They thought to themselves. Futian's celestial soul was invoked, and the tables were turned right away, pinning down even the divine sound. Furthermore, the mystical way seemed to have an extremely potent use. They speculated that they had not been able to feel anything due to not having faced Futian directly. However, the 9 from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were greatly affected. They would not have collapsed instantly otherwise. Futian's aura did not dissipate just yet. His celestial soul remained active after the 9 were repelled. Celestial light continued to circle around his body, and all other might of the great path was suppressed, with him at the very center. He lifted his foot and took another step right away. Boom! Elephant trumpeting spread all over the sky, stampeding through the space. Those 9 were being subjected to attacks by the divine elephant stomping the sky spell, and one divine elephant after another trampled them. Boom, boom, boom! The mighty ones were sent flying yet again. They spat up blood. Their inner circulation was thrown into chaos. Their spirits were shaken, and their auras were dropping sharply. Despite being geniuses of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, without the boost from the divine sound formation, they did not stand a chance against Futian's divine elephant stomping the sky. The stampede alone was more than enough to keep them pinned down. That leader from before was the only one capable of summoning the Chencho brush and continued attacking with it. The killing currents cut down the shadows of divine elephants charging about, but then again, his spirit remained shaken, and his aura trembled unstably. At that moment, he felt his body stiffen up all of a sudden. A figure was seen walking towards him. Futian extended his hand and grabbed at the sky. That celestial soul figure came down in an instant, and his soul felt trapped. While he knew that it was just a feeling, it was something incredibly unbearable. It was as if there was actually a formless hand grabbing him. "How do you plan on killing me?" Futian asked. That mighty one from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at him with a twisted face. He had been the one asking if Futian had a death wish. Yet, it was him being thrust to the brink of death at the moment. "Do you have a death wish?" Futian asked instead, and that mighty one blanched. Boom! Another step was taken, which stepped on his soul right away, causing his entire body to shudder. His will was cranked to the extreme as he tried to shake off that feeling. Yet, Futian simply took another step and said, "Answer me." Blood spilled from the corner of that mighty one's mouth. His face continued to look pale. He was unable to move and did not dare to move. It was entirely possible for Futian to actually kill him right there and then if the former wanted to. Boom! Futian took another step, seeing as how he had yet to answer. He was at the critical point of collapse, and his mind was shaking. Countless looked up at that scene, and their minds were rattled. Those mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were being trampled on. He had asked if Futian has had a death wish. At that moment, Futian returned the question to him. They deemed that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was at an inconvenient position to do anything now. It would reflect very badly on them if they were to do so. The trumpeting of elephants shook the sky as they trumpeted in a frenzy. As Futian continued to bring the spell down on his body, again and again. That mighty one felt as if his inner organs were about to be crushed and his soul about to split. He was truly being pushed to the extreme. Dejection was seen in his eyes as he finally relented and said, "No, I don't." He felt his entire body relax right after he said so. However, that was just his body. His mind and soul remained pained. Boom! Futian took one final step and sent his body flying. Futian then swept his gaze over all of the mighty ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty before finally eyeing the Crown Prince, saying, except for the divine sound, none of them could handle one cultivator. So tell me, is the power of one adequate? None of them had been able to fight alone. After the 9 mighty ones' resonance of divine sound was broken by Futian, none had been able to endure a single one of Futian's strike alone, and all of them were trampled. Other than those special geniuses, Not even the ones usually lauded as the most powerful would have been qualified enough to fight him when he was combining mystical ways with the divine elephant stomping the sky. That one battle enabled others to learn new things about Yi Futian's powers. They learned just how shockingly powerful it would be when ultimate skills of the divine elephants, divine elephant stomping the sky and divine elephant void-splitting fist, were used in conjunction with celestial soul attraction. So that is the celestial soul attraction, which has been lost for a millennium. Some of the older generations from Futian City looked at Yi Futian with a solemn expression. Not only was he able to inherit the mystical way, but he had also been able to use it perfectly, letting all in Futian City see how powerful that lost mystical way was. It was indeed fortunate on their part to be able to bear witness to that moment. Despite not being of the celestial gate of vast heaven, he nonetheless fought on behalf of the celestial gate on that day. He had also been willing to teach that mystical way to others, and that made many anticipate what was in store for him in the future. Many wondered if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be able to do anything to stop him and Jiyu Dongliu if they were to reign supreme at the pinnacle of the realm. The one of supreme body of the great path of the Violet Heavenly Palace had already lost, and that happened before Yi Futian used mystical ways. A battle would not have been all that much of an issue to him now. Many wondered who would be able to take on Yi Futian. The man learned 2 ultimate skills, and he would only get stronger from then on out. The possibilities were limitless. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at Yi Futian. He talked about the limitations of the power of one when he visited Qin He at the palace, and then had 9 mighty ones by his side repel Yu Sheng. At that moment, Yi Futian defeated 9 single-handedly and proceeded to ask him how the power of one fared. The times they lived in were indeed interesting. He never expected to meet Jiyu Dongliu, who met Jiyu Tianxing and inherited the creational powers that Jiyu Tianxing gathered. He then met Yi Futian, who was able to reign supreme somewhere. He never expected to see the brothers become so unbelievably capable. However, he deemed that to be interesting. The higher one climbed, the colder it felt. Being an undisputed champion was sure to be boring. The ones from Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Yi Futian and felt restless. It was not only Zhong Yuan who was vexed, as that man who shot to fame at Zhong Yuan's expense continued to prove just how powerful he was. It was as if he was some unstoppable tidal wave. He reminded all in the Heavenly Mandate realm to remember his name through one extraordinary feat after another. He was fighting to be at the top of the great path of the realm. Zhong Yuan knew very well that so long as he remained incapable of defeating Yi Futian, he would remain second class. Everyone who saw them both would always be reminded of that one battle. But then again, seeing that mystical way at work, Zhong Yuan came to wonder just how long it would take him to defeat Yi Futian and wash away all that disgrace. The power of one. A voice was heard saying. The crowd turned around and looked at the Crown Prince, who then looked at Yi Futian and replied, "Before you get to the top, there will eventually be a limit, and you will still be weak." Divine light dazzled all over his body as he stepped out right after he finished speaking, looking extremely brilliant. Holy light seemed to shoot from his eyes. It made him look rather harrowing and intense. His entire being emanated an overwhelming bearing. It was as if he was born to be a supreme being. The crowd shuddered somewhat as they stared at that scene. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was finally about to make a move. The Crown Prince extended his palm as he walked out. Boundless killing currents filled the sky. The slaughtering way howled, and again, a Chenchio brush appeared, falling right into his palm. The might from it was just as powerful as it had been when the 9 worked together using the divine sound. He was a holiness of nirvana, and being at such a plane meant that his power was 10 times more powerful than that of an unblemished saint. Furthermore, due to his superb powers, one could only imagine just how powerful his Chenchio brush was. The brush commanded the great path of his surroundings as it remained in his hand. It was as if he was able to cut open the space with only a single stroke. Yi Futian stood his ground as his robe billowed behind him. The killing currents howled, and their surroundings were terrifying. Even if the mystical way were to be brought about at that moment, it would still end up being pinned down by the will of slaughter. That was a gap brought about by the difference in plane. Furthermore, the one who stood opposite Yi Futian was the Crown Prince. He was born to be a supreme being. Even those of his plane would wonder if there was anybody in the realm capable of suppressing and dominating the crown prince of heavenly mandate realm. At that moment, there was yet another figure at the celestial gate whose robes billowed. His white attire was white like snow. The scholar dressed in white stepped out as wind blew on him. He walked forward and said, "Allow me, little brother." Jiyu Dongliu understood that the upcoming fight was his. The grudges of bygone years meant that he and the crown prince would be sworn enemies. This battle was inevitable. It had always been inevitable. It was not only he who understood that. Everyone understood that his father died at the hands of the previous crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. That man was the brother of the current crown prince. The Jiyu clan perished because of the heavenly mandate dynasty, leaving Jiyu Dongliu as the sole survivor. At the same time, however, Jiyu Tianqing alone took out almost half of the mighty ones of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The previous dynastic overlord and crown prince were both slain by him. The enmity between both parties could not have been any deeper. As it stood right now, one was the sole survivor of the Jiyu clan, who inherited everything that Jiyu Tianqing had spent years setting up. The other was the new crown prince, whom the dynastic overlord claimed was born to reign supreme. One of them was fated to die at the hand of the other. Such was the fate of both parties. There were 9 who challenged Jiyu Dongliu while the crown prince stayed on the side, keeping his hands to himself, putting both the celestial gate of vast heaven and him on the defensive. Futian took care of that battle for him and smoothened things out for his brother. As such, the upcoming battle was now Jiyu Dongliu's. The clan leader of the Jiang clan looked at him from behind, saying nothing. It was known to all that the battle was bound to happen sooner or later. However, the clan leader did not wish for the battle to come so soon. Jiyu Dongliu had been training in isolation after inheriting the lineage, rising through the planes continuously to become a holiness of nirvana. However, it was due precisely to having inherited too much that his plane remained unstable, and it was impossible for him to have finished processing all that he had inherited. The creational lineage in him was not something he could have processed in a short period of time. In fact, it would have been difficult for him to process it all, even if he had years or even decades to do so. If the lineage that Jiyu Dongliu inherited was a kind of treasure trove, then he needed to spend more time in such a trove, digging bit by bit to unearth those hidden treasures. He needed time more than anything else. The more time he had, the stronger he would get. On the contrary, things were rather different in the case of the crown prince. He had been building a solid foundation throughout his years of training, and every single step he had taken so far was unshakable. The decades spent in training allowed him to polish his powers so that they gleamed with perfection, enabling him to use his powers perfectly. The later the battle was to be fought, the more advantages Jiyu Dongliu would gain. However, those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were in a hurry to wage the war that had to be waged. They did not want to wait, and they, too, wanted to see just how much had Jiyu Tianqing passed down to Jiyu Dongliu. As such, they showed up en masse just to lean on the celestial gate. Since those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were already there, it was a given that those from the celestial gate needed to do it. It was a battle that Jiyu Dongliu had to fight. Even if he were to lose, the clan leader was sure that Jiyu Dongliu would be able to bear the loss. He would not have been able to shoulder such hopes otherwise. But then again, the clan leader did not wish to see him lose the fight. As such, his eyes were still filled with hope as he looked at the figure who emerged. He hoped to see the legends of those two, that of Jiyu Tianqing and Jiyu Jiangnan, both of whom were of extreme renown back in the day, be reborn in Jiyu Dongliu. Furthermore, by the time Jiyu Dongliu was done processing all that he had inherited, he would become even more powerful than either of his predecessors. Futian nodded slightly after seeing his third brother emerge. He then headed sideways to make way for his third brother. That was a battle that belonged to his third brother. It was a fated battle. Regardless if his third brother were to end up winning or losing the fight, he believed that his third brother would inherit the will of those who came before and would continue to walk towards the pinnacle of the realm. Jiyu Dongliu was seen walking out and coming to stand before the crown prince. The two, who were the most talked about figures of the realm at present, stood on opposing sides. Both were sworn enemies, and the clash between the two attracted all the attention of the heavenly mandate realm. That upcoming battle was one for the books. Their renown was less due to how powerful they actually were and more to the feud between them, as well as the missions that each of them shouldered. The vast space was dead silent. Nobody spoke, and countless watched the two stand against each other without saying anything. Even the great figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were doing the same. All of them had their eyes on the battlefield, as the upcoming battle was extremely significant. The one who inherited all from Jiyu Tianxing was to fight against the one born to become a supreme being. A formless gale whipped up all around them. It contained the aura of the Great Path. The space became extremely stifled in an instant, making many saints feel very, very uncomfortable. Those two holiness of nirvanas would possibly be the two most powerful ones below the Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the crown prince of the dynasty, said. His name was Yi Tianyu. Wn Yanbing was named after the mystical way he practiced, while Yi Tianyu was named after Tianyu, Heavenly Mandate. The will of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was clear as day. Jiyu Dongliu of the Jiyu clan, Jiyu Dongliu replied calmly. Both parties announced their names as if it was but a regular sparring match between both men. There was not a single hint of the enmity between them. Yet, that made it all the more serious. Their surroundings raged, and a gale blew violently. Storms of the Great Path whipped about, and an incredibly dazzling divine picture of Heavenly Mandate appeared. The diagram consumed the Great Path of their surroundings. Currents of the Great Path surged into the diagram in a frenzy, causing it to continue turning and changing. It was as if it was capable of all manner of transformations. The life spirit of that descendant of the main lineage of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had finally taken its ultimate form, the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate. It had once been lauded as the most powerful of life spirits in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yet at that moment, a life spirit of unparalleled power appeared behind Jiyu Dongliu, who stood opposite Yi Tianyu. It was a diagram. It spun about like a grand matrix of the heavens, seemingly embodying the Daoist yin and yang, as well as the 9 symbols and celestial light at work. That was the Juexian diagram. It was something that Jiyu Tianxing passed down to Jiyu Dongliu, enabling Jiyu Dongliu's life spirit to awaken and evolve until it merged with the Juexian diagram. Many wondered which was the strongest life spirit in the realm. They wondered who among the two most renowned descendants of great figures was the strongest genius of the realm. The storm whipped up across the sky, and the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate rose to the air, consuming the will of the Great Path all over the place and multiplying in a frenzy. Boundless killing currents shot at Jiyu Dongliu right away. Yet, he simply shot a glance at the currents and pointed forward. The symbol of Lin appeared, and the huge ancient symbol stood tall in the sky, shrouding the killing currents right away, preventing the currents from moving. However, the killing currents did not seem to have an end to them, causing the symbol to tremble. It looked as if it was about to crumble. What was even more terrifying was that as the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate multiplied, a Qianqiu brush gave manifested right away and dropped straight down. Yi Tianyu pointed into the air at the brush. The brush drew one stroke and crushed that symbol of Lin, which was already about to crumble. The Qianqiu brush felt like a divine brush of the Great Path, weighing thousands of pounds. It could pin down landscapes and tear through space. Boundless killing currents cut down, intending to destroy the space where Jiyu Dongliu was right then and there. Celestial light glittered on the Juexian diagram. A huge beam of celestial light shot to the air, and an incredibly huge symbol of Bing circled about the screen of light. The symbol clashed with the brush and burst with extremely brilliant celestial light. Yi Tianyu remained unfazed and kept his eyes forward. The divine picture of Heavenly Mandate continued to multiply in the air. One brush after another materialized one after another. Many brushes were seen right above Jiyu Dongliu's head at the same time. Every single brush contained extremely potent killing current. The brush reigning supreme through the eras. Yi Tianyu muttered this, and his voice sounded like divine sound of the Great Path. The brushes in the sky resonated, and they all swiped in the sky at the same time. Every single brush tore through the sky as if someone was trying to bring the sky down with the brushes. The Chencho brushes moved in a disorderly and unpredictable manner. It was as if they were simply left to do their own thing without control, yet the messy strokes seemed as if they were out to cut the sky to pieces. Such was the power of the brush reigning supreme through the eras. Crack, a snappy cracking noise was heard, and the screen of light was no more. The terrifying strokes lashed out at Jiyu Dongliu, intending to destroy the place where he was. So, that is the true power of the Chencho brush. The minds of all who saw it were rattled. The Chencho performed far better at the hands of Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty, than how it had been when the nine used the divine sound. It was as if the power of the move was fused with the Great Path, and the Great Path seemed to be about to break when cut. The clan leader of the Jiang clan watched the fight quietly at the Celestial Gate. It was just as he expected. That crown prince was already at the pinnacle when it came to proficiency with offensive arts. His innate talents and his years spent in training in secret made his attacks unshakable, showcasing his master-grade proficiency as soon as he made a move. The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty lauded the crown prince to be one born to reign supreme, and he did not do so with mere intent to boast. It would have reflected very badly on him if things turned out differently, after all. While the battle had just begun, what Yi Tianyu showcased without breaking a sweat looked extremely surreal. Jiyu Dongliu was then seen performing hand seals, causing the Juetian diagram to unleash towering celestial light, circling around him, and there seemed to be a true mystical being right behind him. Holy light shrouded his entire body, and as he continued to perform the seals, one mystical shadow after another emerged from the Juetian diagram at the same time. All of those shadows unleashed impregnable will. It was as if they were manifestations of divine weapons. The ancient symbol of Bing circled around him, causing the surrounding air to shake. The shadows took to the sky in a mere instant, transforming into divine weapons and blasted at the incoming Chencho brushes in the air. The Chencho brushes were then right above Jiyu Dongliu's head, and the boundless divine weapons blasted at them. Devastating storm of slaughter raged right above his head at that moment, radiating terrifying divine light. The Chencho brushes and the divine weapons continued to crumble, destroyed, and dissipated in that terrifying clash. Both parties were formidable. The crowd looked at the two geniuses, finding that their life spirits alone were more than enough to overwhelm an untold number of mighty ones. It was even thought that only a handful of saints would have been able to withstand such attacks from their life spirits. The attacks of Yi Tianyu, the crown prince, were fended off, yet he hardly looked fettered. He flashed and came to the air above, his back against the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate. It was as if his body fused directly with his life spirit. He extended his hand, and the divine picture of Heavenly Mandate spun, consuming boundless slaughtering way. It was as if there was boundless slaughtering lightning falling down onto his extended hand. A Chencho brush, which seemed to have existed for several millennia, fell into his hand. He took hold of the brush. Voom! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Yi Tianyu disappeared with the brush at the same time. There seemed to be a huge gash in the sky. Jiyu Dongliu sensed an intense looming danger. The mystical shadows gathered, and with his palms closed, the divine weapons howled as they tore through the space. Thousands of killing currents rained down in an instant. It was as if thousands of beams of divine light rained down. The scene was utterly harrowing. It was as if it was able to tear the sky down in an instant. The explosiveness of the move was nothing short of terrifying, causing the hearts of those who witnessed the scene to shake violently. Crack! Countless divine weapons crumbled, and a brush was seen swiped down right before Jiyu Dongliu, with Yi Tianyu seen on the other end of the brush. The Juetian diagram burst with towering celestial light in an instant, and a stifled rumble was heard in the air. Jiyu Dongliu's body was thrown below, and boundless killing currents burst through his Juetian diagram as if they were to tear it apart. Yi Tianyu lowered his head to look at Jiyu Dongliu, who was thrown behind, and said, "I wonder just how capable Jiyu Tianxing and Jiyu Jiangnan had been all those years ago. It is a pity that they are no longer in this era." Everyone was able to tell from his words just how arrogant that crown prince was, behaving as if even if both of them were in the same era as he was, he would have been able to overwhelm them all the same. Jiyu Dongliu looked up in the sky. He, too, knew what he lacked when compared to Yi Tianyu. He had yet to be able to finish processing all the powers he had been bestowed with, and he did not have time to train the most powerful of attacks available. At that moment, he was simply able to consolidate all the bits that he had acquired and has broken through the plane of holiness of nirvana with them. In truth, the clan leader's concern had been valid, his plane was still unstable. If that fight were to be postponed, he would have had gained a greater advantage. But then again, what was to come would have come all the same. Even if he had yet to process everything that he gained at the Origin Mountains, that battle was still one he could not afford to lose. It had little to do with the significance of the outcome of the battle and more to do with him being unable to bring himself to face his predecessors if he were to lose that battle. The celestial light on the Juetian diagram became even more dazzling. The mystical shadow behind Jiyu Dongliu grew even more glittering. He unleashed his will, shrouding the Juetian diagram, which shuddered. In that instant, there seemed to be many demonic beasts appearing on the diagram, arriving as they were summoned. Thousands of demonic beasts howled as the Juetian diagram continued to be at work. Demonic auras filled the sky as the demonic beasts danced and raged. Jiyu Dongliu inherited the laws of origin, and there were untold numbers of wills of demon emperors throughout the vast Origin Mountains that ended up consumed by him, after all. The howling demons signified their rage, and there seemed to be a feral grace to Jiyu Dongliu's face. He looked up and shot a glance at the sky. Thousands of demonic beasts howled as they tore through the sky, heading straight for Yi Tianyu. The falling killing currents were destroyed in a frenzy. Yi Tianyu held onto the Chenqiu brush. He looked as if he was going to be overwhelmed by the demonic beasts. The Chenqiu brush in Yi Tianyu's hand swiped at the sky again, and the incoming demonic beasts crumbled right away under the might of his Chenqiu brush. However, the demonic beasts seemed to charge without end, heading straight for the crown prince and burying him in that space. The divine picture of heavenly mandate continued to shift, transforming into a Kuanping, which then merged with the crown prince's body. He took the form of a Kuanping while, at the same time, the light of Kuanping burst from with the divine picture of heavenly mandate. He then spread his wings and attacked as if he commanded the divine might of Kuanping. The art of heavenly mandate, many muttered deep down as they watched the scene before them. That was the ultimate move created by the founder of the dynasty, and that spell had once been known as the number spell in all of the heavenly mandate realm, which was said to be invincible in the heavenly mandate realm. He had once used the ability in the battle back in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and at present, the art of heavenly mandate was seen being used again. A loud cry was heard as if a true Kuanping had arrived at the scene. The being then spread its wings open, blocking the sky, then swooped down. Shadows of Kuanping burst from the diagram at the same time, cutting down at the sky in a furious slaughter, destroying countless shadows of demonic beasts. The Kuanping form of Yi Tianyu tore through the demonic beasts. The rain of divine golden light cut through the demonic beasts while still holding onto the Chenqiu brush with its claw. Jiyu Dongliu's aura faltered. That was a major attack from a true Kuanping. Everything that Yi Tianyu had picked up was a very formidable attack. However, Jiyu Dongliu's expression remained steely. The name of his diagram, Juetian, was taken from the fact that it was the pinnacle of the mystical ways, with its power reigning supreme over all mystical ways. He continued to step out in the air. The Juetian diagram continued to work and shine boundless divine light onto his body, which resonated with him. Boundless mystical shadows appeared at the same time around his body. The aura all about him coursed within him as well. The light of the 9 symbols glittered as they merged within his body. Jiyu Dongliu truly resonated with the Juetian diagram at that point. Despite the fact that he had yet to train in the top attacks, his teacher once said that overwhelming might triumphed over all techniques. When one spiritual power resonated with pure force and everything reached the very peak, where one discarded all unrelated thoughts and left all skills and techniques behind, one would have been able to bring the greatest of attacks to bear. He stepped out and tore through the air, arriving right before that huge creature that tore through the demonic beasts. He extended his finger, which contained immeasurable power, and clashed with the incoming Chenqiu brush. The space around both of them exploded in a frenzy. Yi Tianyu brought the wings of the Kunpeng down upon Jiyu Dongliu. The light of the 9 symbols glowed extremely brilliantly. They burst with the brightest of rays at the same time, which blinded all who saw it. The light caused the wings of the Kunpeng to slow. It was like a will of strength unlike any other that resonated with his surroundings. That one finger was to destroy everything in its path. Jiyu Dongliu, at that moment, looked as if he was some celestial being. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard, and the spectators saw Yi Tianyu, the crown prince, be flung far above, forced away by the might from one finger of Jiyu Dongliu. One finger against the Qianqiu brush. The hearts of all continued to race. That was confidence and recklessness unlike any other. The great divine diagrams faced off against each other and brought terrifying powers to bear, bringing about massive explosions between them. A devastating storm of the great path whipped up between both men, making the scene look extremely harrowing. They're fighting up close and personal. The hearts of the spectators raced. At that moment, the battlefield that both of them were on was indeed dark and gloomy. The air was filled with killing intent. Both forces clashed head-on. Jiyu Dongliu took on the Qianqiu brush with a single finger, and his body was under extreme pressure. The Qianqiu brush of the crown prince continued to be shrouded with boundless killing currents. However, Jiyu Dongliu's finger was shrouded by boundless celestial light of the weapons. It was as if his body alone had awakened and fused with all the mystical beings and demons there were. The divine picture of heavenly mandate and the Juetian diagram continued to be at work. Both constructs continued to shift and resonated with the heavenly path. Yi Tianyu's expression was as pointed as it could have been, as his eyes remained fixed on Jiyu Dongliu below. His robes and his hair billowed as he looked at the other man. He coldly uttered, "Do you know the true meaning of heavenly mandate?" Jiyu Dongliu remained looking at him without responding. It is as the term implies. Heavenly mandate, the will and way of the heavens. It is thus a mandate, an order, from the heavens, Yi Tianyu elaborated. His voice sounded overbearing. His surroundings resonated with him as he fused the power of divine sound with his voice. Killing currents rained down in a frenzy as he spoke, drowning the sky below. Countless shadows of Kunpeng dove down, tearing through space. Huge, golden ancient bells dropped one after another. It was as if they were Renhuang bells of the Great Path, heading straight for Jiyu Dongliu. The power of all those attacks resonated at the same time as they headed for their target. Heavenly mandate, a mandate from the heavens. A will of heaven that destroyed everything in its path. The Juetian diagram continued to spin around Jiyu Dongliu. Boundless celestial light burst and thousands of mystical beings and demons roared, charging at that power as they resisted it. Clashes at such close distances made all who saw it feel tingles all over. It was as if that space was about to be completely destroyed. Overbearing celestial light from the Juetian diagrams spun and surged at Jiyu Dongliu, who, at the moment, looked like a true mystical being. The spinning Juetian diagrams centered around him. The will of thousands of mystical and demonic beings merged within his body, consuming the way of all under providence. The light of the 9 symbols burst on his body, which then spun around him. At that moment, Jiyu Dongliu had completely merged with his life spirit. The might of the life spirit was that of his own. An overbearing shadow of a mystical being appeared above his body. The shadow was huge and connected with his life spirit as if the shadow itself was a manifestation of the life spirit. The light of the 9 symbols burst on the shadow, which pointed forward and brought the weapons charging, destroying the killing currents. The symbol of Lin resonated with his surroundings while the symbol of Do destroyed all bells of Renhuang. The 9 symbols fused into a single being and burst from the shadows, resulting in mystical and demonic beings howling. That power actually managed to resist the attacks from Yi Tianyu. That scene caused the hearts of spectators to race. This is formidable, indeed. When Jiyu Dongliu fought with Wang Yanbing back then, Wang Yanbing hadn't been able to so much as leave a dent on Jiyu Dongliu. Wang Yanbing was defeated despite using an ultimate sacrificial attack. The hearts of many from Haotian City raced. Despite being lauded as the #1 saint in Haotian City, It was apparent that Wang Yanbing was leagues below both Jiyu Dongliu and the Crown Prince. Both of them were truly the most formidable and the greatest there was, and they would come to represent the pinnacle of two of the most powerful of lineages. They would reign supreme among human cultivators of their generation in all of the heavenly mandate realm, making them truly beings at the pinnacle of eternal greatness. They were so formidable that there probably would not be any from the demon realm capable of taking them on. There were many mighty ones from the demon realm present on that day, and they were just as frightened by the fight taking place before them. Talents of human cultivators made them envious, as they possessed the ability to create spells of such levels, bringing their might to the very extreme. Yi Tianyu sensed the power of Jiyu Dongliu. The space around the Crown Prince raged as well. He had to admit that Jiyu Dongliu was indeed a legendary genius like none other created by Jiyu Tianxing, seeing how his own attacks still remained incapable of defeating Jiyu Dongliu. Heavenly mandate, godly advent, Yi Tianyu said solemnly. That was the ultimate killing move of the art of heavenly mandate, godly advent. The hearts of countless raced. They were surprised at how Yi Tianyu had even finished training in a move of such a high level. It was no surprise when the heavenly mandate dynasty dared to come all the way there and why Yi Tianyu was so boastfully confident. Towering divine light burst from Yi Tianyu's body after the line was heard, which blinded all who saw it. The divine sound throughout the vast space was heard all over the place, resonating with the great path. Boundless will of the great path rained down on Yi Tianyu's body. The divine picture of the heavenly mandate absorbed the powers of his surroundings, which then surged into his body. Yi Tianyu seemed to have clad himself in a nigh indestructible body, which radiated extremely dazzling divine light. Every single beam seemed to be able to pierce through the space, destroying all who were of his plane. He no longer seemed to be himself at that moment. Countless saints below cast saintly light for defense, resisting the beams of divine light with their own might. The light from Yi Tianyu was enough to reach and injure them. Even those who were holiness of nirvanas felt the same way. At that moment, Yi Tianyu looked like a heavenly god. That is really something. Everyone below struggled to look up at Yi Tianyu while under the protection of divine light. At that moment, Yi Tianyu simply looked too dazzling. It was too much for the world to handle. He was so frightening that even the Renhuangs were shocked. They recalled the history of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. As a coalition of absolute imperials in the Heavenly Mandate realm of old, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was lauded as the divine dynasty, with the ruling class claiming to be gods of the realm, ruling over the dynastic forces. All cultivators of the vast realm needed to pay tribute and worship them. Their ancestors created arts so terrifying that they were known to be godly arts, the divine art of heavenly mandate, with the ultimate move being heavenly mandate godly advent. It was a move so formidable that all within the heavenly mandate realm needed to bow and worship before it as if it was an advent of a god. When such powers were unleashed, many were unable to help but recall the glory of the heavenly mandate dynasty. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful Jiyu Tianxing had been all those years ago before he became capable of killing even the previous dynastic overlord and ended up being injured by the current one. At present, the legendary crown prince seemed to be about to inherit the will of his ancestors and bring about a renaissance to the dynasty. He was still a saint, and yet, he already completed learning the art of heavenly mandate. The world lauded Zhong Yuan from the Violet Heavenly Palace to be the one with the supreme body of the Great Path. However, from the looks of things, it seemed that the Crown Prince was the one who had an unmatched constitution instead. He seemed to be a godly manifestation of the heavenly mandate itself, which was probably why the dynastic overlord claimed the prince was one born to reign supreme. He was indeed one who was destined to be a cut above the rest. But then again, the heavenly mandate realm had another who claimed that he possessed the godly body of the heavenly path. The clan leader of the Jiang clan locked his eyes onto the crown prince as well. He came to understand somewhat why the dynastic overlord wanted to send the prince away to train elsewhere in secret. The heavenly mandate dynasty suffered a heavy blow all those years ago, and it was within reason that they worried that if there were to be yet another legendary figure emerging, causing yet another war between the top-notch forces, that the dynasty would end up in ruin. It was just like how Jiyu Tianxing's actions of fostering Jiyu Dongliu brought about the current state of affairs seen now. The clan leader had to admit that Yi Tianyu was indeed a legendary figure. The crown prince came on that day just for Jiyu Dongliu. He wondered if Jiyu Dongliu would have been able to stop the crown prince on his own. The ones in the crowd began to have doubts and began to be concerned on behalf of Jiyu Dongliu. He was, after all, a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and it was Futian city that the battle was taking place in. There were naturally more people hoping that Jiyu Dongliu would win. Jiyu Tianxing brought a great many glories to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, after all. However, Yi Tianyu was simply too dazzling of a figure at the moment, causing many to have doubts if Jiyu Dongliu would have been able to stop him. Jiyu Dongliu was actually just as brilliant. The mystical and demonic beings of the diagram of Great Path circled about him. The 9 symbols resonated, and his mystical soul became a true mystical being, which was extremely shocking to those who witnessed it. It seemed as if the battle was no longer a battle fought between mortals, but one fought between gods. Many in the world learned of the Juetian diagram in that war all those years ago, thinking that Jiyu Tianxing was unmatched. Today, I shall rectify that with the art of heavenly mandate, the crown prince said. He was out to prove the superiority of the dynasty with a rich history behind it, as well as that of the art of the heavenly mandate and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate. Jiyu Dongliu looked up at him. The light emanating from both beings continued to clash between them. Devastating aura of the Great Path raged all over the place. Voom! Yi Tianyu was seen descending like a god at a speed faster than lightning. The Great Path around him collapsed, and everything was shattered. The killing rays rained down as he charged at Jiyu Dongliu like a god. The Kuanpeng spread its wings, and he brought down the Chenqiu brush straight onto Jiyu Dongliu. Boundless aura of the Great Path in the sky coursed below as he moved, his divine light destroyed everything in his path. Nothing was deemed capable of stopping the brush. Jiyu Dongliu performed seals, and the Juetian diagram spun in a frenzy. The mystical shadow was fused with the power of mystical and demonic beings, which then blitzed in the sky. The light of the 9 symbols transformed into celestial light of the Great Path, circling about in the air and clashing with the figure coming down. Boom! The devastating storm swept through the place, destroying everything in its path. If there were to be anyone below Renhuang caught in its wake, there was no way they could have survived. The Chenqiu brush and the ancient symbols clashed and blasted on that one figure. The symbols circling around the shadow seemed to have cracked, and the shadow trembled, causing Jiyu Dongliu to tremble as well. His handsome face looked rather twisted at that moment. Both of them were shrouded in blinding light, and they looked extremely divine. Yi Tianyu's long hair wore a golden sheen. It was as if every single strand was transformed into golden swords dancing in the air in divine light. His eyes were incredibly pointed as he stared at Jiyu Dongliu. The Chenqiu brush in the crown prince's hand was thrust forward bit by bit. It was as if Jiyu Dongliu would crumble altogether if he were to even flinch. Many truly felt stifled at the moment. They locked their eyes on that scene in the midair, finding that Jiyu Dongliu's expression was turning increasingly strained, yet his eyes remained filled with resolve. At that moment, Jiyu Dongliu recalled the voice of his grandfather. The true meaning of a mystical being was to have their soul and spirit meld with the world, to meld with the Great Path, and to meld with everything. He looked at Yi Tianyu with eyes that remained crystal clear. A shadow seemed to have left his body, merging with the Juetian diagram and the ancient symbols, and within that towering, imposing shadow. His body seemed to have completely overlapped with that shadow. It had entered a surreal state of being as if he was a mystical being himself. Yi Tianyu seemed to have sensed that aura. His blade-like eyebrows frowned, and a beam of very high-intensity light blasted, blinding the eyes of all who saw it. The devastating storm raged about in their surroundings. When everyone came to see everything clearly, both Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu were separated. The auras of both men were faltering. They were both soaked in blood. The mystical shadow crumbled while the godly form shattered. In the silent space, warriors were watching those two figures, who were shaken back in the void sky at the same time. The violent airflow over the sky dome gradually dissipated, and it soon completely vanished. There was no sound in the void air at all. The silence was somehow a little terrifying. Both seemed to be injured, but how were their injuries? And even at this moment, they were still staring at each other. The strongest inheritors in the heavenly mandate realm seemed to have both been severely injured in this battle. Was the heavenly mandate divine advent skill still unable to suppress Jiyu Dongliu? Warriors thought to themselves. This was the inheritance that Jiyu Tianxing gave to Jiyu Dongliu. Within just a few months, he had skipped many levels and entered the Nirvana plane. After entering the Nirvana plane, he did not lose in the battle against the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu. People of Futian City were exhilarated, and they looked quite agitated. They were not sure about this battle, especially when the Heavenly Mandate Divine skill was released. When the Heavenly Mandate Divine Advent skill befell, they all thought that Jiyu Dongliu would be defeated. Even though Jiyu Dongliu had the super inheritance, he owned it for a very short time. Yi Tianyu had cultivated in seclusion for many years until now he returned as a Nirvana saint with a very stable condition. And his cultivation method also once was the strongest inheritance in the heavenly mandate realm, so no one would think that Jiyu Dongliu had any real advantage in this battle. Jiyu Dongliu did not lose in this battle, which was enough. He still had time. After Jiyu Dongliu stabilized his status and fully digested the power of Jiyu Tianxing's inheritance, he would keep transforming and become more powerful. At that time, he would be more confident and more likely to defeat Yi Tianyu. Between these two destined opponents, Jiyu Dongliu seemed no longer to be the only one with a disadvantage. Many people looked toward the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In this battle, Yi Tianji, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, came to fight in person, using the strongest Heavenly Mandate Divine skill, but he still failed to beat Jiyu Dongliu. Nobody knew how the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would solve what had happened today. At least, they had failed to lower the morale of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Even though Wang Yanbing was defeated, Yi Futian had a triumphant victory and solely vanquished 9 opponents, and Jiyu Dongliu was not defeated, either. As for the Violet Heavenly Palace, their strongest figure, the supreme form of Great Path Zhon Yuan, had been lost to Yi Futian once, so perhaps the next battle would also be in vain. You are brave to let your soul enter the path. At this moment, Yi Tianyu finally said after the two of them were separated from each other. He looked at Jiyu Dongliu and said, "It seems that what Jiyu Tianxing has done is meaningful." After these words, he turned and walked away. He did not continue the fight with Jiyu Dongliu. When he turned around, his face looked slightly pale, but his gaze remained firm, and his long hair was blowing in the wind. In this battle, he was wounded. Jiyu Dongliu's last blow collided with him head-on. Both were badly injured. Jiyu Dongliu saw him turn around, so he turned and left, too, with no words. Any words would be meaningless. Although during this battle, he didn't defeat him, he believed that the next time when they met again, he would become stronger. However, he also acknowledged Yi Tianyu's strength. He was the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He was born to be the Supreme. If he had been easy to defeat, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would not have been which it was. At this time, the blood in his body was boiling, and his life force was fluctuating. Jiyu Dongliu's injury was not slight, either. If he continued to fight, he was not sure if he would win, and Yi Tianyu had no absolute confidence, either. This battle had to stop here. After all, the collision of the last strike, even for themselves, was not controllable. If they fought again, no one knew what the end would be. After they returned, the space became quiet again. Warriors of Futian City looked toward those powerful figures. They were the ones who would decide how everything would turn out. The Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace and the Divine General of the Heavenly Mandates Dynasty did not speak. They stood there quietly, but an extremely depressing atmosphere formed between the sky and the earth, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Heaven and earth once again fell into a dead silence, but it was even weirder this time. The previous silence was due to the end of the battle between the two peak figures. Then, what was it this time? No one said anything. Those big figures didn't speak, so everyone else also had to shut up. At this moment, Jiyu Dongliu passed by the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The lord of Jiang clan nodded at him, and then he looked up at the void sky in the distance and said, "Since you two have arrived, why do you hide?" Many warriors trembled when they heard what the lord of Jiang said. Arrived. And they were two people. Just for a moment, a thought came to people's minds and made their hearts tremble. Who else besides those two giants could attract the attention of the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and watch the fight in the dark? At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere became stronger. It was as if the source was here. Many people's hearts thumped fast. They looked up at the sky, which seemed to have turned into a world of thunder. In the endless thunder, there seemed to be a thunder shrine, inside of which a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. He had a distinguished bearing. He was the lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Countless people looked up at the sky. Did he turn the vast and endless world into a world of thunder? With a single thought, the world was turned into that of doomsday. The other person was standing in another location. He was like a deity, with his whole body fully bright, and his majesty incomparable. He was like the king of all beings. He was hailed as the most powerful person in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. These two supreme powers came at the same time. They had been quelled by Jiyu Tianxing in the Origin Mountains and got some injuries. Now it seemed that they had recovered very well and could directly come to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Forceful life forces rushed into the clouds from the Celestial Gate, and countless beams of immortal light were released, shrouding the void sky. The lord of the Jiang clan looked up at the two in the sky and said, "What is your matter?" "We are here to ask for a person," the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord said. "I am afraid that Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven does not have the person you want," the Lord of Jiang responded. In the past, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had betrayed Jiyu clan, so why should you let the descendant of Jiyu clan return now? Since we have even come here in person, please hand him over to us. We don't want to fight against the Celestial Gate again, the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord said. There was a sense of threat in his calm voice. Moreover, he also said that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had betrayed the Jiyu clan in the past, which was devious. He was trying to alienate the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven from Jiyu Dongliu. Even though Jiyu Dongliu did not believe their statement, if they repeated it many times, it would still leave a crack in his heart. "You seem unwilling to come. Why are you still here?" "Please go back," said the lord of the Jiang clan. Boom. Over the sky, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty took a step forward and pressed downward with infinite and supreme majesty. Behind him, many Runhuang-level warriors also stepped out. With just one step, they made the sky tremble, and countless people in the lower sky felt a real sense of death. Many people trembled slightly. Was the Heavenly Mandate dynasty ready to start a war? "What if I will take him away anyway?" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty said arrogantly, his voice shrouding the endless void sky. Many people stared at him, and the sense of killing emitting from his body made the world feel that he might really start a war here. Not only that, but after Yi Tianyu retreated, he actually left from behind the crowd under several Renhuang figures' escort. Did everyone guess it wrong? People's hearts beat faster. Did they send Yi Tianyu away in advance in order to prepare for the war? Boom. The light of thunder engulfed the void sky and kept radiating out, covering the whole Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven under the glare of thunder. "The Violet Heavenly Palace will not see a second Jiyu Tianxing emerge," said the Heavenly Palace Lord. These two supreme-level figures both launched an attack in person. The destructive laws of thunder continued falling down. The Renhuang figures behind him followed, and at the same time, stomped down, crushing the sky dome. "Let's go," someone said. Warriors below felt something unusual. Were they going to start a war? Once the war began, not to mention themselves, the entire city would be affected, and even disasters would befall all cities around. People started to panic, and many were preparing to evacuate. Everyone had emitted a sense of war. The Lord of Jiang clan looked up above the void sky, then fell his gaze on the Lord of Hua clan and the warriors behind him. He said, "In the war of that time, we chose our own interest, so we compromised on some things. Today, after almost 100 years, it's time we take these things back. In that battle, the Jiyu clan was exterminated. They betrayed Jiyu clan, which led to the Jiyu clan's destruction. What about today? Would they repeat history, hand over Jiyu Dongliu, and sacrifice this last descendant of Jiyu clan, who was also the most promising and talented figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Disciples of the Celestial Gate, who wants to fight? The Lord of the Jiang clan shouted, his voice spreading across the Celestial Gate. In the Immortal Gate, celestial light was blooming. Dazzling Renhuang celestial matrices were launched, and countless warriors stepped into the void sky. I want to fight. I want to fight. Voices came from everywhere in the space. A horrifying aura was formed in the entire Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Disciples of the Celestial Gate will never stop fighting until the last one of us dies, the Lord of the Jiang clan continued. At that time, only Jiyu Dongliu survived. Now, they would not stop fighting until there was only one last person left. We want to fight. At this moment, below Celestial Gate, a group of warriors rose up. They were the Wang clan, who had just wanted to set foot in the Celestial Gate. I want to fight. In the distance, gradually more figures rose up and shouted. Gradually, countless warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven surrounded warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. The power of the whole city shared the same belief. An invisible force was formed. The faith of the whole city overwhelmed the world. Even the two giants, the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, felt the pressure. Power of the whole city. Yi Futian stood among the crowd, and he was slightly touched by this scene. This battle had historical roots for the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but it was also a battle for the third brother. A weak faith was the reason for every defeat. Today, although Jiyu Dongliu was not the ruler of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, he could be called the hope of Haotian City. The forces of Haotian City, large or small, had all stepped out, one after another. At that moment, people began to understand why the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was said to be the Celestial Gate of Haotian City. Perhaps it was because the words of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven Gate Lord triggered people. At that time, the Jiyu clan died for the Celestial Gate and fought until only Jiyu Dongliu was left. Now, they were in the same situation. Only when there was one man could they cease the war. This reminded people of Haotian City how glorious the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was in the era of Jiyu Tianxing, and how prosperous the Haotian City was at that time. No matter where they went, they all were proud to be a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If the Celestial Gate collapsed, then there would be no Haotian City in the world. Haotian City would be ruled by the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. From then on, they would become vassals, and the forces would not have the status as they had today, nor would they have the opportunity to enter the core of the Celestial Gate. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was an imperial alliance where they would not be allowed to be in charge. Of course, it might also be because of Jiyu Dongliu's fight, from which they saw his determination and hope for the future. Perhaps, he was really a character who could change the times, reviving the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and letting Haotian City return to the top of Heavenly Mandate Realm. Moreover, this time, it seemed that not only Jiyu Dongliu but Jiyu Dongliu's younger brother Yi Futian was also extraordinary. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord frowned slightly. The faith of all beings could be very powerful. When all people had one faith, they could produce a superpower, which resonated with the great law. There will shrouded the boundless void sky and could even see the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Crown Prince Yi Tianyu, who was preparing to leave. Seeing many warriors around Yi Tianyu, forces of Haotian City deployed troops occupying their nearby locations and didn't show obvious intention to target them. However, as long as the war started, they would definitely do something to Yi Tianyu. Since the two major forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were coming to attack the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, this storm would be a real war. Silence permeated the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the repressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's heart. Those external top forces stood in different places and watched everything happening. If the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to forcibly attack the celestial gate of vast heaven, they would suffer heavy losses, too. Even if the two forces were really able to exterminate the celestial gate, they would also have to lose a lot of vitality. What's more, there was a celestial matrix inside the celestial gate, which was the main battlefield of the celestial gate of vast heaven. This war probably would not happen. Do you really want to protect him, even at the expense of the celestial gate's destruction? The Heavenly Mandate dynastic overlord asked. His voice was cold, and he stood in the upper sky like a god, as if he might hit the celestial gate at any time. Do you need me to repeat it again? The celestial gate will stop fighting only after there is only one person left, the lord of the Jiang clan responded. What's more, are you sure you can destroy the celestial gate of vast heaven? Even if the celestial gate collapses, perhaps then it will be your turn to decline. I only need Jiyu Dongliu. The voice of the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord contained thunder, trembling in the eardrums of every warrior. How about I give Jiyu Dongliu to you, and you leave the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the supreme form of the Great Path of Violet Heavenly Palace here, the Lord of Hua Clan also said. Just one person? How could they hand over this person? Could the dynastic overlord hand over the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Could the Violet Heavenly Palace hand over Zhong Yuan, their supreme form of Great Path? Do you want to fight or not? Asked the head of the Wang clan, seeing that they were silent. The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty glanced at him and then said coldly, the celestial gate of vast heaven did not keep their promise in the past and took the descendant of the Jiyu clan back to the celestial gate of vast heaven. You should always remember what you have done. Immediately after these words, the overwhelming life force of sky and earth quickly dissipated. And when the divine light dispersed, the figure in the void sky stepped away. At the same time, the light of thunder also dispersed, and the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace also left. The two giants disappeared directly. At this moment, the entire city of Futian seemed to relax, and everyone's heart settled down. Finally, they were not ready to go to war. They were also afraid, fearing they would repeat everything of that year and weaken the strength of the Heavenly Dynasty. Their vitality would be greatly hurt, and at that time, and other forces would benefit from it. At that time, the battle made the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty fall from its peak, but it was still slightly stronger than other forces over the years. However, if it experienced such a war again, the Heavenly Mandates could not afford it. In fact, today, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace came to the celestial gate of vast heaven for a gamble. The previous battle and the appearance of the dynastic overlord and the palace lord, in the end, were all parts of the game. Once the celestial gate of vast heaven lost, the consequence would be disastrous. However, it was clear that during this game, Jiyu Dongliu and the celestial gate of vast heaven both showed strong determination, which led to the withdrawal of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace from Futian City. Their bodies flickered in the air, and the warriors of both sides retreated like tides and soon disappeared into the void sky. This grand storm also came to an end. However, perhaps today was just the beginning. Later, the undercurrent of conflict would surge in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At least the clash between the two sides had intensified, and the battle between Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu officially announced the direct confrontation of the two peak forces. No one knew exactly when this storm would completely break out, but everyone knew its final result would directly affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was this the change of Heavenly Mandate predicted by that demon prophet? But the people of the Celestial Gate were still there. Warriors in Futian City looked up toward the ladder. The Lord of Jiang clan stepped forward, saluting the world as he said, there was an agreement between Jiang clan, Hua clan, and Jiyu clan during the battle at that time. The Jiyu clan was facing extermination, and I promised Jiyu Tianxing that if there was a chance in the future, I would make the celestial gate of vast heaven prosper again at all costs. Jiyu Tianxing was able to leave alone at that time, but for the safety of the celestial gate, he made his own choice. Now, I have also made my choice, and I will never regret it. People of the celestial city who are unwilling to intervene, I respect your decision. For those of you who are willing to fight with the celestial gate, when the celestial gate returns to its peak, we will alter the order and determine how to inherit the celestial gate's mystical ways, the Lord of Jiang Clan said loudly. All the people of Futian City were able to hear his voice. Many people were deeply touched. Today would be a turning point for the celestial gate. Whether it would be destruction or rebirth was unknown. I see many people from forces of the heavenly mandate realm are still here. If you are willing to come to visit the celestial gate as friends, welcome, the Lord of Jiang Clan continued. These warriors just cupped hands and bid farewell. Nobody went to the celestial gate. The situation of opposition had been formed, and some of their behavior could easily cause misunderstandings, not to mention entering the celestial gate. They didn't want to be involved. Only Yi Futian and his party walked towards the celestial gate with no fear. The Divine Elephant Clan was his background, but he was not a warrior from the Divine Elephant Clan. Therefore, he did not represent the stand of the Divine Elephant Clan. However, if the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heaven Palace wanted to lay a hand on him, they had to consider the Divine Elephant Clan's position. Thank you, sir. Yi Futian walked to the Lord of the Jiang Clan and saluted. His thank you was on behalf of his third brother. If the celestial gate of vast heaven had not been determined, they would never let go of the third brother. The top giants showed up on the scene just to persuade the celestial gate of vast heaven to hand him over. If the celestial gate had quivered, third brother would not have been safe. My young friend, ye defeated the 9 strongest warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. I should be the one to thank you first, the Lord of Jiang Clan said with a smile. He was also happy that Jiyu Dongliu could have such a brother. This young man had extraordinary talents and could, one day, definitely stand at the top. Let's go to the Celestial Gate, the Lord of Jiang Clan said, and the whole group started heading toward the Celestial Gate. Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu walked together. After today, you will still have to be careful, the Lord of the Jiang Clan reminded him. Although the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not dare to do anything to Yi Futian openly, the Heavenly Mandate realm was too big. It had too many powerful people, and they might use some special approaches. I understand, Yi Futian said and nodded. During this time, Yi, you can cultivate in the Celestial Gate, the Lord of Jiang Clan said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse. His cultivation of the mystical way also needed to stabilize for a while. I see that your relationship with Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky seems unusual. If you can get shelter from the Brahma's Pure Sky Lord, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace will probably not dare touch you, the Lord of Hua Clan beside them said. The Lord of the Jiang Clan had told him that Jiyu Dongliu didn't want to marry, so he wouldn't force him, but now many people were spreading rumors about Yi Futian and Qin He. If they had feelings for each other and got together, it would be helpful for Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu. Previously, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty also had this idea and wanted to seek marriage with the Brahma's Pure Sky. It was not an unspeakable thing, just icing on the cake. Xia Qingyuan beside them heard those words and was stunned. The sparkle in her eyes changed. She sighed secretly to herself. He was a person born to be extraordinary, destined to leave other people behind. When they were in Emperor Xia's realm, she was able to help him, but now, she could only act as a sidekick. There would always be better people around him, either herself or Qin He. In the future, there might be even better women around him. Maybe, she shouldn't have had any thoughts in the first place. Some people were destined to be missed. Qin He and I are just friends. We are not like the rumors say, Yi Futian smiled and said. If so, just let it be. But Qin He, as the first maiden of Brahma's Pure Sky, must be very outstanding in all aspects, the Lord of Hua Clan whispered. Yi Futian said nothing. His relationship with Qin He was too distant, and he had no such thoughts. The crowd gradually dispersed, and soon people all left. Xia Qingyuan walked alone toward the direction of the cloud sea. Yi Futian was talking with Jiyu Dongliu. He noticed Xia Qingyuan walk towards that side, stop on the edge of a mountain peak above the Celestial Gate, and stand there quietly, watching the sea of clouds. What happened? Yi Futian asked. I want to go back to the Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Okay, Yi Futian said with a smile, nodding. Xie Qingyuan looked up at Yi Futian. This B****, are you planning to leave now? How do you plan to go back? Yi Futian said with a smile while Xie Qingyuan stared at him coldly. Xie Qingyuan froze. Suddenly, she realized her problem. How could she go back? Could she go back with her plane as it was? Here was the Heaven Mandate Realm, one of the 9 supreme Renhuang realms, and it was even difficult to return to the Crimson Dragon Realm by herself. Seeing the smile on Yi Futian's face, Xie Qingyuan stared at him fiercely. Yi Futian smiled and shrugged, saying, I don't know how far away it is from Emperor Xia's realm, but I suggest your highness should stay here. Yi Futian patted Xie Qingyuan's shoulder, then walked away. Seeing him leave, Xie Qingyuan said coldly, Yi Futian, you be ****. Is this the first time your highness has realized it? Yi Futian said carelessly and left. Seeing the receding figure, Xie Qingyuan didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Xie Qingyuan cursed Yi Futian quietly in her heart, but Yi Futian, who turned around and left, also had a bitter smile on his face. Over these years, Xie Qingyuan had been accompanying him since they were Emperor Xia's realm, and she had helped him a lot. She had gradually changed from the quarrelsome princess to what she was now. Recently, Xie Qingyuan no longer quarreled with him and just stayed quietly beside him. How could he not understand her feelings? But in most situations, he could just act silly. He seemed careless, which gave Xie Qingyuan some hope, but in fact, he just had no idea what to do. He didn't know what to deal with the relationship between him and Xie Qingyuan. It was impossible that he didn't have feelings for her at all. The cold and proud princess had sacrificed a lot for him, and he knew it. But before all, he came to the Supreme Path Realm to find Jiyu. He was very clear, and Xie Qingyuan knew it, too. So, in fact, both of them had never thought about other things before. Even though Xie Qingyuan had feelings for him, she would just bury it in her heart. But recently, he asked people of Brahma's pure sky about Jiyu twice, and the answers he got made him a little bit unwilling to face reality, and even want to escape from it. He and Xie Qingyuan both knew that all they were doing might be nothing but his illusion. Jiyu was no longer alive. Until then, something had changed in Xie Qingyuan's heart. However, it was a bit difficult for him to completely forget Jiyu and stay with Xie Qingyuan. Perhaps, the relationship between them was still a bit distant. Unlike her, Jiyu had been with Yi Futian since they were both young. They had spent the most beautiful years of their lifetime together, and everything between them was natural but also unforgettable. However, if he just told Xie Qingyuan to leave, it would be a bit too cruel, so he could only act silly, perhaps, to give both sides more time. Above the celestial gate of vast heaven, the celestial mist was everywhere. This was the real celestial land, and the whole celestial gate was shrouded in the immortal air. Yi Futian would temporarily stay in the celestial gate for cultivation, Yu Sheng went to the Dragon God clan, Yi Wuchen went to the Wang clan to cultivate in mystical ways, the Sword Saint also cultivated the demonic sword over the celestial gate. Xie Qingyuan chose to cultivate alone in the Sea of Clouds. Now, for Xie Qingyuan, she had no option but to make herself stronger. The hazy Sea of Clouds was like a paradise on earth. A black and white lotus appeared over Xie Qingyuan's body, being refined, blooming and fading as if it was undergoing reincarnation again and again. There were 2 distinct life forces flowing around her body, which were 2 kinds of wills that were even totally incompatible. One was the wills of life, for living forever. One was the wills of death, for terminating life. But now, life and death, these 2 opposite forces, appeared in her body at the same time, permeating the space. During the storm in the Origin Mountains at that time, she experienced a catastrophic disaster and almost lost her life. Yi Futian took her into the abyss and guarded her so she could survive in that horrible situation. But then she was blessed by the misfortune. From the dangerous situation, she understood the will of death, which was the opposite of the will of life. There was great horror between life and death. Now she understood the wills of life and the will of death, these 2 paths, which she thought might refine her cultivation. In front of another cliff in the celestial gate of vast heaven, there was also a place full of clouds and mists. Yi Futian was sitting there quietly and seemed to have entered a state of self-oblivion. There seemed to be a faint sparkle blooming from his body, making his perception extremely powerful. It made his thoughts blend into the world. His soul was roaring, into the sea of clouds that suspended in the air, into the white clouds that flew above the sky, into the omnipresent wind between the sky and the earth. Everything was so clear. It was as if he didn't need to use his eyes but was able to see this world more clearly, and more real. He had a faint feeling of detachment, as if he had detached from all forms of existence, detached from everything. It was as if his life would be sublimated. The so-called mystical way was used when the cultivator's thought merged into the sky and the earth and resonated with them, thus emanating the celestial power. Behind Yi Futian, a figure of spiritual soul showed up. It perceived the great path wills of the sky and earth. His perception spread toward the distance, and his celestial spirit seemed to be able to see extremely distant places and continuously extended outward. Yi Futian felt like his soul had left his body, and his whole person was in nothingness, but now he seemed to be able to see more clearly about all the laws in the world. He could resonate with the world with the change of just one thought. His figure of nothingness lingered between the sky and the earth, continually drifting away, and even came out of the celestial gate. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to perceive something. In the nothingness, the soul shadow looked up at the sky, where there seemed to be a similar life force. He looked curiously over there, but the next moment, his body of nothingness trembled violently, and Yi Futian's heart also thumped hard with it. He could actually perceive the existence of another figure of nothingness as if it was right in front of him. If that had been all, he would not have been surprised, but he couldn't be more familiar with that face of the figure. His heart shook violently. It was as if he had been hit by something. He released his thoughts madly, and in the nothingness, he looked at that gorgeous figure, his eyes moist. "Ji-yu," Yi Futian murmured. "Ji-yu." She was still alive. Vroom. In the nothingness, the illusory soul disappeared instantly as if it had never shown up. "Ji-yu," Yi Futian shouted, his eyes suddenly wide open. He stood up and ran to the place where she had stood. However, there was only endless nothingness. Nothing was there, not to mention a figure like Ji-yu. "It is impossible," Yi Futian yelled in his heart. He could not have been wrong. It was absolutely impossible. Ji-yu left in the form of a spiritual soul, so was she still alive in the form of soul today? However, since she was alive and had already come, why should she leave again? "Ji-yu," he called. Yi Futian's eyes became extremely sharp. It was as if he could see through the nothingness. He started to run and chased in one direction. Was it a dream or his fantasy? He didn't believe that he would not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion when he had reached such a high cultivation level. Unless it was a very powerful illusion attack, he could not have hallucinations. So, it was most likely that it was really Ji-yu. Ji-yu. She was still alive. Must be alive. "Friend Yi." At this time, someone in the celestial gate saw Yi Futian and called him. However, Yi Futian went straight into the distance as if he hadn't seen him. "What's going on?" the people of the celestial gate asked each other, looking at Yi Futian in confusion. "He seems to be chasing after something. Did anything happen?" they wondered. Yi Futian ran forward aimlessly. There had been no trace of Ji-yu at all, but he just went ahead according to his feelings. In the state of the celestial soul, his perception was unprecedentedly powerful, and that feeling was also so terrifyingly keen that his eyes could even capture bodiless beings. Soon, Yi Futian stepped out of the celestial gate of vast heaven and continued moving in one direction. His speed was very fast, and he didn't stop at all. After a while, Yi Futian looked ahead, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Had he been wrong this time? He was too confident, but even in the Saint Plane, could he suffer from illusions? Maybe his perception was no longer as keen as before, or was it because he missed her too much? Yi Futian took a few steps forward and drifted down slowly without continuing chasing. After he arrived here, that kind of feeling seemed to have disappeared. He looked toward the palace in front of him. There were still people outside at this moment. They saw Yi Futian and saluted. "We are glad to meet Mr. Yi." "Glad to meet you, too, Goddesses, Yi Futian said and nodded slightly. Have the goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky not returned yet? It had been a while since the battle, but Brahma's pure sky's people were still here. So, he had run to where Brahma's pure sky was stationed. Before, he had also lived here, so he guessed that he might have had a hallucination, and perhaps that kind of familiar feeling was because of this palace. He had lived here for a long time. Not yet. Sister Qin has been waiting for Mr. Yi, a lady said. Yi Futian pointed at himself and said, Is Miss Qin still here? I haven't bid farewell to Mr. Yi yet, so of course I am still waiting, a gentle voice came. A stunning lady came near with a smile. It was Qin He. That day, Mr. Yi directly entered the celestial gate of vast heaven and didn't say goodbye, so I had to wait here for you. Now, finally, Mr. Yi comes out of the celestial gate, so I should bid farewell to you now, Qin He said. Her voice was extremely gentle, just like a spring breeze. Besides, her words did not go beyond courtesy, but she also showed her concern for Yi Futian at the same time. Even Yi Futian had to say that she was a bit dangerous, enough to enrapture every top figure. I didn't say goodbye that day. It's my fault, Yi Futian said. I should apologize to Goddess. Never mind. If you are interested, please come to Brahma's pure sky one day and have a cup of tea with me, Qin He said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, Absolutely. Okay then, I should leave now. I will see you out, Yi Futian said. Thanks for your kindness, but I am afraid Mr. Yi must have a lot of things to do. I can leave with the people of my sect, Qin He said. Her voice was still gentle. Goddess Qin, take care of yourself. Yi Futian didn't say much but just cupped his hand and said, Please. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You take care, too, Qin He said. Yi Futian nodded, turned around, and left. After he left, Qin He returned to the palace and came in front of someone. The person in front of her was also an unusual lady. As Qin He, the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, appeared in front of her, Qin He looked quite timid and just stood there without speaking. Let's return to Brahma's pure sky, the woman said. Aye, everyone nodded and answered. Soon this large group of people left by air. The land of the demon realm was vast and boundless. In the vast demon realm, the Origin Mountains was the birthplace of the demon realm. In addition to the demon metropolis, there were several other bustling areas in the demon realm. For example, the Celestial Dragon 8 Demon City, including Purple Gold Dragon City, Azure Dragon City, Black Dragon City, Fire Dragon City, and Frost Dragon City, and other three form an extremely prosperous district in the demon realm. 8 dragon kings ruled the 8 dragon cities. However, all the warriors in the demon realm knew that the ancestral land of the Dragon God clan was not the Celestial Dragon 8 Demon City, but the Dragon Abyss in their center. The Dragon Abyss was an incredibly vast area where many islands were floating in the air. Amid the floating islands, there was an endless abyss. Here, you could often see real dragons looming. The endless mountains and islands of Dragon Abyss were also called the Dragon God Mountain. Here was the true holy land of the dragon race, and those mountains were shaped like dragons. In this vast area of the Dragon Abyss, one could also see real adult dragons teaching young dragons to cultivate and travel through the mountains and abyss. At this time, in this area, 2 figures were walking in the air. One of them had horns on his head, wore a dragon robe over his body, and had a very strong demonic aura. Apparently, he transformed from a true dragon. The man next to him was burly and dressed in a black robe, with a majestic and cold temperament all over him. Dragon Emperor Grandpa, who is this human? At this time, 100-meter-long dragon circled up in the void sky and came in front of 2 of them. The dragon's beard was long, but the dragon's face looked quite immature. Obviously, this dragon was young in the dragon family. He was looking at Yu Sheng, wondering who this man was. He is called Yu Sheng. He is here for cultivation, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan said with a smile. Yi Futian said that he would send Yu Sheng to the Dragon God clan for cultivation, and he agreed. If that guy was not willing to teach, he would teach Yu Sheng the power of dragon deity by himself. Since the prophet predicted that the heavenly mandate realm would change, he had to make some preparations in advance. "Where is Dragon Emperor Grandpa taking him for cultivation?" the young dragon asked curiously. "Kids don't need to care about such things. Go cultivate," the old dragon said with a smile. He kept heading forward with Yu Sheng. The young dragon wobbled and circled down, somewhat depressed. There were very few humans here. These two figures kept moving forward, and after they came to a place, they even went all the way down to the bottom of the Dragon God Mountain area. Yu Sheng was a little confused, and when he looked down, he seemed to perceive a terrifying life force from it. "Here, this area is the forbidden place of our dragon clan," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan said to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was even more puzzled. Since it was a forbidden area, why did he bring him here? Could it be that the person who the Dragon God clan wanted to teach him stayed here in the forbidden area? With confusion, Yu Sheng went deep into the abyss with him. Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared down. In the abyss, he felt an extremely intimidating demonic will. It was as if it was everywhere in this land of the abyss. They went down deep into a place that looked like hellish space of the demonic lore. It was like the underground of the dragon abyss, with many mountains inserted into this district upside down, which seemed to be the extension of the mountains above. Over these countless mountains, there were infinite chains. Each chain was made by divine weapons, reflecting extremely bright light. The infinite chains seemed all leading to one place. They stopped, and the big figure of the Dragon God clan raised his head and looked in one direction. Yu Sheng also looked toward that side and saw a huge body curling behind the upside-down peaks. The twisted body was so huge that it wrapped more than 10 peaks. The scene was very shocking. Its skull was immensely large, and even its eyes were larger than human bodies. The dragon scales on it were black, with a terrifying dark sheen. "A demon dragon," Yu Sheng murmured, staring at the front. It was definitely a giant-level demon dragon. What was even more shocking was that its huge body seemed to be wrapped with infinite chains. It was as if the endless chains on the peaks were all just used to lock its body. "I haven't come to see you for a long time," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan, who came with Yu Sheng, spoke to the locked demon dragon. The demon dragon's huge eyes stared at him. His body circled upward, and he didn't say anything. He had been here for over 300 years. It didn't matter whether or not anyone came to visit him. Of course, 300 years was not too far away for him. "You must be bored of cultivating here for hundreds of years. I met a human cultivator outside who cultivated in the demonic path, so I brought him here and asked if you would accept him as a disciple and teach him." The powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued to speak, but the demon dragon seemed to have no interest. He took a glance at Yu Sheng and then looked at the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan and said, "I have no interest in teaching disciples." His voice was extremely deep. It had a slight sense of depression, which was quite horrifying. Yu Sheng stood there and could clearly feel a suffocating oppression. He didn't know what crime the demon dragon had committed to keeping him locked here. "I know," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued, "but he is a little different. It seems he was maybe destined to meet you. You can take a look at him first." "Why is he different?" the demon dragon said coldly, and his voice still had no fluctuation. "It's hard to tell, but maybe you would be interested. Just take a look, and if you don't have any interest, I will take him away," said the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan again. The demon dragon ignored him and just looked at him quietly. "I will get out first, and if you are not interested, you just let Yu Sheng go out by himself, and I will take him away," the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan continued. After these words, he rose into the air and left. Yu Sheng showed a strange look. Didn't he worry if the demon dragon would hurt him? What exactly happened between the demon dragon and the Dragon God clan? In their dialogue, there seemed to be no anger at all, and they both looked very calm. When the dragon saw him leaving, his huge eyes glanced over Yu Sheng. Was it because his previous master was a human cultivator that he sent a human to follow him for cultivation? However, he was never interested in teaching anyone to cultivate, he only admired stronger power. "Go away," the demon dragon said to Yu Sheng. No matter how talented this human was, he would not be interested. Yu Sheng frowned when he heard what he said, a bit unhappy. The character of this demon dragon was a bit weird. I should leave then. He didn't say much and just rose straight up, about to leave. Since he didn't show any interest, Yu Sheng was not interested in him, either. He didn't need others to teach him to cultivate, he could do it alone. The demon dragon also noticed Yu Sheng's dissatisfaction, and a look of contempt flashed across his huge eyes. He was just of the Saint plane. How dare he show discontent? His sharp claw swept through the air, and suddenly, a rumbling sound came out. Yu Sheng immediately felt extremely strong pressure. He saw a huge demonic claw smashing down at him, crushing the void sky. The dark claw seemed to be transformed from a giant dragon claw, and the power was terrifying. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate in demonic power, an indifferent and domineering voice spat out from the mouth of the demon dragon. Over Yu Sheng's body, the demonic power roared and rumbled, and a gust of mighty demonic life force swept out. He stepped in the void sky, and the dark golden light circled around his body. Demon statues appeared behind him, and all the demons rushed out. A huge demon palm print blasted out and went straight toward that huge demonic claw. With a loud noise, the claw and the palm print collapsed at the same time. The scene made the dragon show a different color in his eyes. Although he deliberately controlled his power and wanted to give Yu Sheng a lesson, warning Yu Sheng that no one was qualified to cultivate in the demonic law, he thought it was still enough to crush Yu Sheng based on his plane. However, Yu Sheng blocked it. The dragon's huge eyes stared at Yu Sheng, and he felt somewhat familiar with the demonic airflow around Yu Sheng. Boom! The huge body moved forward, and the chains made clanging sounds. His huge claw smashed down toward Yu Sheng as if the might of heavenly law befell. Yu Sheng just felt suffocated and fixed his eyes on the claw approaching from the sky. This time, the demon dragon did not control his power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The demonic might over Yu Sheng's body snarled and roared, and many demon shadows appeared. But the smashing claw was like a devil's claw, and the gap of their planes was too large to overcome. Yu Sheng could not even escape and was directly smashed down. He growled wildly, and his big eyes just stared at the other side. How dare you resist? Kid! The demon dragon spoke coldly. His huge body approached, his eyes fixed on Yu Sheng, his claws exerted strength slightly. Yu Sheng was frantically struggling, but it was of no use. The claws were still exerting pressure. It was as if he wanted to crush Yu Sheng's body. Yu Sheng stared at him coldly, the demonic might in his body reaching its maximum. He was on the brink of dying, so he had to use up every ounce of his strength, but even so, it was still useless. Boom! A peerless demonic shadow appeared and used a pair of cold eyes, sweeping toward the other side. When Demon Dragon saw the demonic shadow, he was stunned first, and then his huge body shivered violently. Boom! As the dragon's body trembled more and more violently, the whole abyss seemed to be shivering. He let his claw loose, and when the shivering dragon saw Yu Sheng's chilly gaze, he lowered his extremely proud head and kneeled down as if in worship. Boom! The countless upside-down peaks of the abyss were still shaking. Outside of the abyss, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan frowned. He looked around and saw the mountains of the Dragon Abyss were trembling. Many warriors of the Dragon clan rose up and watched this scene in shock. This was... what happened? Roar! The dragon's snarl rang through the sky and the earth. Many young dragons in the Dragon Abyss were shocked and dropped to the ground, and many adult giant dragons were also trembling and groveling. The whole bottomless Dragon Abyss seemed to be trembling at this moment. The sound of dragon snarling kept coming from the Dragon Abyss. Many Dragon Clan warriors headed toward the direction at the same time. The mountains were still trembling, and the dragon's snarling lingered around the world for a very long time. This sound seemed to come from the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. It was rumored that a dragon that had sinned was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. This dragon sinner was extremely talented, and at his time, he even had the opportunity to become the head of the Dragon God clan. His strength was extremely intimidating. According to the elders of the Dragon God clan, his strength might not be less than the head of the Dragon God clan. As for what crime he committed, adult dragons all knew a little bit. After all, a true dragon had a long life, and the adult dragons had lived for many years, so they naturally understood what happened in the past. Some young dragons also had heard some rumors from their elders. It was said that he used to be the mount for a big figure at that time. When the serious accident happened in the Divine Prefecture, and he was directly detained in the forbidden area and had not been able to go outside until now. However, after hundreds of years of imprisonment, the sound of his dragon snarling came from the forbidden area. How could the Dragon God clan not be trembling? Outside the forbidden area, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan, who came with Yu Sheng, was standing there, his eyes looking down, full of confusion. What happened? Many huge demon dragons heard the sound and came from the sky, all looking over. The echo of the dragon snarling gradually dissipated, and many huge eyes were looking at the forbidden abyss. However, at this moment, a voice came from the silent forbidden area, saying, "Starting today, I will start to guide his cultivation here. Don't disturb me." The sound coming from the abyss resonated in the void sky, which made many of dragon warriors tremble. Who would be guided by him in cultivation? They didn't know what happened. Good. The powerful figure of the dragon clan, who came with Yu Sheng, nodded. Did this guy finally agree to accept disciples after being silent for more than 300 years? It was a good thing. It seemed that Yu Sheng indeed had potential. Otherwise, that guy would not have had such a strong reaction. Or maybe, from Yu Sheng, he might have seen a trace of that person. The powerful figure did not have much contact with that person and was not very familiar with him. Still, when he saw Yu Sheng's aggressive demonic attack and outstanding talent, he thought Yu Sheng might be related to the demon dragon, so he brought him here. Now, it seemed that his judgment was correct. Nobody is allowed to stay here. You shall not approach the forbidden land, he looked up and shouted at warriors of the Dragon God clan. Immediately, warriors of the Dragon God clan circled upward, and their huge eyes still stared down. They soon left with unhappy expressions. They were driven away before they figured out what happened. But since this spot was a forbidden area, they didn't dare to break in at will. It was said that that elder dragon who was locked there was extremely ferocious. They dared not provoke him. After the warriors had left, the powerful figure of the Dragon God clan took a deep look down, and then his body flickered, and he also left. Yu Sheng was good at using demonic power, and the person the old dragon followed at that time should have also been proficient in human demonic cultivation methods. And, since he had brought Yu Sheng here, he could also teach him the power of dragon deity. He didn't need to worry about everything here. In the future, there would inevitably be one more top figure in the heavenly mandate realm. Things that would happen in this young generation must be exciting. After he left, the demonic cloud over the forbidden ground kept rolling and restored its former silence. Beneath the rolling demonic cloud, no one knew what had happened deep in the abyss, and they would never know that the fierce demon dragon of the Dragon God clan was kneeling on the ground and worshipping a weak human cultivator. Time flew, and Yu Sheng had stayed in the forbidden dragon abyss of the Dragon God clan and cultivated for a while. Yi Wuchen was cultivating in mystical ways in the Wang family of Vast Heaven City, while Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan cultivated above the celestial gate of Vast Heaven. During this time, the heavenly mandate realm seemed extraordinarily calm, but there was also a rising undercurrent beneath the seemingly calm surface. Soon, year 10030 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had arrived. It had been 2 years since Yi Futian and others came to the heavenly mandate realm. In the past 2 years, it seemed like a lot of things had happened. It was like a dream. During this period, another major event happened in the Vast Heaven dynasty. It was said that when warriors of the Vast Heaven went to their ancestors' mausoleum to worship, they discovered some secrets left by their ancestors. However, the details were not clear, and further information was blocked by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Probably, only insiders knew something. However, according to the rumors from the outside world, this time, the discovery from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty might be extraordinary and might even greatly improve the strength of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Now, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had deployed its imperial warriors in sequence to the land of imperial ancestors' mausoleum. This had made many people aware of the opportunity, and many top powers also wanted to pry for more information. After all, If the Heavenly Mandate dynasty became stronger, it would directly affect the situation in the Heavenly Mandate realm and also affect themselves. The celestial gate of vast heaven should be the most disturbing one. After all, in such a sensitive period, if the Heavenly Mandate dynasty became stronger, it would be a disaster for the celestial gate of vast heaven. Many people were paying attention to the updates of the celestial gate of vast heaven, but the celestial gate of vast heaven was as calm as before, without any response. However, something seemed to be going on in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. On this day, many warriors appeared in front of the palace hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They seemed to be waiting for something. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty crown prince Yi Tianyu was also there. If other people of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw this scene, they would be very suspicious. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, who was worthy of waiting for the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Perhaps there were not many people. After a while, a dazzling beam of divine light descended over the void sky, and a ray of light shone down from above. The next moment, a group of figures appeared out of nowhere at the front of the main hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was heavily guarded, but now none of the warriors stood up. It was as if they had already known these people would come. All the people in this group looked extremely outstanding, especially those in the front row. They were also very young. Although their life forces were very strong, they would not be grown-ups for a long time. Seeing them show up, a smile cracked across Yi Tianyu's face. He walked ahead, and all the warriors behind him followed. "I haven't seen you all for a long time, and you still look great," Yi Tianyu said with a smile. The people behind him were all big figures of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and many of them were even Runhuang-level warriors, but they dared not neglect at this moment because they all knew where these people came from. "Brother Yi is the same. You are awesome," another person said with a smile. "Thank you all for crossing the realm and coming here, brothers," Yi Tianyu said. It was clear that these people did not belong to the Heavenly Mandate realm, but were from other realms, but, of course, they were also from one of the 9 supreme realms. "I heard that Brother Yi was born in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and used to be the king of Heaven Mandate realm. I've been wishing to visit you, and now I have the chance. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you," another person said with a laugh. They used to cultivate in the same sect, which was an instruction simply for academics, but in fact, they were from different forces. Undoubtedly, even in the entire 9 supreme realm, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which Yi Tianyu belonged to, was also one of the top forces. "Of course not. This time we Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a discovery in our imperial ancestors' mausoleum, so I invited all of you to come see if it might help our cultivation," Yi Tianchi said with a smile. As they talked, they walked forward. In front of the hall palace, armored sergeants were lined up on both sides, and the atmosphere looked extremely solemn. It seemed that although Yi Tianyu was extremely arrogant, he was not an unsociable person with no connection with others. Obviously, he made many friends when cultivating outside. "Let's go and meet His Majesty first," someone suggested. Since they had come here, they must first visit Yin Tianyu's father, the Lord of Heavenly Dynasty. It was basic courtesy. "Father has been already waiting for you," Yi Tianchi said with a smile. He kept walking with them. They stepped onto the royal staircase and came to a towering temple below. There, they saw a figure standing on the staircase with his hands behind his back, smiling and looking at them, saying, "Welcome to our Heavenly Dynasty, my young friends." They stopped, all of them saluting the Lord of the dynasty. They said, "We are here to salute you, Your Majesty. You are all my son's brothers, so no need to be excessively polite. Please take a seat," the dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty said with a smile. There was another important reason that he sent Yi Tianyu away, which was to let him associate with the best people. One would be more motivated to make progress only if he was surrounded by outstanding people. What happened in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty soon spread out and was known to the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It didn't take long for the world to finally know where Yi Tianyu had been sent to cultivate. At the same time, people were also amazed by the decision of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They even let outsiders enter the imperial ancestors' mausoleum, which was the ancestral land of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. What on earth did the Heavenly Mandate dynasty discover there? They were even willing to share it with outsiders. Just when the news of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had not been fully digested, another supreme force in the Heavenly Mandate realm, Brahma's pure sky, also had important news. Brahma's pure sky showed the intention to invite warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm to go visit them, and they had even invited the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Some people had speculated that the Brahma's pure sky intended to find a spiritual partner for Qin He, the first maiden. The news caused an earthquake to the Heavenly Mandate realm. What happened recently? So much sensational news came out one after another. When did Brahma's pure sky take the initiative to look for spiritual partners for saintesses? Never. The saintesses of the Brahma's pure were holy and unparalleled, and none of the goddesses of the 9 skies were married. The first maiden Qin He would become a goddess of 9 skies in the future and even one of Brahma's pure sky's successor, but now the Brahma's pure sky was looking for a spiritual partner for her. Were they crazy? Could it be that Brahma's pure sky wanted to arrange a political marriage? If Brahma's pure sky had been the celestial gate of vast heaven and had been facing a crisis, people might not be surprised, but now it seemed that Brahma's pure sky had not encountered any difficulties yet. So why did they do this? Unless the world guessed wrong. But if it was wrong, what was the reason for Brahma's pure sky to do so? Everything was so abnormal. The celestial gate of vast heaven naturally also got news from outside. Now, the undercurrent was rising in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and all the information was very sensitive. What happened to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Brahma's pure sky today were significant events that might affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm, so they could not ignore it. On the misty mountain peak, Futian sat there, with many people around him. Jiyu Dongliu also came to his side. "Brother," Jiyu Dongliu walked to Futian and said. "Third brother. You must have heard about the thing of Brahma's pure sky, right? Just now, Brahma's pure sky sent someone to invite you to go there," Jiyu Dongliu said. Futian looked at Jiyu Dongliu and asked, "Brother, has Lord Jiang said why Brahma's pure sky did this?" Before, the Brahma's pure sky invited the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and now he was invited, too. Jiyu Dongliu shook his head and said, "Lord Jiang said that since the Empress established the Brahma's pure sky, there has been no precedent for a saintess to seek marriage. This time, no one knows the reason, and the only possible explanation is that the Empress is worried about the big change in Heavenly Mandate realm and wants to seek an alliance through marriage to solidify Brahma's pure sky's position in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Maybe they want to survive in the changing Heavenly Mandate realm." Futian frowned slightly. Every move of the top forces now touched people's hearts. Brahma's pure sky's abnormal behavior was very confusing. "I feel like it's for you." At this time, a voice came from beside him. Futian turned his eyes and saw Xia Qingyuan looking toward him. "Me?" Futian asked. Before, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty showed their attitude in seeking marriage, but the Brahma's pure sky ignored it. Later, you and Qin He spent a lot of time together. Perhaps the first maiden has fallen in love with you and wants to find an excuse to marry. They want to see what you think," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Futian looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him staring at her and asked, "What were you looking at?" "Your Highness may be right," Futian whispered. Xia Qingyuan blinked and looked at him. Extremely shameless. People next to them were also stunned. This guy was really cheeky. However, Futian was thinking of something else. One couldn't say that Qin He had fallen in love with him. They just spent a short time together. At best she had begun to like him. It was too rash to say love. After all, they had all reached the saint plane after many years of cultivation, and they were no longer in adolescence. Their states of mind wouldn't change easily, and it was not so easy to like someone. However, he still felt that there was something behind it. For example, after that battle of Violet Heavenly Palace, although he defeated Zhong Yuan, he was not the most eye-catching person in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty had also been there. Why did Qin He treat him differently? Qin He made contact with him, and he still didn't know the reason. He had stayed in the same palace with her. If this was Qin his style of doing things, then when Wang Yanbing and Yi Tianyu visited, why had she received them outside the palace? This meant that maybe it was not Qin his original intention. So what was the purpose of Qin he getting in contact with him? Xia Qingyuan indeed made him wonder if this incident would be related to him again. There was no logic in this guess. It was a very nuanced intuition. He faintly felt that things around the Brahma's pure sky were like mist. Third brother, do you plan to go this time? Yi Futian asked Jiyu Dongliu. Let's go to the Colloquy Palace first, Jiyu Dongliu said. Yi Futian nodded, and they walked in one direction. When they came to the Colloquy Palace, many warriors of the Celestial Gate were already here. 2 elders of the Jiang clan and Hua clan were in charge of this matter. The elder of the Hua clan fell his gaze on Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian. He said, Yi, has Dongliu already told you? Yes, Yi Futian nodded and replied. This time, the Brahma's pure sky sent an invitation. We were hoping that Dongliu could marry the saintess of Brahma's pure sky, or marry a goddess in the future, but Dongliu said he had a wife, so we gave up the idea. Besides, he'd better not go out now, the elder of Hua clan said. Now, Jiyu Dongliu's identity was very sensitive, and he was worried that he would be assassinated. Although the probability was very low, they should always be careful. The saintess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin, he is known to have an unusual relationship with Yi. Before, you also lived together in one palace. Now, the Brahma's pure sky is probably choosing a spiritual partner for her. What do you think of Qin he, Yi, the elder of Hua clan continued. If the relationship between Yi Futian and Qin he could be taken a step further, it would definitely be beneficial. Yi Futian was a little speechless. He could understand the idea of the Celestial Gate. If he could be paired with Qin he, it would be of great benefit for the Celestial Gate. However, it would be impossible to be with Qin he. Sir, Qin he and I are just friends. It's not what you might have thought, Yi Futian said. The elder nodded slightly and said, but even so, we have to do something. In any case, Qin he cannot be with Yi Tianyu. Everyone understood this. If the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty married the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, it would be a disaster for the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Therefore, this situation could never happen. Jiyu Dongliu can't go this time, but Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Yi, you have to take the trip, the elder of Jiang clan said at this time. Even if Yi Futian could not be with Qin he, they had to stop Yi Tianyu. Therefore, they must take a trip to the Brahma's pure sky. Okay, Yi Futian nodded slightly and agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see what the Brahma's pure sky's intention was and whether or not it was related to him as he had intuitively felt. Thank you all for your effort, he said. They all nodded, and the elder said, this matter should not be delayed. You should convene people and depart as soon as possible. You can go back and get ready now. Aye, they answered. All of them exited the Colloquy Palace and went back to prepare. After a while, from above the Celestial Gate of vast heaven, a beam of celestial light rushed straight into the sky, and a group of people rose up and headed into the distance. Their destination was the Brahma's pure sky. Brahma's pure sky was located in the northern part of the Heavenly Mandate realm, far from the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. One would even pass the territory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty going between 2 places. But obviously, those from the Celestial Gate of vast heaven would avoid people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Now, there were powerful warriors everywhere in the Brahma Sky City. This city was the main city of Brahma's Pure Sky District, which was under the direct control of Brahma's Pure Sky. What happened in the city could hardly be hidden from them. What kind of figure was the Brahma's Pure Sky Empress? Her mind could connect with the 3,000 realms. The main city under the eyes of Brahma Sky City was within the coverage of her mind. No one ever had the thought about what to do here, and no one could lie to the Empress's ears. Therefore, in this main city, everyone must obey the rules of Brahma's pure sky. Recently, top figures from all sides of the Heavenly Mandate realm had come here. During this time, Brahma Sky City was bustling. At this moment, in a restaurant in Brahma Sky City, A group of unusual people had come and rented the whole restaurant. Others could only watch from a distance, showing their admiration. This group of people all had superb temperaments. They sat in the restaurant and chatted. Cultivators standing around them in different locations were all Runhuang level. They hid in different corners and closely supervised anything happening in this restaurant. The heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince Yi Tianyu was in this restaurant. His companions were his brothers. They are from the divine palace. People in the distance looked at them and talked with each other, excited. Now that the information about Yi Tianyu's cultivation had been made public, it was no longer a secret where these people came from. They all came from other supreme realms, and they were all extraordinary figures. In that direction, a melody of the ancient zither came. It had strong penetrating power and flew into people's ears, making them fully enter the mood of the zither music, which was an extremely beautiful scene. The restaurant was very quiet at this moment. People tasted the wine and listened to the tunes, quite relaxed and content. The man who played the zither was handsome. He had an outstanding bearing. When he played the zither with 2 hands, he had an indescribable chic aura about him. The melody of the zither gradually shifted from soothing to intense, as if depicting a scene on the battlefield where there were countless metallic weapons and iron horses, and soldiers who had the spirit to conquer thousands of miles of sky. His potent spirit rushed into the sky as if he wanted to compete with heaven to see who was taller. The melody made people in the distance feel their blood boiling, agitated. He had not released his music magic yet, but his performance alone still had such a strong influence. For a long time, the music became peaceful again until it stopped. The music ended, and everyone in the restaurant seemed to wake up from the enchantment. One of them laughed and said, "Good. Brother, your mastery of music has gotten the pith of Uncle Master's skills. Few people in the divine palace can compare with you." A person smiled and praised. Everyone nodded. "No wonder you are the heir of the divine music palace. Among my contemporaries in the heavenly mandate realm, no one is comparable to you," Yi Tianyu also commented. The young man looked calm and didn't show emotions. He put his hands down, looked up at Yi Tianyu, said, "However, someone has unraveled my divine sound skill." "Is the man who cracked the divine sound skill proficient in music?" a young man asked. Yi Tianyu shook his head. "The man has excellent talent, but he has not shown any musical accomplishments before. The reason why he could crack the divine sound skill was because of his restraint in cultivation methods. The celestial gate of vast heaven has extraordinary mystical ways. If you had been present, it had not been cracked. A person ignorant of music could break the divine sound skill. He indeed has something unusual. I never expected that there would be someone in the heavenly mandate realm who could compete with you, elder brother. He must be extremely extraordinary," the young man continued. There were direct disciples and ordinary disciples of 2 types in the divine palace. These people were all direct disciples of the divine palace, whose names could be engraved on the stele of divine palace disciples, which recorded these disciples' life histories. Every one of them must be super talented. Otherwise, they would be demoted to ordinary disciples. And these people were all direct disciples. Among these direct disciples, Yi Tianyu was also an outstanding one, standing at the top of the ranks. Not many people could compare with him. In Brahma Sky City, more and more warriors had arrived. Yi Futian and his companions from the celestial gate of vast heaven had also reached and found a place to stay in Brahma Sky City. This time, except for Jiyu Dongliu, the talented figures of the young generation in the celestial gate of vast heaven were almost all here. Jiang Taichu of the Jiang clan, Hua Qingyun of the Hua clan, and Wang Yanbing of the Wang, these 3 most prestigious warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven, set foot in Brahma Sky City. In addition to them, there was also Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and others. Yu Sheng was cultivating in the Dragon God clan of the demon realm, so he couldn't come with them. However, this time, there were also many top figures from the demon realm. The heavenly mandate realm would change, so now both humans and demon beasts had allowed the entrance of the other side and started to communicate with each other. Last time, human cultivators had entered the origin mountains of the demon realm, and since then, The demon cultivators of the top forces also had set foot in the human cultivation world from time to time. They must ascertain what level of strength human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm had. After Yi Futian arrived, warriors of the Dragon God clan came to visit. Yi Futian met them in person, and he also wanted to know how Yu Sheng's cultivation was going in the Dragon God clan. Yi Futian is here to salute you, sir, he said. The head of the Dragon God clan was a dragon emperor with very unusual temperament. When he stood there, he looked tall and majestic. Next to him was the most talented figure of this generation in the Dragon God clan, Long Chen. Long Chen was an overbearing divine dragon of Nirvana Plane, and he was a mutant of the royal Purple Gold Dragon clan, the direct bloodline of the Dragon God clan. This kind of mutant was extremely rare in the Dragon God clan, and only one case could appear every generation. Besides, a new mutant would show up only after the mutant of the previous generation passed away. This situation was extremely weird, and some people speculated that the mutation was too powerful and was envied by heaven, so only one case would be allowed to happen every generation. Long Chen was a mutant that had shown up many years. He didn't go to the Violet Heavenly Palace last time, but this time, he officially came into the public eye and represented the Dragon God clan. Many years ago, the Dragon God royal family was called the Purple Gold Dragon royal family, but later, a top figure of the Dragon God clan mutated due to his cultivation. Mutation happened in the Dragon God royal family, and that mutated figure vanquished all warriors of the Dragon God clan in his peak period and defeated the old king. Soon, he was conferred as the new king of the Dragon God clan. This mutation was an evolution of bloodline. Since then, whenever a new mutant showed up in the Dragon Divine clan, he would be considered as the successor of the king of Dragon God clan, and such a mutant was called the Purple Blood Divine Dragon in the Dragon God clan. Long Chen was such a purple blood divine dragon. One could imagine how prestigious he was. Not long ago, the Dragon God clan brought back a human cultivator who woke up the demon dragon. He had been silent for many years and caused the demon dragon to roar so loudly that the sky trembled, and the dragon abyss shook. Since then, the demon dragon began to advise the human in cultivation. In this regard, warriors of the Dragon God clan speculated that the demon dragon might have encountered a very rare talent of demonic laws who was beyond his expectations, causing such a strong response. Yu Sheng, the rising star in the Violet Heavenly Palace, was likely to be underestimated. At that time, Yi Futian claimed that Yu Sheng's strength was unparalleled, but all the people present at that time were top figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Although they acknowledged the power of Yu Sheng, no one really thought that Yu Sheng's power was invincible. The roar of the demon dragon shook the Dragon God clan. Everything that happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm recently gave the Dragon God clan the hunch that the future would change. After Long Chen completed his cultivation, he also officially stepped out of the Dragon God clan and came to the human cultivation world. At this time, Long Chen was looking at Yi Futian and Jiang Taichu. He had heard of Jiang Taichu when he was in the Dragon God clan a long time ago, but Yi Futian had only gained fame recently and was a bit hit in the Heavenly Mandate realm now. This human cultivator had been given very high praise, and many people even thought that he would become one of the giants in the Heavenly Mandate realm if he didn't die. "You're welcome." Beside him, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan said to Yi Futian, "I am here today to tell you news about Yu Sheng. He is now cultivating in the Dragon Abyss, the ancestral land of the Dragon God clan, and is being guided by a big figure of our Dragon God clan. You don't need to worry about him." "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and said, "Since the Dragon God clan took him there in person, I have nothing to worry about." He let Yu Sheng go because he knew that as long as the Dragon God clan had the intention to help, Yu Sheng, with his domineering skills, would definitely attract their attention. Now the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan came here in person to inform him, which meant the Dragon God clan warrior who was teaching Yu Sheng must be an important person with special status in the Dragon God clan. However, warriors of the Dragon God clan would not tell Yi Futian that the demon dragon had committed crimes and was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Dragon God clan. He had not been executed because the Dragon God clan showed mercy, and so far, he was still a taboo to society. He could only be kept imprisoned in the Dragon Abyss, and perhaps, he would be there forever. "This is Long Chen of our Dragon God clan," the Dragon Emperor introduced. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun had been guessing the identity of the young man, but they were still slightly shocked when they heard his name. Was this the legendary Purple Blood royal family successor? It had been hundreds of years since the death of that Purple Blood Dragon Emperor. The Purple Blood royal family was the hereditary royal family of the Dragon God clan. They were above all other dragons of the Dragon God clan and were born to be kings. Wang Yanbing delivered his voice to Yi Futian to explain the origin of the Purple Blood royal family. Yi Futian also felt slightly surprised. Now, the top figures that had hidden in the heavenly mandate realm were all coming out. "I am Yi Futian said, slightly cupping his hands toward Long Yang. "I have heard about you for a long time," Long Chen said, slightly bowing his head to Yi Futian. Long Chen looked tall and extremely burly. Although he had been in the Dragon God clan, he still knew something about the changes in the heavenly mandate realm. Especially with what had happened in the Origin Mountains. If the head had not dissuaded him for fear that something in the Origin Mountains might affect his safety, he would have been there. For the Dragon God clan, the safety of Long Chen was the first priority. He owned the rare generational inheritance and was born to be the Dragon King, so the Dragon God clan didn't dare to take it lightly. In the demon realm, the status of Long Chen and Jun of the Demon Sky Court was basically similar to the status of Crown Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Jiyu Dongliu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "I am flattered," Yi Futian replied. With regard to Plane, Long Chen was of Nirvana Saint Plane, and Yi Futian should address him as an elder. "Let's go in and sit down," a warrior of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven suggested. "No need. We just came here to tell you news about Yu Sheng, and we should leave now," the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God clan said and then bid farewell. Warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not ask them to stay and saw them out. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was willing to make friends with the Dragon God clan, but now the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was at the center of the storm, so the Dragon God clan might not be glad to be directly involved in it. They were willing to teach Yu Sheng, but it was completely different from the issue with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and Yi Futian knew this clearly. What was more, at that time, in the Origin Mountains, Jiyu Tianxing wanted to create a new king for the demon realm. But perhaps Long Chen was not convinced, so they could even be potential rivals. Brahma's Pure Sky requests to visit. Someone came to report after Long Chen left, which made the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven quite surprised. "Please let them in," warriors of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said. Soon, a group of gorgeous figures came in. This time, the visitors from the Brahma's Pure Sky were all young and beautiful ladies, with no Renhuang figures. And the person who led the group was Genie Saintess of Brahma's Pure Sky, whom Yi Futian had seen before. "Genie is here to salute elders of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven," the Genie Saintess slightly bowed and said. "What brings Saintess here today?" asked a Renhuang figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Genie came to inform elders that after 7 days, the Brahma's Pure Sky Saintess Qin he will lead all saintesses to set up the Shentian Matrix in the Shentian Pavilion of Brahma Sky City and welcome a challenge from warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Genie said. People of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven showed surprise. Would the Brahma's Pure Sky's first maiden Qin he show up in person? And this time, she would directly test all cultivators' strengths. Qin he would lead all the saintesses of the Brahma's Pure Sky to arrange a battle matrix. "Okay, I see," the Renhuang of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said, nodding slightly. Saintess Genie looked up toward them, her eyes fixed on Yi Futian. She said softly, "Mr. Yi must go this time." Yi Futian froze, and his eyes revealed a strange look. Everyone turned around and looked at him. In fact, Saintess Genie did not need to remind him because he would have gone anyway, but her special request sounded very meaningful. "You can rest assured that I will be there," Yi Futian said and nodded. "Thank you." "Then, I can go back and report my task," Jinyi said and nodded with a smile, then she requested to leave and went away. After she left, everyone looked at Yi Futian. "It seems you felt right," Xia Qingyuan said. Apparently, she was referring to what they talked about last time. This event was probably because of Yi Futian. Now, the saintess genie of Brahma's pure sky requested Yi Futian in person. Obviously, there must be a deeper meaning. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, although it feels right, it is not as simple as you think. Now, he had no idea what was hidden behind this thing. He felt as though he were in a mist. If it was understood on the surface, this time, the Brahma's pure sky might want to choose a spiritual partner for Qin He. Qin He admired Yi Futian, but in fact, was it really so? Maybe not. Soon, top forces had all received the invitation from the saintesses of Brahma's pure sky. Suddenly, countless people in Brahma Sky City were discussing this matter. This time, the saintess Qin He of Brahma's pure sky personally led cultivators of Brahma's pure sky to challenge cultivators of all forces from the heavenly mandate realm. If so, everyone could then see what levels those young cultivators of the top forces were at. Since Qin He, the saintess of Brahma's pure sky, would be the one to lead people to arrange the Shentian matrix, it was obviously impossible for one single person to enter and challenge them. Qin He, as the first maiden, was prominent and extremely powerful. If she was in charge of the matrix, who could break it? This time, obviously, she meant to test the overall strength of young generations of the top forces. After the news spread, all the warriors in the Brahma Sky City headed toward the same place, Shentian Pavilion. Shentian Pavilion was the cultivation place of goddess Shentian, one of the 9 sky goddesses of Brahma's pure sky in the Brahma Sky City. Court. The Shentian goddess of the first generation was conferred with the time here, and since then, Shentian Pavilion had also become the place where Shentian goddess convened disciples. Shentian Pavilion was located in the core of Brahma Sky City, with a staircase tens of thousands of feet long that stretched into the sky. Above the stairs of Shentian Pavilion, one could see the endless area of Brahma Sky City with one glance. At this time, many restaurants below the Shentian Pavilion were full. Numerous people had arrived beforehand and made the place extremely busy. Everyone had chosen their seat and waited to see this battle in Brahma Sky City. It was a sensation here in Brahma Sky City. Here, in a restaurant with a good view, people who occupied the top floor were all important people. They raised their eyes and looked at the Shentian Pavilion towering into the distance where figures of the Brahma's pure sky goddesses could be roughly seen. They seemed to have just arrived. Although they lived in the Brahma Sky City, it was usually almost impossible to see warriors of the Brahma's pure sky fighting with others. In this city, who dared to fight against Brahma's pure sky? The first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, was well known in the heavenly mandate realm for her stunning beauty, but no one dared to ignore her strength. Now, she would be in charge of the battle. How graceful her demeanor would be. Moreover, the people she would confront were also top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm. Many people were even wondering if the battle had been arranged by the Empress or Qin He herself. No one knew the answer. Maybe both. If Qin He wanted to choose a spiritual partner for herself in this way, she would test the candidate's real strength. In the world of cultivation, fighting was undoubtedly the best test method. Today, more and more people in Brahma Sky City came to believe that Brahma's pure sky might be serious this time, and they were probably really choosing a cultivating partner for Qin He. It is said that this time it is not only the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm that have arrived but also top forces in the demon realm. Who do you think will break through the Shentian matrix and come to the Shentian Pavilion to meet Qin He goddess? Someone asked in the restaurant. They should all have a chance, someone said. Hearing his words, suddenly, many people looked at the speaker, sneering, their eyes full of contempt. The young man saw people's eyes and knew he had said something wrong. His face was burning a little, and he looked toward the elder figures at the same table. His elder also gave him a stare and said, if Brahma's pure sky wants to choose a spiritual partner for Saintess Qin He, many people will go all out for this battle. Do you know how powerful Goddess Qin He is, and how powerful the goddesses below the throne of the 9 skies are? They are jointly in charge of this large matrix, and it may even happen that no one of this generation in the heavenly mandate realm can crack it. But the people who came this time are also top figures. It shouldn't be very hard for them, right? The young man murmured. He seemed afraid of being laughed at, so he lowered his voice a bit. It depends on how well they can cooperate. They are going to face the Brahma's pure sky's Sentian matrix in charge of many saintesses. At present, no one knows how powerful it will be, but don't forget what skills the Brahma's pure sky excels at, the elder continued. The spiritual soul attack, the young man replied. The peerless empress of Brahman's pure sky could read minds all over the 3,000 realms. The Brahma's pure sky's attack power was also absolutely incredible nowadays. Her Majesty hasn't engaged in any combat for so many years. The world now only knows about her dazzling and unparalleled beauty but has forgotten how majestic Her Majesty was at that time, the elder said with emotion. Many people thought of the rumors of the past, feeling emotional. Not long ago, in the celestial gate of vast heaven, those warriors of divine palace from outside used the extremely powerful way of sonic wave, the divine sound. However, it was said that He goddess's cultivation of the great Brahma heavenly voice was also the top one below the Renhuang figures of Brahma's pure sky. The great Brahma heavenly voice, many people murmured. The Brahma pure sky was not specialized in sound wave attacks, and the great Brahma voice actually was the power to attack one's spiritual soul and disturb one's mind. In cooperation with the divine sword of cleansing, the great Brahma voice was almost invincible in killing spiritual souls. It was recognized as the strongest attack skill against spiritual souls in the heavenly mandate realm. And now, all the goddesses were at the Sentian large matrix together, of which the power might be inestimable. People would only know it when they saw it for themselves. Brahma's pure sky is also good at the way of music, at this time, a voice said. Although it was not very loud, it seemed to have a strange power, and many people could hear it clearly. They followed the voice and saw a group of figures coming from the void sky. Every one of them had an extraordinary temperament, and even though the people who followed behind didn't release any life force, people all felt an invisible pressure from their glances. These people were all of Renhuang levels. They are all warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty, people thought to themselves and felt stirred. The person who took the head must be Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Crown Prince Yi Tianyu, and the people around him should be his brothers. Each one of them was a top-level figure. It was rumored recently that some excavations had been completed in the ancestors' mausoleum of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and perhaps these people had become stronger. The great Brahma heavenly voice of Brahma's pure sky is indeed the art of music and aims to attack spiritual spirits. It is not a pure music cultivation method, Yi Tianyu said. His brother came out of the Divine Sound Palace and was a direct disciple of the Palace Lord. His accomplishment in the way of sound was the best below Renhuang figures in the Divine Palace. As for in the heavenly mandate realm, his ability in music should be unmatched. The young man nodded and smiled, saying, "If so, I am looking forward to it even more. I also want to see what the proud lady who refused my brother looks like," a young man with a slightly mature look said with a smile. He was personable and was the most senior person from the Divine Palace. Even Yi Tianyu would address him as his elder brother. "Brother, don't expose my scars," Yi Tianyu said and shook his head with a bitter smile. People around him saw this and looked surprised. It was said that the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was an extremely proud person, but now it seemed that the rumors were not completely true. Of course, perhaps only when he was in front of figures as outstanding as him, such as brothers of the same sect, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate would be so humble. If he was facing outsiders, maybe it would be impossible. But there are many sisters in the Divine Palace who admire you, and all of them are very talented and stunning women. But in the Divine Palace, you never thought about having a spiritual partner and just focused on cultivation. Now, you are back in the heavenly mandate realm and have to participate in this. Probably, this is your family's mission, his brother smiled and said. Yi Tianyu didn't say anything. If it had not been for the family mission, he would have lived more freely. However, now the grudges of 2 generations had fallen on him, and he would naturally do his best to bring the heavenly mandate dynasty to an unprecedented height. This was his mission, and he would put his all into it. After doing all this, maybe he would pursue the supreme heavenly way as he wanted. The path was long and arduous, and he had a long way to go. At this time, there was the sound of the wind blowing coming from the void sky. Everyone looked up and saw light shining. Divine birds came down. The divine light of golden raven, the glory of golden pengbird, and the aura of phoenix shone at the same time. How glaring the sky and the earth was! Everyone saw this scene and immediately understood that warriors of the demon sky court from the demon realm had arrived. The life force is so strong, said a young man next to Yi Tianyu as he looked up to the void sky. All the divine birds in the group were of Saint Plane with extremely strong life forces. You should have all heard of the cultivators of the demon sky court of the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Tianyu said. Everyone nodded. They all knew about the top forces in the 9 supreme realms. It seems that this time, we will have a chance to see the most outstanding people in the heavenly mandate realm, someone said with a smile, expectant. Although they came from the divine palace and were all top figures, they were not invincible, just like the top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm, and they might not be stronger than them. Now, since they had the opportunity to cross the realms and compete with other top figures, they were also looking forward to this chance. In the void sky, warriors of the demon sky court glanced down with sharp eyes. In the heavenly mandate realm, the demon sky court was the top demon alliance and could be said to be the powerful force with most people and the only one. Even the heavenly mandate dynasty couldn't compete with them from this perspective. The dragon god clan, someone said. In the distance, another group of people was approaching. They instantly attracted the eyes of warriors of the demon sky court, including Jun's. Jun's eyes fell on one of them, Long Chen of the dragon god clan, the warrior who had shared fame with him in the demon world. After that, the divine elephant clan, the purple gold rat clan, the Ingzhan mountain, and other forces had gradually all arrived. Suddenly, the area around the Shentian pavilion was like a gathering of all top figures. Jun, Long Chen, and the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty have all arrived. Only Dong Liu is not here, people commented. Below the Shentian pavilion, countless people were looking up toward the warriors who appeared from different directions. The best warriors of both the human race and the demon race in the heavenly mandate realm had all arrived except for Jiyu Dongliu, who was tied with Yi Tianyu. It was said that he would not show up. The celestial gate of vast heaven has arrived, a voice said. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward one direction, where Yi Futian and his party showed up. At the forefront, Yi Futian, Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Wang Yanbing, all of them looked peerless. This lineup was terrifying. The lineup this time is even more terrifying than last time during the Violet Heavenly Palaces event, many people whispered, their hearts full of anticipation. Who could break through the Shentian matrix led by Qin He, the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Tianyu looked toward the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven and whispered, "They are here." They, people of the divine palace asked, looking over there. Then, they saw Jiang Taichu, Yi Futian, and others. Their temperament was indeed extraordinary. The white-haired man broke the divine sound skill, Yi Tianyu said. Suddenly, all of their gazes fell on Yi Futian, especially the best disciple of the divine sound palace next to Yi Tianyu, who was staring at him with a pair of sharp eyes. I would like to see what his ability is like, but let brother break the matrix first, the young man said calmly. The purpose for them to come here today was not only to see the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm but also to help Yi Tianyu. Yi Futian naturally had also seen Yi Tianyu and others, but he just took a glance at them and looked away. He did not expect that the charm of the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky would be so great that the lineup of warriors who came this time was even better than that in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Of course, so many events that happened recently might also make the situation in Heavenly Mandate Realm a little bit more intense, which was why cultivators of many forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had become more sensitive. At this time, many people looked up toward the direction of Shentian Pavilion and saw goddesses in long dresses descending from the sky and landing on different steps. They were all stunning beauties. Over the sky dome, there were constantly figures descending. They were like fairies first coming to the world of immortals, and they stood on the steps in different locations and looked tranquil. At the highest place, a peerless goddess slowly fell with breathtaking beauty. She was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He. Qin He directly landed on the peak of Shentian Pavilion. She sat on the ground, waving her hands, and an ancient zither appeared in front of her. Is it the great Brahma heavenly voice? People thought and felt unsettled. People had heard about this ultimate skill of Brahma's pure sky, but people's impressions of Chin He from Brahma Sky City had always been of the first goddess No for her great beauty, and they had almost neglected her strength. However, the great Brahma voice was the music of killing. Nobody knew what things would be like if the killing power erupted in Chin His hands. How many goddesses are there? Someone asked in a low voice and secretly counted the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, who appeared on the stairs of Futian Pavilion. All the 81 goddesses have arrived, someone said. People had made it clear that on the Futian Pavilion stairs, there were 81 goddesses. In the Brahma's pure sky, there were 9 Jyotian sacred ladies, and under their thrones, they were respectively 9 goddesses. This meant that the 81 goddesses were all the saintesses in Brahma's pure sky. Such a lineup was terrifying. Of course, the goddesses with titles did not necessarily have high planes. In Brahma's pure sky, there were many cultivators whose cultivation levels were higher than that of the saintesses. Therefore, they could not be called the strongest figures of Brahma's pure sky. But, at this moment, many more figures walked down from the Futian Pavilion. They were other cultivators from the Brahma's pure sky. They descended and showed up around the goddesses, enlarging the array. Seeing the scene, many people showed a different look. How many cultivators had the Brahma's pure sky deployed this time? However, even though hundreds of Saint Plain cultivators had shown up at the same time, when they scattered on the magnificent stairs of Futian Pavilion of tens of thousands of feet, they were spread apart and could barely occupy every position. At this time, over the Futian Pavilion, there was a Renhuang warrior of the Brahma's pure sky. She looked down toward the crowd and said, "Today, Chin He will lead all cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky to challenge warriors of all forces in the heavenly mandate realm. People from all forces can join the battle this time. There is no limit on the number of people, and we will adjust the number of warriors on our side who participate in battles according to the situation. Anyone who gets hurt will be replaced. One more thing, the killing force in the matrix is not controllable. Therefore, for those who have not cultivated enough, please be cautious and do not enter the battlefield casually. Those who can reach Futian Pavilion will be considered as having cracked the matrix. Today, let's see who can take the lead to enter Futian Pavilion first." Her voice spread through the void sky, and everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her hand at everyone and said, "Please." After these words, she retreated to the Futian Pavilion and left the place for Chin He and the other goddesses. At this moment, on the Futian Pavilion stairs, Chin He was sitting there alone, looking peerless. She put her slim fingers on the strings as she gazed down. She didn't look to see the people below her. It was as if the bustling and noisy world below had nothing to do with her. At this time, Chin He gave people a feeling of loneliness. It was as if she was the only one in the world. In addition, Chin He didn't seem to have the kind of sweetness and gentleness that she usually had. Instead, her temperament was cold. Her long skirt fluttered slightly, and there seemed to be an aura of killing between the sky and the earth. Even though the crowd was far from her, they could clearly feel the changes in Chin His temperament. Now, she was a completely different person. Cultivating in music. The young man of Divine Music Palace next to Yi Tianyu looked up at her in the void sky and whispered, "She is so beautiful." Indeed. If Tianyu could marry her, it would surely be a good story, the elder brother said with a smile. Even in the Divine Palace, Chin His appearance could be considered peerless. Although cultivators of their levels were free from sexuality, they still admired beauty. Who did not like beautiful things? Someone has started to move. At this moment, they looked in one direction and saw a group of figures walking down the stairs. Their leader looked unusual and was dressed in luxurious clothes. They were very eye-catching, but their faces were quite unsightly. They were warriors of the Purple Gold Rat clan. Unexpectedly, the Demon clan took action first. The rats are so eager to challenge the Matrix. Do they want to improve their later generations' facial genes? Stop dreaming, some human cultivators in the surroundings said jokingly. In the eyes of human cultivators, the purple golden rats didn't deserve Chin He. If they had some thoughts, They were absolutely delusional. This was probably the reason why the purple golden rats had been working hard. Even though they had become the top forces in the demon realm, the world was still prejudiced against them. In the world's eye, the rats were low-level demon beasts. Perhaps it would be difficult to change this stereotype with just one generation. It required the efforts of several generations. One day, when they stood at the real peak of the demon realm, the world could do nothing but admire them. Warriors of the purple golden rat clan came to the bottom of the stairs. They looked up and said, cupping their hands, "We'd like to seek your advice." 32 warriors, people whispered. The purple golden rat clan sent 32 warriors into the battle. After they said it, the radiant purple gold divine light shone all over their bodies, extremely sharp. It was as if golden airflows were emanating from them. At the same time, He began to play the piano with both hands above the void sky. The moment the music sounded, a sense of killing shrouded the stairs, making people feel extremely cold. Many goddesses started attacking at the same time, and the holy light over their bodies shone and bloomed. For a moment, the aura seemed to be integrated into the music of the zither. The great law between the sky and earth started flowing, and soon people found that the world in front of them had changed. On those stairs, there were countless phantoms. It was as if the stairs tens of thousands of feet tall was full of figures of the goddesses of the Saint Brahma sky. These figures seemed to be transformed from the goddesses' wills. At this moment, they all moved with the sound of the zither, as if led by He. For a time, the super matrix began to run on the stairs. Vroom! 32 dazzling beams of purple gold lights rushed into the sky, reaching the max limit of speed. They could directly penetrate the great law. Bang, bang! Phantoms in the void sky directly shattered into pieces. The 32 beams of bright purple gold light rushed above the sky and were indestructible. It was as if they had created some kind of resonance, and the blooming divine glow directly penetrated the great path. It's so fast, people looked at the beams of divine light and remarked, but it was even hard for them to see things clearly. In an extremely short time, nobody knew how many phantoms had been destroyed. This scene had led many people to re-evaluate the strength of the purple gold rats. Although the purple gold rats looked extremely ugly, they were indeed very powerful now. However, the aura of the goddesses became more and more bright, and the rhythm became more and more urgent, penetrating the void sky and directly going into the eardrums of those purple golden rat warriors. They seemed to be in a trance. It was as if they were in an endless mirage, and the phantoms couldn't be dispelled. They want to break this matrix directly, but the purple gold rat clan doesn't have the strength to do it, Huang Qingyun, amid the crowd of the celestial gate of vast heaven, whispered. Futian also agreed with him. How could the matrix of the 81 goddesses be so easy to break through? Unless they had the absolute strength over He, they would be passive if they broke into the field directly like this. Warriors of the purple gold rat clan seemed to be too hasty. Maybe it was because they were eager to prove themselves. The great Brahma voice lingered between the sky and the earth. Even the spiritual souls of people who were not on the battlefield seemed to be strongly disturbed. It was as if the scenes before them had become unreal, and countless goddesses were dancing in front of their eyes. The warriors of the purple gold rats had also realized it. Although they were extremely fast, as they moved up, their wills became a little shaken, their spirits became unstable, and the great Brahma voice entered their eardrums like crazy. The sound also brought illusions and external wills into their minds. Boom! Extremely dazzling purple gold light erupted from the purple gold rat standing at the center, and their speed suddenly skyrocketed, penetrating numerous phantoms directly. Now, they could only continue breaking through the matrix. But at the next moment, they found countless phantoms of goddesses holding divine swords at the same time show up, and the glory above the divine swords directly threatened their spiritual spirits. "Be careful," the purple golden rat in the middle said, but it was too late before he said it. The great Brahma voice became more emphatic and powerful. It contained an extremely powerful killing mood. At the same time, in their minds, countless divine swords dropped down, like otherworldly weapons that annihilated everything. With this sword out, Their souls were pierced through, and the swords seemed to be able to ignore their physical defenses and directly cut their spiritual souls. Several vulnerable purple-gold rats let out shrieks. It was as if their souls had been penetrated by tens of thousands of spirits and cut into segments. They spat out blood, and their bodies fell down from the air. The light emitting from their bodies instantly dimmed down, and the aura disappeared. Poof! Warriors of the purple-gold clan kept spitting out blood and fell one after another from the sky. They could not bear such an attack. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. They, who wanted to move first, attracted the world's attention, but now they had failed and became typical negative examples. Today, in this situation, in which Brahma's pure sky had arranged such a large matrix, it was definitely not easy to break it easily. At this moment, their embarrassment was now the same as their sense of fulfillment had been when they entered the matrix in the spotlight. Boom! As the last warrior of the purple-golden rat clan was knocked to the ground, the powerful killing will gradually dissipated. The phantoms disappeared, and everything returned to peace. However, the peerless goddess at the top of the Futian pavilion stairs was still surrounded by a cold, murderous life force. He looked down at the ancient zither in front of her and moved her slender fingers away from it. In the previous battle, it seemed that her zither played a role in leading the willpowers of the goddesses to launch the terrifying spiritual attacks. The vast and boundless space was extremely quiet. People looked down again and saw that the warriors of the purple-gold rat clan, whose bodies had been crushed, stood upright and looked up at the stairs. The defense of the purple-gold rats was actually very strong, but their spiritual souls still couldn't bear the great attacks of the great Brahma voice and the divine sword of cleansing. The body of the leader of the purple-golden rat clan shone brightly. Purple-gold light emitted from his eyes as if he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to have another try. Hiss! A sound of something breaking the air came, and the body of the purple-gold rat leader disappeared. He turned into a beam of purple-gold light rushing directly toward the stairs, leaving an extremely bright light beam in the void sky. It was as if it was about to go straight up the sky. His long hair was fluttering in the air above the stairs. Her cold and beautiful eyes glanced at the divine light in the lower sky, and then she suddenly struck the strings with her hand. The forceful sound of zither erupted. Almost at the same moment, the goddesses released their wills, which resonated with the music of the zither. An illusory divine light penetrated the void sky, like a sword of emptiness, pure and flawless. It chopped down over the rat's body and stopped the purple-gold divine light in the void sky. The figure of the divine light appeared, which continued breaking through the void sky. The rat was trying to cross the stairs with his own strength. He was still playing the zither with her head lowered and ignored him. Behind her body, a statue of the divine goddess showed up. This goddess seemed to have many arms, each holding a sword at the same time. Countless elusive figures were appearing above the head of the purple-golden rat. In the great Brahma heavenly voice, the light of the divine sword was shining, purifying everything in the world. Boom! The nirvana plane purple-golden rat stopped again, trembling, and tens of thousands of swords penetrated his spiritual soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and as a beam of light fell, his body again fell into the lower sky. His legs were bent, and he was half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing out from his mouth. It was obviously not easy to forcibly go through the Futian matrix alone. Even his ability was not less than that of the rat. Besides, even though the rat had been injured by the shock, his zither sound did not stop, and the great Brahma voice continued. The Futian matrix turned translucent, and countless phantoms of goddesses appeared and filled the stairs tens of thousands of feet long. Those who looked up from below the stairs could no longer see where he was. "Time to retreat," said the demon emperor of the purple-gold rat clan. The forcible attack this time was a complete failure. They couldn't shake the Futian matrix in the slightest bit. He seems to be a little different than before," Futian murmured and looked at the dissipating figures in the distance. He was full of killing will while playing the zither. She was completely different from the Futian was familiar with. Was it because she was fighting on the battlefield, or was it because of the change of her state of mood? "She is indeed a bit different," said Jiang Taichu next to him. Besides, it is useless to rely on a large number of people to crack the Futian matrix. Such a strategy is not even as efficient as having a single top figure challenge it. Futian nodded slightly. He had also realized this. Earlier, the warriors of the Purple Gold clan broke into the matrix, but, in fact, they all fought alone. In the large-scale attack of the Great Brahma Voice and the Divine Sword of Cleansing, all of them received attacks of the same level. Therefore, people with the lowest plane were injured first. The only solution is to let the whole team have the same level of attacking ability. In this way, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty will be the most promising one to break the matrix among all the top forces, Hua Qingyuan said in a low voice. Futian and others were silent. What Hua Qingyuan said was not unreasonable. Previously, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had performed the combined attack of 9 warriors, which had amazing killing power in cooperation with the divine sound skill. Now, many of Yi Qianyu's brothers had also arrived, and the effect of their combined attack would undoubtedly be far stronger than that of warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They would become the strongest force to fight together. Speaking of breaking the matrix, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the most promising. Everyone present was not ordinary, so they could all tell. At this moment, another figure stepped forward. He came out by himself. It was Long Chen of the Dragon God clan. Long Chen knew that their Dragon God clan was not good at combining attacks. They were afraid that they would be defeated one by one in the matrix, so it was better for him to try it alone and directly break into the Futian matrix. Long Chen is ready to attack, people murmured. Both human cultivators and warriors of the demon realm were very concerned when they saw Long Chen come out. This top figure of the Dragon God clan was equivalent to Yi Qianyu in the demon realm, but the world was not clear about how strong he really was. At most, one purple blood divine dragon could appear in one generation in the Dragon God clan, and in this era, the dragon was Long Chen. Dressed in a dragon robe, Long Chen stood there with an imposing bearing, like a towering mountain. He looked up at the stairs and then took a step forward, walking directly toward the stairs. The moment he stepped on the stairs, he seemed to be surrounded by countless phantoms, and the great Brahma voice flowed directly into his eardrums, making his mind confused. But then from his body, a horrifying, bloody roar burst out. Suddenly, the void sky turned into the color of appalling blood. He didn't look at anyone, nor did he see where they were. But the terrifying glow of blood just engulfed the stairs of tens of thousands of feet as if it had covered every corner of the world. Is this the power of the purple blood dragon? People exclaimed, their hearts beating fast. They even felt that their own blood vessels also had a mysterious reaction and also were roaring and rumbling. Long Chen's blood force was indeed horrifying, which might be the strongest one below Renhuang level that no one could compare with. Even warriors of the Divine Palace beside Yi Qianyu showed a surprised look. Someone said, the purple blood divine dragon of the Heavenly Mandate realm indeed deserves the fame inherited from his ancestors. Is he the legendary mutant of purple blood royal family in the dragon clan? Long Chen stood on the stairs, his spiritual soul trembling the space. His eyes turned the color of blood, and he raised his hand and clawed toward the void sky. Suddenly, countless blood-colored Real dragons appeared and circled around the world. Those exploding gusts of blood force at this moment all turned into bloody true dragons. The blood in the goddess's veins was also roaring and tumbling as if this monstrous blood sea devoured everyone. Be careful, a voice sounded in all the goddess's ears. Long Chen was standing on the stairs, and a horrifying dragon shadow showed up over his body, roaring against the sky. The void air was shaking violently. He raised his fist and punched directly into the void space. The power of the dragon god, people said, hearts beating hard when the fist strike came out. This was the first time for most people to see Long Chen attack. It was so intimidating that he could be considered appalling. The punch blasted out, and those bloody dragons roared and dashed toward those ladies. Many ladies in the Futian matrix let out groans. The blood in their bodies seemed to be out of their control, and their delicate bodies were about to break and collapse. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came out, and many ladies have shaken away. The ladies behind them, who had not fought yet, immediately replaced them, but they also felt their blood surging and roaring. Long Chen's attack was extremely overbearing. The zither music became more intense. Wind and clouds danced in the vast void sky. Many divine swords of cleansing showed up, piercing into the sky and thrusting toward Long Chen. Roar! The sound of the dragon roaring trembled the sky. Long Chen's dragon soul seemed to directly depart from his body and turn into a purple-blood divine dragon. The gigantic dragon encircled his human body. The horrifying divine sword of cleansing arrived and tried to cut through his spiritual soul, but the defense power of that purple-blood dragon was also amazingly strong. The bloodlight directly entangled the sword and competed with it. Boom! Long Chen took a step forward, forcibly approaching the goddesses. Each time he took a step, the void sky trembled. The blood in goddesses' bodies kept growling, and the sound of dragon rumbling shattered the void sky. Every step and every growl of the dragon contained the power of the dragon god, which was extremely overbearing. Yi Tianyu watched Long Chen breaking into the matrix and felt stirred. There was another top figure. It seemed that the current generation of the demon realm was not inferior to human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm at all. However, at this moment, with the great Brahma heavenly voice, countless figures were attacking toward Long Chen. Although he was still marching forward, he was also badly affected. Another trembling sound of the dragon growling came and shook the world. Long Chen directly transformed into a divine dragon and merged into the dragon soul. He rose up and forcibly cut open many attacks from the divine sword. Qin He didn't raise her head and was still playing the zither. The wills of many goddesses resonated. Behind her, the holy figure showed up again, like a goddess with 3 heads and 6 arms, glaring at the lower sky. Countless divine swords of nothingness dropped down and chopped toward the body of the dragon. The divine dragon let out trembling dragon roars and flew all the way up. The goddess drew many palm prints using her 6 arms at the same time, and the countless divine swords merged into one and chopped down. Boom! The dragon's body stopped, and the palm print of the goddess remained in the void air. The finger of the palm once again pointed down, and another divine sword fell again, penetrating directly from the head of the dragon to its body, disregarding its defense. Roar! A loud roar came out, and many more ladies were injured by the shock, but as another sword fell down, the divine dragon could no longer bear the attack and retreated to the lower sky. The divine dragon turned back to Long Chen. He looked up at the divine lady, who was playing the zither in the void sky, and sighed. It seems that it is impossible for a single person alone to break Goddess's matrix. After saying those words, he turned around and left. Despite his failure, the strength reflected in his performance was still shocking. Long Chen's failure also made people realize that it was impossible to rely on a single person to break the Shentian matrix. From this perspective, it seemed that there weren't many top forces in the vast heavenly mandate realm who could break the matrix. Perhaps now, the most promising team was the heavenly mandate dynasty. For other forces, it might be almost impossible. After Long Chen, the divine elephant cultivators tried to break the matrix. Many of the huge beasts reverted to their original forms and trampled on people's spiritual souls. This was a horrifying sight to see, and many of the goddesses were wounded and forced to flee. But in the end, the divine elephants were still defeated. Many of them were using the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, but they still could not block the Shentian matrix. However, they had managed to seriously threaten the Shentian matrix of Brahma's pure sky and had created an incredibly strong breaking force. When they stampeded, they could break almost anything. Afterward, Yingzhou Mountain tried as well, but they were defeated. They did not even do as well as the divine elephants had. In terms of team combat ability of the demonic beasts, the divine elephants were in the top 2. The only ones who could resist them were the Sky Demon Court, who had had many powerful fighters and thus had great individual combat ability. Even the dragon gods were not as good as them. After all, the dragon's gods could not launch a simultaneous attack like the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, and thus they were not as good at team combat. The Sky Demon Court are the only ones who have not tried yet. Up in the vast sky, Countless people were watching the top forces that had appeared in every direction. Among the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm, the Sky Demon Court was the only one who had not tried to break the matrix yet. All of the other forces had tried and failed. This made the people watching the battle look very somber. Sure enough, it was incredibly difficult to break through the matrix that was led by Qin He. Now, the Sky Demon Court was the only demonic clan that still had a chance to do so. It seemed like things would turn out just as expected. Among all the top human powers, only the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could threaten the matrix. If Qin He wanted to find a cultivation partner, it would be quite appropriate for her to make her decision based on this matrix that she was in charge of. Now, it all depended on who could lead the other cultivators to break the matrix. At that moment, another group of figures stepped out. They were the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Under Zhong Yuan's leadership, they stepped to the bottom of the stairs. Thunder boomed all over his body, and brilliant lightning cracked. The people around him were all flashing with the power of Thunder Will. Suddenly, storm clouds rolled over the place where they were standing, making it all look very gloomy. The Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have been holding their breath ever since the feasts in the Origin Mountains and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Yuan had once been hailed for his supreme body of the Great Path, but ever since his defeat, he had felt more and more like he did not even exist, especially among all the great figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Jiyu Dongliu were such powerful heroes that it made it so that everyone seemed to forget about the man with the supreme body of the Great Path. But Zhong Yuan had been holding his breath all along, and so had the Violet Heavenly Palace. Qin He had formed the Shentian Matrix, and no one had been able to break it. If the Violet Heavenly Palace could, then they could finally take that breath. Thunder boomed up in the sky, and the clouds covered the sun, forming a terrible, apocalyptic matrix. All of the thunder will of the cultivators in front of Zhong Yuan seemed to flow into him. Zhong Yuan led the matrix, gathering all of the thunder of the heavens and the earth into himself. Zhong Yuan led the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in their assault upon the matrix. Endless thunder suffused Zhong Yuan's body. There was no doubt that he had gathered up the most power here. All kinds of will were there for him to use, and he was an avatar of a god of thunder. Thunder boomed as the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped up to form their matrix. At the moment their attack fell, endless apocalyptic lightning swept down, containing the power to destroy one's very soul. It was able to destroy divine sword light that was shooting towards them. This force seemed like it would be able to destroy the Shentian Matrix. The devastating lightning was like a catastrophe of the Great Path. It destroyed everything it touched, including the images of all the goddesses. Zhong Yuan was in his thunder form. He floated up the stairs without stopping, and everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed utterly. All of the lightning of the Great Path is gathered together in his form, and he is using his supreme body of the Great Path to wield it, everyone thought to themselves, trembling. This attack that the Violet Heavenly Palace had launched was incredibly powerful. It seemed like Zhong Yuan was trying to prove himself once again. The catastrophe swords shot out towards the endless phantoms, and a groan came from within the matrix as someone was seriously wounded. Qin He looked down at Zhong Yuan. Was he trying to wash the Violet Heavenly Palace's shame by defeating her? She strummed a chord, and countless notes filled the air. They resonated with the Great Path. Within the Shentian Matrix, everyone's wills joined together. The music seemed to change, becoming more powerful and energetic, as well as harsher. She looked down at her instrument and began to play faster and faster. The music of Brahma's pure sky transformed into a formless storm of notes that covered all of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Yuan was at the center of all their power. He might be able to block it, but what about the others? Countless images of divine maidens appeared in the minds of all the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace. They all saw a sword as well, a sword that was completely heedless of all their thunder. The powerful music abruptly stopped, but at that moment, the harsh feeling grew even stronger. Qin He placed her delicate hands on the strings and rested them there. She looked down and plucked the strings. Suddenly, a harsh sound burst forth from her instrument. Cough, 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 The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace all coughed up blood at the same time, as if the total combination of all their techniques was still very weak. At that moment, Zhong Yuan went pale. His aura grew weaker. Qin He was looking down at him, and she did not stop. He ran her fingers over the strings, and Zhong Yuan felt countless swords cut into his soul and pierce his body. He felt like he was at the edge of death. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. The sound of thunder still emitted from his body, but a look of deep pain was in his eyes. But all he saw looking back at him was a pair of cold eyes. At that moment, he seemed to understand that he had been trying to use this chance to prove himself, but Qin He also had a lot riding on this battle. He turned and walked back down. Everyone watched him. They could feel a faint sense of sadness coming off of his supreme body of the great path. Ever since that battle where he had fallen from grace, it seemed like he had never had a chance to climb back up. Your legend could be shattered in a single battle, but to rebuild it, you needed to prove yourself time and time again. The Violet Heavenly Palace's matrix had been defeated, and 10,000 Divine Mountain did not seem to want to participate. Other than the Sky Demon Court, the only forces left were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. And many people would say that, in truth, this had always been a battle between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had always wanted to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky, and it was said that Qin He was interested in Futian. But from what they had seen today, it seemed like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would have a much better chance of breaking the matrix than the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The vast area around Her Excellency Shentian seemed extremely quiet. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not move, and it appeared that the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were not planning on moving either. What do you think? Hua Qingyun asked Futian. They had no intention of forming a marriage alliance. Qin He may have been very good looking, but if Futian and her became cultivation partners, they would lack the required emotional connection, and so it would be rather dull. This would affect his cultivation. He knew the news that had come from the outside world. Thus, he had asked Futian to play the main role in today's events. If they wanted a marriage alliance, Futian would be the best person to offer up. The elder of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven clearly wanted this, but Futian had said that he and Qin He were just friends. But now, they had to stop the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty no matter what. At the very least, they absolutely could not allow them to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky. It was better to leave this problem to Futian. Hua Qingyuan did not want to deal with it. Futian shrugged. I have no opinion. They would wait and see what the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did. Over on the other side where the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was, Yin Tianyu and the others were watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The youth beside Yin Tianyu said, "Brother, it seems that they are waiting for us." "What is the difference between waiting and being powerless?" said someone beside him. Yin Tianyu laughed. No one thought that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would be able to break the matrix, but from what they could see, their matrix had no weaknesses. They had a chance to break the Shentian matrix. Thus, they could not take this too lightly. They wanted to be the ones to do it, and so they must use their thunder techniques to break the Shentian matrix. "Brothers, shall we teach the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky a lesson together?" Yin Tianyu finally said to the people around him. "We have been waiting for you to say that." "Good." Everyone else nodded as well. Yin Tianyu looked behind him and said, "Qin He of Brahma's pure sky is leading the matrix herself, so we must give this our all. Come with me, and we will break the matrix." "Yes, Your Highness," they all answered. 2 of them had been trained in the Divine Palace. The rest were all common disciples, but they were still extremely talented. As the group of them strode forward with such might, everyone watching felt like the Shentian matrix was about to be broken. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's matrix was too powerful. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty walked to the foot of the stairs. Yin Tianjiao called up to Qin He far above him, "I am Yin Tianjiao, here with my brothers to test the strength of the goddess's matrix." After he said this, the musician beside him knelt down. A Guqin spirit flashed to life, and its power joined with his own in an instant. Divine light covered him. He was sitting at the very top, and he was sitting at the very bottom. This young man was named Yang Sui, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the Divine Music Palace. He had been trained in divine sounds by the Palace Lord, and his learning ran incredibly deep. He was in the top 10 of all the disciples under the Renhuang of the Divine Palace. Divine sounds are the best way of teaching Brahma's pure sky a lesson, said Yang Sui with a slight smile. He looked up at He in the sky. His expression was relaxed. It was as if there was no pressure. Previously, all of the people had been unable to withstand the rhythmic sorcery attacks as they tried to break the matrix. Now that he was on the battlefield, he would turn his opponent's attacks into nothing. He looked down at him. Her music rang out with astonishing sharpness. It seemed like the air grew cold and foreboding in an instant. Everyone around them who heard the music seemed to be able to sense his state of mind. Could it be that she had not wished to engage in this confrontation at all? But no one had time to think about that. Yang Sui's music rang out at the same time, and Yin Tianyu and the others stepped up into the air. Divine light suddenly flashed from them. They began to sing, and it sounded like the song of the Great Path. Their voices resonated with the worldly Great Path. Their music was directly integrated into the Guqin music. In a flash, all of the cultivators could feel two powerful forces of rhythmic sorcery come into being at the same time. A formless light curtain completely covered the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as they started to fly up the stairs. Yang Sui floated up from where he was sitting on the ground as he plucked at his Guqin strings, following behind the rest of them. The cultivators in front of him formed up into several different huge matrices, each one with 9 people. But all of these matrices together formed a single whole, and they were all controlled by Yang Sui. Yin Tianyu was in the foremost one. His body was shining with divine light as if he was the invincible spearhead of the whole formation. The music of Brahma's pure sky fell upon them, trying to influence their wills, but the rhythmic sorcery that was bursting forth from Yang Sui's divine sounds clashed with it in mid-air. One could not see any physical forces colliding, but at that moment, a suffocating pressure fell upon the Shentian matrix. As this invisible clash happened, a great deal of will of the Great Path was shattered into nothingness. Brahma's pure sky is unable to seize the upper hand. Below the stairway, all of the cultivators in the vast area were paying close attention to the battle. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the force with the greatest hope of breaking the power of the matrix. And just as expected, the divine sounds were well suited to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and they resonated with them as they clashed invisibly with the music of Brahma's pure sky. Everyone looked towards Yin Tianyu and saw that all around him, the will of the Great Path was being destroyed. The music resonated with the Great Path and coalesced upon Yin Tianyu's body, pushing his aura, which was already extremely strong, to the limit. It seemed like he would become strong enough to smash the Great Path itself. An endless, violent airflow erupted from him and swept up the long stairway. One only had to look at the airflow to feel its power. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was clearly far stronger than the Violet Heavenly Palace. The sharp music of the Great Path rang out, and a brush appeared in Yin Tianyu's hand. It was the Qianqiu brush. Not only that, but the resonating of the Great Path also made many other Qianqiu brushed appear in the air around them. Each one contained incredibly strong killing power. Yin Tianyu looked up into the sky and said, "The goddesses have offended us." As he said this, they pointed up at them with the Qianqiu brush. In a flash, the endless killing airflow swept up towards the Shentian matrix, covering the entire staircase as it went. He had naturally known that this would be a difficult battle. The Shentian matrix was extremely strong, but the power of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's matrix was astonishing as well. Thus, she had to put her all into this. Her face turned solemn, and she plucked the strings of her Guqin. In a flash, the powerful spiritual will that had gathered together within her spread out through the matrix, as if she were pouring it into it. In the Shentian matrix, there was a goddess forming the matrix in each direction, as well as all the cultivators under their command. There were 9 goddesses under the Empress of Brahma's pure sky, and they were divided into 9 different bloodlines. Each bloodline was skilled at different things, and thus the powers that they could wield were different. A massive collision rocked the Sentian matrix. Yin Tianyu was walking through the air with a terrible purpose. The music still played as the image of a goddess appeared behind Qin He. Invisible swords shot through the air, trying to break the matrix of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yang Sui looked up at Qin He and smiled coldly. He plucked his strings, and the music resonated with the great path. All of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty seemed to join together, and terrible divine light bloomed from Yin Tianyu. At that moment, a brilliant golden Kuanping bird appeared in a swirl of music, covering all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It seemed that they had transformed into it. Countless swords shot towards them, but they could not break through their defenses. Their defenses were no longer merely of flesh and blood, as their wills had merged and had all been integrated into Yin Tianyu. Under the Kuanping's curtain of light, Yin Tianyu was able to bear all of the pressure by himself. This was different from the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who had been defeated in an instant by a similar attack. Golden light shone from Yin Tianyu's eyes. He waved the Qianqiu brush and drew out the characters Crush, Power, and Earth. In a flash, many cracking sounds rang out as many of the goddesses in the Sentian matrix were struck by a terrible killing will. Their robes were stained with blood as they were sent flying off the battlefield. But Yin Tianyu did not cease his attack. He lowered the Qianqiu brush and descended. Killing light shone as the divine sounds played. Everyone watched as the killing will started to cover the entire stairway. "You should give up. You can't stop us," said Yin Tianyu as he watched the images of women continuously appear in the matrix. He continued forward. The Sentian matrix has lost the upper hand, everyone thought. Both the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's matrix and the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty himself were too strong. With such excellent cooperation between them, the Sentian matrix would surely be broken soon. "Change the matrix," called Qin He in a cold voice. Suddenly, all the women on the stairway flashed, and more phantoms appeared, filling the whole area. Even the killing will that had come from the Qianqiu brush could not tell if it was attacking real opponents. But it seemed that Yin Tianyu did not care. He pointed into the sky, and a loud cry came from the Qianqiu brush as more Qianqiu brushes formed. They shot out in different directions. At the same time, the Kuanping flapped its wings, and golden light burst forth from it, shooting out into the air. Since Brahma's pure sky was still resisting, he would let them feel the entirety of his power. His father, the dynastic overlord, hoped that he would marry Qin He. This would determine the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. But even if they could not form a marriage alliance, he would not care too much. As long as Brahma's pure sky stayed honest and kept to themselves, that would be fine. Even without the marriage alliance, their absolute strength would undoubtedly prove to be a good deterrent. So, since Brahma's pure sky had set up this matrix, he would not go easy on them. Those watching could see people fleeing from the Sentian matrix continuously, their robes stained with blood. Some of them had been seriously wounded. At that moment, the music of Brahma's pure sky rang through the air. Everyone could feel its solemn atmosphere. All of the goddesses began to chant, and suddenly, the Sentian matrix gathered together. The figure of a massive goddess formed in the air above Yin Tianyu. Although she was stunning, she was fierce as well. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. As Qin He's music played, the massive goddess held a sword in each of her 6 hands. Countless beams of brilliant sword light shrieked out and collided with the onrushing airflow. Divine purifying light was shining from her and transforming into heavenly swords. It was like an indestructible cleansing light. The many Qianqiu brushed shot through the air, but they were shattered into nothingness by the purifying swords as they were cut through. Only the brushes closest to Yin Tianyu continued to release the terrifying airflow. But the sword light continued to fall until it reached the giant Kuanping. It began to break through its defenses bit by bit. Whoosh! Life spirits bloomed, and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate appeared. The divine sounds resonated with it, and divine light covered Yin Tianyu's body. The Kuanping flashed as it flapped its wings and rose up into the sky up towards where the sword light was coming from. It raked out with its talons, trying to attack the goddess. The goddess's arm descended as she slashed out with her sword at the Kuanpeng's talon. There was a shocking collision, and a wild storm of the great path burst out. The Kuanpeng flapped its wings and continued upwards. The purifying swords turned into endless beams of light that lashed down and struck it. Boom! 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 The great path trembled. Many of the cultivators of both Brahma's pure sky and the heavenly mandate dynasty had joined together, combining their powers. It was simply shocking to behold. The very sky was shaking. Women of Brahma's pure sky were sent flying out of the matrix one after another. Their wills could not bear the assault. The Kuanpeng continued up. Everyone trembled as they witnessed this scene. "The matrix is about to break," said Hua Qingshan from among the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian could see it as well, but they had expected this. The Xiantian matrix could not withstand the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty, especially the ones from the divine palace who were willing to support Yin Tianyu for the sake of jealousy. The prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been arrogant, but he was also very popular. At that moment, a look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. He saw that within the Xiantian matrix, Qin He had stopped playing her guqin. She stepped forward, graceful as a fairy, and entered into the image of the massive goddess, becoming one with it. "She's still not willing to give up," said Hua Qingyun with a look of surprise. "It looks like she's serious this time," said Jiang Taichu quietly. Once Qin He had entered the image of the goddess, her attack power increased tremendously. She pressed down upon the rising Kuanpeng. The violent collision made everyone in the area tremble inwardly. Yin Tianyu had used nearly all of his strength in this great battle and used the ultimate arts of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The battle made Yi Futian think of the battle between Yin Tianyu and Third Brother, but this was even more violent since the power of entire matrices had been added in. This amount of power seemed like it went beyond the limits of the Saint Plane. "You still haven't given up," came Yin Tianyu's voice from his matrix. Qin He had not stopped yet. Bang! 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 There was a series of violent collisions that made everyone's hearts tremble. Hua Qingyun watched the scene, then looked at Yi Futian and said, "She is fighting so hard against Yin Tianyu. Could it be that she wants someone else to be the one to win?" Qin He was fighting so fiercely this time. It was like she had become a different person. "Brahma's pure sky has not said anything, we shouldn't speculate," said Yi Futian softly. He was watching as well and was a little bit surprised at Qin His determination. Boom! The great path collapsed, and the sky trembled. A group of figures was sent flying downwards, all of them spitting up blood and with blood-stained robes. They were all cultivators of Brahma's pure sky. The Xiantian matrix had crumbled. Qin He had been knocked back as well, and her robes were blood-stained. She may have been fiercely determined, but the people of Brahma's pure sky could not bear this battle. The Xiantian matrix had been broken. The heavenly mandate dynasty had been the ones to do it. Yin Tianyu and the others were too strong. The Xiantian matrix was broken, and Qin He had been wounded, along with many of the cultivators who had formed the matrix. Yin Tianyu's powerful aura dissipated, and Yang Sui stopped playing. The disciples of the divine palace watched Qin He. There was none of the arrogance or disdain of victors in their eyes. On the contrary, most of them looked at her with a sense of respect. They were all-powerful figures in that they could jointly support an attack that was being enhanced by divine sounds, and they had been able to force such a powerful collision. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky were worthy of their reputation as well. They were all top figures in their own right. Yin Tianyu walked up the stairs, his fellow disciples following behind him until they made it up to Xiantian Pavilion. Qin His robes were fluttering in the wind. Although they were blood-stained, they still could not hide her splendor. Her face was cold as she looked at Yin Tianyu. "You are supernaturally powerful, Goddess Qin, and the Xiantian matrix is marvelous. If I did not have my brothers helping me, and it was just me, a simple cultivator from the heavenly mandate dynasty, trying to break the matrix, who knows what would have happened?" This was an unusual attitude for Yin Tianyu. He was being incredibly humble and polite. "You have broken the matrix, Your Highness," so please come up to Shentian Pavilion. Qin he did not display very much emotion as she spoke to Yin Tianyu indifferently. Yin Tianyu nodded, and he and the other cultivators walked up the stairs to Shentian Pavilion. But they stopped at the edge of the pavilion and looked down. It seemed that they wanted to watch the others charging at the Shentian matrix. The people from Brahma's pure sky returned to their original places, but many of them could no longer fight, and so they left the battlefield. The matrix was now missing quite a few people. Everyone down below was looking at Qin He. She had just fought very fiercely, putting her all into the battle, which had led to her being wounded. This would probably affect the next fight. She could have given up in the last battle, but she had not. After the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Sky Demon Court were the only two forces that had not gone yet. Dazzling light was shining over where the demons of the Sky Demon Court were. Jun's eyes seemed to be glowing with golden fire as he looked up at Qin He in the Shentian Pavilion. "Let's go," he said softly. When he said this, fiery wings appeared behind him. The most powerful divine birds of the demon realms flew around him and landed on the stairs to the Shentian Pavilion. Jun looked up at Qin He, brilliant light shining from him. "You just fought a battle," he said. "For us to attack you now would be kind of like taking advantage of your precarious situation. Why don't you give up, and we'll come and take a look?" "Come up," said Qin He as she looked down at him. When she said this, she lowered her head and played her guqin. The music of Brahma's pure sky rang out once again. Everyone watched the beautiful figure playing all alone and felt a deep sense of loneliness. "Pardon the intrusion," said June. He spread out his wings, and they covered the sky in an instant. Divine fire burst out, and it pierced through the sky like beams of sunlight, shooting up the stairs. When the phantoms appeared, they were burned up by the fire until there was nothing left of them. Powerful auras also burst out from the other divine birds. The figure of a huge demonic beast appeared, blotting out the sun as it flew upwards. This time there was no matrix, but the demons of the Sky Demon Court were number one in the demon realms. And if you did not include the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's power, then the Sky Demon Court was the most powerful force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Of course, that was only if the various families of the Sky Demon Court were united. After all, at that moment, the Kuanping clan wanted to be independent. And the Phoenix clan and the golden-winged giant Pengbird clan were also very proud families. This was another fierce battle. Jun and the other demons of the Sky Demon Court fought violently, but at the same time, they came under a lot of pressure. Many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky were wounded and forced to flee the matrix, but some of the demons of the Sky Demon Court were wounded as well. In the end, the Sky Demon Court broke through the Shentian Matrix's defenses, but they did not make the matrix collapse like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had done. This time, Qin He was not as persistent as before. Perhaps it was because of lingering wounds from the last battle, and the fact that many of the members of the Matrix had been forced to sit out of the fighting. This time they were not as strong. Thus, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court also went up to the Shentian Pavilion. They also stood at the edge, standing next to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yin Tianyu and Jun looked at each other. They had fought in the Violet Heavenly Palace before, but at that time, they had just been testing each other, and so had not used all of their power. Afterward, the battle between Yin Tianyu and Jiyu Dongliu had been a real fight. But Yin Tianyu and Jun were eminent talents of the human cultivating world and the demon cultivating world. As they stood there, it seemed like invisible fighting was spreading throughout the Shentian Pavilion. After the Sky Demon Court, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the last ones left to try. But after 2 battles, there would be a lot less pressure on them. After all, the power of the Shentian Matrix had clearly lessened already. Previously, when they were at full strength, even top forces like the Sky Demon Court would have had a hard time attacking them. Everyone was watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. There had been a lot of rumors about Yi Futian and Qin He spreading throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was he not planning on doing anything? Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun looked at Yi Futian as well. It seemed like he, who was not even a disciple of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, had become the core member of their group. Of course, This did not mean that the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven would place Yi Futian above Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun. It was just that this whole affair was about Qin He and her choice of a cultivation partner. Neither Jiang Taichu nor Hua Qingyun wanted to become her partner. Yi Futian was undoubtedly the best choice. When he felt all those eyes on him, Yi Futian stepped forward. The rest of the people from the celestial gate of vast heaven followed quickly. They all walked towards the stairs to the Shentian pavilion. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Qin He looked down at them, her beautiful eyes seeming to pierce through Yi Futian even across the vast distance. She had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not know what to feel. She placed her fingers on the strings and got ready to play the guqin. Yi Futian was very sensitive, and so he could feel Qin He's gaze upon him. He could not quite tell what emotions she was displaying in her gaze. Besides Qin He, Yin Tianyu and the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court were also watching him. "Is this the one who broke through the divine sounds?" whispered Yang Sui from beside Yin Tianyu. It seemed like he was very interested in Yi Futian. Jiyu Dongliu, who had fought with Yin Tianyu in the past, was not here today. So they naturally would only focus on the cultivator who had broken through their divine sounds. All was quiet as Yi Futian looked back at Qin He. "The Shentian matrix is already weakened," he said. "A fight would not be fair. Why don't we try another method?" "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin He as she looked down at him. Her fingers moved over the strings of her guqin. Amidst the melodious music, Yi Futian looked up at her and said, "Pardon the intrusion." Upon saying this, he sat down. A look of surprise came over the faces of the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven all around him as he did this. He had been so polite when he spoke to Qin He, but he had not said how he would fight. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun had let Yi Futian take the lead in this battle. Why had he not said anything to them? His every movement was elegant and graceful. "What a master," said many people with praise. At that moment, a guqin appeared in front of him. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. A guqin? Qin He was playing a guqin on the steps to Shentian Pavilion, and now Yi Futian dared to pull one out as well? This most of the people there did not understand. Boom! Brilliant celestial light flashed from Yi Futian as he activated the methods of the deed of thought comprehension and the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction. In an instant, the will of the great path was flowing wildly, and a celestial soul slowly materialized behind him. At the same time, Yi Futian's fingers fell upon the guqin. For a moment, his music brought people to the infinite realm of ethereal space. It was like everyone had entered a whole new, marvelous world. The way of music. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Futian was also skilled at rhythmic sorcery. "Let your saintly will flow into the music. Do not resist," said Yi Futian. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven looked surprised. Could it be that simple? Yi Wuchen, Qi Shengang, and the others were the first to do so. The powerful will suddenly bloomed out, flowing along with the music and controlled by Yi Futian's rhythmic sorcery. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun did so as well, and soon, all the other people from the celestial gate of vast heaven released their powerful saintly wills one after another, making them resonate with the music. Soon the amount of will contained within the music seemed to explode. Yi Futian started to float upward into the sky slowly. All the other cultivators followed him. The storm of guqin music gradually grew fiercer. It raged between heaven and earth as the celestial soul grew larger. It was like a real celestial coming down to earth. What was more frightening was the immense piercing power that the guqin music had. When the music covered the stairs, all the cultivators within the Shentian matrix suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Qin He was also surprised by Yi Futian's skill with the guqin. She suddenly felt that something was not right, and her expression changed. Her hands moved quickly as she watched Yi Futian down below her. Yi Futian, who was floating in the air, looked back at her. The celestial soul behind him was shining with terrifying celestial light. At that moment, the cultivators in the Shentian matrix could feel their souls trembling. Yi Futian pointed with his right hand and then placed his fingers on the guqin. Ding! The Guqin music pierced through their souls and destroying countless phantoms within the Shentian matrix. A loud moan rang out at the same time as all the goddesses went pale and were sent flying backward. However, they had not been subjected to a direct attack. The Shentian matrix collapsed in an instant. Only some of the extremely strong goddesses managed to remain in place, but they could no longer form the matrix. Everyone was staring at the brilliant celestial light coming from the celestial soul. It seemed to merge with the great path itself. What happened? They did not understand what they were seeing. Had Yi Futian just integrated rhythmic sorcery into the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction? Had he just broken the matrix in an instant? Within the Shentian matrix, Qin, his slender fingers were still on the strings of her Guqin. She stared at Yi Futian, stunned. She had not even launched an attack, and the Shentian matrix had already been broken. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She was stunned for a moment, but then she was relieved. Yi Futian was still floating in the air, and celestial light was spreading out from his Guqin. He looked up at Qin He and said, "The Shentian matrix is incredibly powerful, and so I had no choice but to take you by surprise. Please forgive me." He had needed to resort to trickery to break the matrix so quickly and had blended his music into the celestial soul attraction to create rhythmic sorcery that would assault their souls in an instant. In this way, he had not even needed to really fight Qin He. "You broke the Shentian matrix with a trick that I used before. I am very ashamed." All the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm look at Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Jiyu Dongliu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the best cultivators of this generation. "But in my view, you are not inferior to either of them, Lord Yi," said Qin He softly. Previously, the Shentian matrix had used divine swords to cut people's spiritual souls, defeating the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan and the Violet Heavenly Palace in seconds. Now, Yi Futian had used the same kind of trick on them, wounding all of the goddesses within the Shentian matrix in an instant. Qin His words were full of praise for Yi Futian. These days, the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm did indeed look at Yi Tianyu and Jiyu Dongliu as the best. And Qin He had said that Yi Futian was not inferior to either of them. This placed Yi Futian above all other cultivators. This showed how she held him in such high esteem. "It seems that the rumors are true," everyone was saying quietly. They could see that this outstanding woman, Qin He, did indeed have a high opinion of Yi Futian. If this was the case, then wasn't it highly likely that Yi Futian was the one that she would choose as a cultivation partner? Moreover, did the fact that she had praised him so highly mean that she had feelings for him? Maybe she had wanted this all along, and that was why she had given Yi Futian this chance. "You are too kind, Goddess Qin. All of the people who formed the Shentian matrix today are very powerful. Not one of them is anything less than a genius," answered Yi Futian. The praise that the two of them were lavishing on each other made everyone watching from far away look at them with more and more surprise. "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin He with a nod. "Thank you, Goddess." Yi Futian walked forward with the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven following behind. They all looked dazed. They had thought this would be a fierce battle. However, it had been almost too easy. They had not even come under any pressure. Yi Futian had broken the matrix in an instant, and afterward, Qin He had not kept fighting but had given up completely. "He is amazing," said Hua Qingyuan softly. "He was worthy of admiration." It seemed that the elder had not been wrong. Yi Futian was indeed a good choice. Moreover, Yi Futian was an outstanding talent, and Qin He was the same. Both of them were also incredibly good-looking. It seemed to be a match made in heaven. If the two of them were together, it would become a tale for the ages. The group continued forward up the stairs to the Shentian pavilion. On either side, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty watched Yi Futian and the others, especially Yi Tianyu and Yang Sui. Was that just the celestial soul attraction mystical way of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Whispered Yang Sui. He had heard Yi Tianyu say that Yi Futian had used the mystical ways of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to defeat the divine sound. He must have used the same method to break the Shentian matrix. He had used the mystical way as his main attack to assault the souls of the people in the Futian matrix. Qin He and the others had not been ready and had been caught off guard. Their spiritual souls had been damaged, and many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky had been wounded. Thus, the Futian matrix had collapsed. Yi Futian had been clever, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. He may not have personally experienced the power of these goddesses, but he could feel how supernatural it was. If he had tried to do this differently, he would not have been able to break the matrix in an instant. Yi Tianyu nodded. Yes, this mystical way had been lost for many years. It was only recently rediscovered and cultivated by Yi Futian. One celestial soul is lured, and once you have a strong sense of it, you can directly target it with your attacks. The celestial gate of vast heaven is a top force in the heavenly mandate realm, and once had their golden era. It looks like their reputation is well deserved. Their techniques are truly incredible. Yang Sui nodded slightly in praise. Any top force had things that it could inevitably do. Moreover, the celestial gate of vast heaven had nearly climbed to the peak 100 years ago. All of the 9 supreme regions, including the heavenly mandate realm, had been a part of that war. Jiyu Tianxing had been quite a character. It was a pity that he was gone now. Otherwise, if he were at the level he had been back then, he would be number 1 among all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the 9 supreme regions. They were not talking by means of telepathy, and they did not avoid mentioning Yi Futian and the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian watched Yi Tianyu and Yang Sui as they talked. They seemed to notice him, and Yang Sui inclined his head with a slight smile. He seemed very polite and relaxed. I am a disciple of Shangxiao Divine Palace, he said. My name is Yang Sui. Shangxiao Divine Palace was usually just called the Divine Palace because it was the only place in the higher heavens realm that could be called a divine palace. It was the most prestigious place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, and it had no rivals. It was not a place that took part in factionalism, as it was above the petty conflicts of the world. When its disciples appeared in disputes, they were not representing the palace. The divine palace merely taught, and thus, many of the most powerful figures of the top forces of the higher heavens realm went there to seek the path. The Shangxiao Divine Palace had trained countless heroes of the higher heavens realm, and thus enjoyed an incredibly high status. Forces from other realms would even send their people to the Divine Palace to seek the path. Thus, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had sent Yi Tianyu and many of the other talented youths of the dynasty to the Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate. Some of them had not come back and had joined the Divine Palace instead. Even their most common disciples became brilliant heroes. Yang Sui was a disciple of the Divine Music Palace within the Divine Palace and was the most outstanding and talented figure there. I am Yi Futian, of the Heavenly Mandate realm, answered Yi Futian. Since Yang Sui had introduced himself, Yi Futian could not be impolite by not doing the same. Your mystical ways are quite excellent, brother Yi, and you are skilled at rhythmic sorcery, said Yang Sui with a smile. I happen to have also done some small research into rhythmic sorcery. We should test our skills sometime. I have cultivated many talents, and rhythmic sorcery is the one that I am least skilled in. If you wish to test my skills, you can test them each one by one, said Yi Futian with a smile and a slight nod. He had seen how Yang Sui had taken the lead with his rhythmic sorcery, and thus had seen how skilled he was. He had done substantial research into it. He was the most skilled at divine sounds out of all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yang Sui twitched when he heard Yi Futian speak. This guy was laying out all his cards, contrary to common sense. He had even disparaged his own rhythmic sorcery, but Yang Sui had seen that the control over rhythmic sorcery that he displayed was not inadequate in the least. Very well, said Yang Sui with a nod. He said nothing else. No one knew if the Futian matrix would be able to continue. Qin He was looking down the stairs. Does anyone else wish to try? She asked. The Futian matrix was no longer whole. The continuous fighting had made it so that many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky could not go on any longer. Of course, just Qin He and a few of the other goddesses could keep going on their own. As long as their opponents were not at the level of forces like the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Sky Demon Palace, they would have a hard time breaking the matrix. At that moment, a voice was transmitted to her. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky have been fighting for such a long time and have used up most of their strength. To try and break the matrix now would be meaningless. I will not try. Can I come up to Shentian Pavilion? The speaker was Jiao Huang of 10,000 Divine Mountain. 10,000 Divine Mountain always seemed to be relatively casual like this. They had not participated in the battle at the Violet Heavenly Palace. It seemed that they were always just watching from the sidelines. We at Brahma's Pure Sky have created this matrix to test the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. There is no special meaning behind it. If none of them wants to continue trying to break it, then the people of the ordinary forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm may try, answered Qin He. A thoughtful look came over everyone's face. They were wondering what Qin He meant by this. She had said that there was no special meaning behind Brahma's Pure Sky setting up the Shentian matrix. How could that be? If there was no special meaning, then why had she fought so bitterly? Previously, she had seemed so serious. The fact that she had done this meant that there had to be a meaning to it. If that is the case, then we will not attack the matrix. It will be much more pleasant just to walk up, said Jiao Huang with a smile. He was happy just to be an observer. As for what would happen, he would just wait and see. With a force as powerful as 10,000 Divine Mountain giving up, the other forces decided not to try either. All of the most powerful forces had already made their moves, and so it seemed that this affair had come to an end. If you looked at it only from the perspective of conflict, the battle between the cultivators of the Shentian Matrix and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been the most epic and shocking, and their fighting had been the fiercest. If you looked at it from the perspective of efficiency, Futian and the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had broken the Matrix in an instant. No one had thought that that would happen. In addition, the Sky Demon Court had also shown outstanding power. Thus, if nothing unexpected happened and Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to form a marriage alliance and Qin He wanted to choose a cultivation partner, there were only these three great forces to choose from. The other forces that had lost would not even enter into Qin He's estimation. When she saw that no one else was coming, Qin He rose and put away her guqin. He waved her hand, and suddenly, all of the other goddesses retreated. We have prepared a feast here at the Shentian Pavilion. You are all invited, said Qin He to everyone below them. The ones she had invited were naturally the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The others all knew their place. The great forces walked towards the stairs. But for the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Purple Gold Rat Clan, this was not how they had wanted to go up the stairs. They had wanted to go up after having broken the Shentian Matrix. They all walked up with gloomy expressions. However, they were also curious about what Brahma's Pure Sky was going to do now. This would probably set the future structure of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and so they naturally wanted to be a part of it. They could not leave now. As everyone was walking up, Qin He turned and looked at the cultivators of the three great forces in the Shentian Pavilion. You are all invited as well, she said. Thank you, goddess, they all answered. Qin He said nothing else. She walked forward, and without knowing if she meant to or not, she moved towards where the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were standing and nodded slightly at Futian. Countless people were still gathered together in the vast area below the Shentian Palace. All of them were cultivators from Brahma's Sky City. However, as they looked up, all they could see on the stairway were a few women left as guards. The others had all disappeared up into Shentian Pavilion. What would happen up there? If Saint Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to choose a cultivation partner, she would probably choose him from among the three camps that had broken the matrix. If Goddess Qin chooses a cultivation partner, who do you all think would be the most suitable candidate? Someone asked those around him. The prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty Yi Tianyu. He is a prince of the Divine Palace, and has a pleasant disposition, in addition to being good at making friends. Many of the great geniuses of the Shangxiao Palace have come to the Heavenly Mandate realm to help him, said someone with certainty. As long as Goddess Qin He does not have any objections, then a marriage between the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky and the heavenly mandate dynasty would be a match made in heaven. No one could be more suitable. That's true. I have heard that the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty looks down on everyone. He is extremely proud. Now it looks like the rumors were not true. Yi Tianyu seems modest and humble. If he and goddess Qin He were together, then Brahma's pure sky would lose their greatest saint, but in the future, they would gain a queen of the heavenly mandate dynasty, someone chimed in. Many people thought that Qin He and Yi Tianyu were well suited to each other. You all seem to be forgetting about Qin His happiness, someone broke in. Yi Futian broke the matrix in an instant and is a marvelous hero besides. His family background may be obscure, and he is certainly of lower status than Yi Tianyu, but that just makes it all the more impressive that he is here today. Moreover, Yi Futian is one of the greatest figures of our age. He broke the matrix in an instant. And goddess Qin He said that he was a contender for the title of the strongest person in this generation of the heavenly mandate realm. This means that in goddess Qin His eyes, Yi Futian is absolutely no worse than Yi Tianyu. Moreover, she clearly favors him. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if the two of them were together? Yi Futian may have an incredible amount of talent, but it seems that there are no feelings between him and Qin He, said someone. They would make a bad match, someone asked. Perhaps. Qin He was, after all, a saint of Brahma's pure sky. Looked at from this angle, she and the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty were more suitable for each other. The people of Brahma's sky city were naturally very passionate and curious about the topic of a cultivation partner for the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, and conversations about this could be found throughout the city. As for what was happening up at Shentian Pavilion, they did not dare try to spy on it. That was Shentian Pavilion, the place where the goddesses of Brahma's sky city cultivated. Who would dare spy there without permission? Now they could only guess, and wait for news. Unfortunately, they had not been born into any of the great forces. Otherwise, they could have gone up to the pavilion and seen what was going on. At that moment, a feast had been prepared at Shentian Pavilion. The people of Brahma's pure sky had brought all the people of the great forces to the place where the feast was being held. The cultivators took their seats. Qin He did not sit in the host's place, but in a seat off to the side. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Could it be that some other important figure from Brahma's pure sky was coming? At that moment, a group of figures walked out from one of the great halls. Naturally, they were all women. The one at their head had an outstanding air about her. She was tall and slender, but with perfect curves. However, there was a fascinating sense of divinity about her, which made it so that people would not dare to lust after her. When they saw her, all the people of the great forces bowed in turn and said, "Greetings, goddess." The woman at the head of the group that had just come was one of the Jyotian goddesses, the Shentian goddess. Shentian Pavilion was her place for cultivation within Brahma's sky city. The Jyotian goddesses held a very respected position within Brahma's pure sky, only being subordinate to the empress. Even in the heavenly mandate realm, they were considered powerful figures. All of the people who had come here today, who on the surface were powerful figures in their own right, paid their respects when they saw goddess Shentian. "Welcome to Shentian Pavilion. There is no need to be so polite. You may all sit," said goddess Shentian. "Thank you, goddess." Everyone was still speaking very politely. If goddess Shentian had not taken her seat, they certainly could not. In the world of cultivation, no matter what your relationship with somebody was, as long as you were not facing them in battle, you had to show them the utmost respect. Sometimes people would even show great respect when facing their enemies. Goddess Shentian did not say anything else. She sat down with a slight smile, and soon everyone else followed suit. Today, we have invited all of you from the heavenly mandate realm for several reasons. The first reason is that we wanted to see the talented cultivators of this generation. The second is that we want to take this chance to have the disciples of Brahma's pure sky teach the cultivators of all the other forces and give them more motivation to cultivate, said goddess Shentian. The Shentian matrix was set up by Qin He and the saints of Brahma's pure sky, but even so, every time you attacked, you put a lot of pressure on them. And you even managed to break it several times. Many people were hurt. This is a great reminder for them. Thank you for your kind words, Goddess. The Shen matrix is incredibly powerful. If we had not used all of our might, it would have been impossible to break it. It was pure luck that we were able to do so as it was, said Yi Tianyu with a smile. The matrix is created by the saints of Brahma's pure sky, and naturally, they are able to bring a lot of power to bear. You must know that we have come a great distance, and yet since we were able to see the splendor of the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, the trip was more than worth it, said a cultivator beside Yi Tianyu. His name was Lin Yu, and he was the oldest of the disciples who had come here from Shangxiao Divine Palace, making him their elder brother. Even Yi Tianyu showed him respect. Shangxiao Divine Palace itself has quite a powerful matrix. How can our humble matrix compare to yours? Goddess Shentian said to Lin Yu. This is not a competition between our matrices. Moreover, Goddess Qin he displayed just as much talent in this battle as even the most powerful figures from Shangxiao Divine Palace. If you are willing, then we would be pleased to have her come and join us there to cultivate, said Lin Yu with a smile. Everyone who heard this looked surprised. Would Qin he enter Shangxiao Divine Palace? Then she would become Yi Tianyu's sworn sister. Lin Yu seemed to be speaking casually, but his words had profound implications. If Brahma's pure sky were really planning to do this, then Qin his choice of spiritual partner would certainly be Yi Tianyu. That depends on what Qin he herself thinks, answered Goddess Shentian. There was one other reason for this battle, and it was the most important one, determining Qin his future. Everyone who heard this felt their hearts beating faster. Had they finally reached the main topic? When he heard this, Yi Futian involuntarily looked towards Qin he. He saw her nod slightly, but could not see her expression. My disciple Qin he is outstandingly talented. However, she lacks a few things since she has always cultivated here in Brahma's pure sky. Thus, we have decided to let her go out into the mortal world to cultivate and train. However, she will still be a disciple of Brahma's pure sky, said Goddess Shentian. Everyone was clear about what she meant. Indeed, the people of Brahma's sky city had been talking about this. It seemed their information had not come out of thin air. Brahma's pure sky was indeed going to choose a spiritual partner for Qin he. Enter the so-called mortal world to cultivate was perhaps one reason, but it was definitely not the only one. They all knew this, and Qin he must have known as well. However, Qin he is extremely proud. She is not willing to leave Brahma's pure sky and enter the mortal world, so she and I made a bet. I let her set up the Shentian matrix. If no one was able to break it, then she would not have to go to the mortal world. If someone could break it, then she had to promise to leave Brahma's pure sky, continued Goddess Shentian. Everyone was stunned. If none of them had been able to break the matrix, that would have meant Qin he was not inferior to anyone in the heavenly mandate realm, and she would have no need to get married. As Yi Futian listened to this, he saw that she had her head bowed. Was this why she had fought so persistently? Everyone had thought that she did not need to do that, but she had indeed fought with all her strength. So, she had indeed been unwilling. If that was the case, why was Brahma's pure sky forcing her? Was it just so that she would go into the mortal world to cultivate? Perhaps they wanted to use her to help arrange the future situation of the heavenly mandate realm. Under the current situation, no matter who she married, it would change the balance of power. It could be said that her marriage would be extremely influential. However, this is an extremely important matter to Qin he. Thus, I ask that you all give her some time. Brahma's pure sky will not influence her choice, continued Goddess Shentian. Then she looked at Qin he and said, I leave it to you, Qin he. Having said this, she stood and said, I will not see all of you off. It is good that you are gathered here together. After she said this, she turned and left. Qin he was the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, which was a top force in the heavenly mandate realm. And she was beautiful besides. If she chose someone to be her spiritual partner, how could they refuse? Qin he looked up at everyone and said softly, Everyone, please stay here at Shentian Pavilion for a while. I must consider this matter carefully. On saying this, she rose and walked to one side, leaving behind a crowd of stunned people. Was she just going to abandon all her guests? Other than a few maids, all of the important people of Brahma's pure sky had left. There was a strange look on Yi Futian's face. Were all of them candidates? Yi Futian was not the only one who was surprised. A look of shock came over all the cultivators at the Shentian pavilion. Many people were looking at Yin Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and then at Yi Futian. If there were candidates, the two of them were definitely among them. As for the others, they were just secondary characters in this. Many serving maids walked among them, saying, "Shentian Pavilion has arranged places for all of you. We will take you to your places now to rest. Of course, if you wish to leave, you may do so at any time." The Shentian goddess had already officially announced that he would have to choose a spiritual partner. This was a situation that affected almost all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How could they all just leave? Naturally, they took their places. They all looked at each other and then started looking all around Shentian Pavilion. There were also many of the cultivators who studied under Goddess Shentian there at Shentian Pavilion. They were cultivating. It was a huge area, with many pavilions and gazebos, ancient palaces and temples, and platforms for cultivating, fighting, and martial arts displays. Yi Futian and those with him were set up in one of the pavilions. The serving woman said, "If you need anything, just call, and we will come immediately." "Thank you," said Yi Futian with a slight nod. The serving woman left. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven all looked surprised. Hua Qingyun looked at Yi Futian, saying, "What is Goddess Qin He doing? Could it be that she has not even thought about this yet?" Yi Futian did not understand what Brahma's pure sky was doing either. Was this their plan, or had it been Qin his idea? This was a confusing situation, and it was becoming even more incomprehensible by the moment. Perhaps Goddess Qin He wanted to see how we would react to this. Otherwise, she could end up very embarrassed if she was refused, said Hua Qingyun with a smile. "If Qin He made the offer to you, would you refuse her?" Yi Futian said nothing for a while. Qin He would be furious if you refused her. She might even choose the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, said Hua Qingyun with a smile. Yi Futian had a bit of a headache. Perhaps he should take the initiative and seek out Qin He to ask her why Brahma's pure sky was doing this. If it was really like Hua Qingyun had said, and Brahma's pure sky and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty made a marriage alliance, then that would be an absolute disaster for the celestial gate of vast heaven. The first one to be damaged by this would be third brother. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted his life. "In a bit, I will go and find out what I can," said Yi Futian softly. No one said anything else, and they all parted. After a while, someone came as Yi Futian was resting in the courtyard. A serving girl walked up to him and bowed slightly. "Lord Yi, Virgin Genie wishes to pay you a call." "Show her in," said Yi Futian. The serving girl nodded and left. After a moment, a magnificently beautiful figure entered. Yi Futian had crossed paths with her several times. Genie had first seen Yi Futian at Celestial Demon City. Back then, Zhuyang the Beast had formed a matrix and challenged the human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yi Futian had performed admirably then and even outshone the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, although he had been outstanding then, Genie could not have imagined just how talented he actually was. Before long, he had become one of the foremost figures of the age. Although the prophet had predicted that she would become one of the 9 goddesses, she was still a little bit speechless in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian had seen the prophet as well on that day. What had he predicted? "Lord Yi." Virgin Genie bowed to him. Yi Futian bowed slightly as well. "We have met several times before, Virgin Genie. I trust you have been well?" "No need to be so polite, Lord Yi," said Virgin Genie with a smile. She looked at the people around Yi Futian. When they met her eyes, Yi Wuchen, Xia Qingyuan, and the others all knew what she was thinking. "Very well. What can I do for you?" said Yi Futian with a smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at Virgin Genie warily. Why had yet another beautiful woman come? Genie nodded slightly, then walked over to Yi Futian's side. "What do you think of Goddess Qin He?" she said softly. Yi Futian was stunned. The people around him looked at Genie as well. The black-winged condor stretched his head forward, and Xia Qingyuan's heart tightened. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as she stared ahead. Yi Futian looked at Genie in amazement. Goddess Qin is incredible, both in terms of her talent and her beauty. She is one of the best of her generation. In the future, she will certainly become a top figure in Brahma's pure sky. You know that that's not what I'm talking about, Virgin Genie said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked back at her and was silent for a while. Then he said, if you have something to say, don't hesitate to say it. I am not quite sure what you mean. Virgin Genie nodded. Fine, then I will speak frankly. If Qin he chooses you, will you accept her offer? Xia Qingyuan and the others around Yi Futian tensed. They all looked at him. Yi Futian stared at Genie. He had said to Xia Qingyuan that Brahma's pure sky must have had their reasons for holding this event, but so far, he did not understand them. Thus, Yi Futian did not directly answer Genie. Instead, he said, Brahma's pure sky is the ultimate force in the heavenly mandate realm. Anyone would be willing. Remaining neutral would be the best choice for them. They do not need to get involved in any disputes. Otherwise, no matter who they choose to help win, the one who gains the most will not be Brahma's pure sky. Thus, there is no need for Brahma's pure sky to get involved. Also, if this is all because they want to have Qin he enter the mortal world to cultivate, there are many other ways to accomplish that. Why would she need to find a spiritual partner to enter the mortal world? Moreover, there is no precedent for this in Brahma's pure sky. I am not clear on their intentions in this. Please enlighten me. After saying this, Yi Futian looked at Genie and waited for her reply. But Genie just shook her head at him and did not answer directly. Instead, she transmitted, I don't know either. This was an order from the higher-ups at Brahma's pure sky. Even Qin he cannot go against it. She could only make her gamble. If she could have prevented you all from coming up to the Shentian Pavilion with the Shentian Matrix, then she would have won. But you already know what happened there. There were some things that Genie could not casually say in Shentian Pavilion. Moreover, it seemed that her knowledge was limited. This was an order from up above. At the very least, it had come from someone at Goddess Jotian's level. It had possibly even come from Brahma's pure sky empress. In that case, then there was very likely no room for this matter to change. Was it already set in stone? Lord Yi, Qin he and I have known each other for many years. I know how proud she is. She has practiced for Her Majesty all along, hoping that one day she could reach her level. What is happening now is not what she would have wished, but if she must choose a spiritual partner, then she is closest to you in temperament. It is very likely that she will choose you. That is why I specifically came here to talk to you. Genie was still communicating telepathically with Yi Futian, staring at him the whole time. Last time, when Qin he had returned to Brahma's pure sky with him, she seemed to have evaluated him quite highly. She had not rejected him. She remembered that when she had left, it had been unwillingly. Xia Qingyuan could naturally tell that they were transmitting their thoughts to each other. This made her even tenser. What were they talking about that they could not say it openly? Was it something shameful? Yi Futian was silent. This matter was not what Qin he had wished. Nor was it what he wanted. But if Brahma's pure sky ordered it, Qin he could not go against her masters. Perhaps there is still a way to change things, Yi Futian transmitted to Genie. Genie looked back at him and sighed inwardly. Even though Yi Futian had not directly refused, as he had not said, no, many people had come here for Qin he. Many of them were powerful figures from powerful forces, and they were all that could be wished for. Yin Tianyu, the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, was one of them. But Yi Futian clearly did not have his heart set upon Qin he. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated and would have answered directly. A faint look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. At that moment, there was the sound of a fierce collision from outside, and then the faint sound of Guqin music. Yi Futian looked up outside of the palace and reached out with his spiritual energy. He could feel the will of the great path trembling violently. It seems as if a fight had broken out. With all these powerful figures from top forces gathered together at Shentian Pavilion, It was inevitable that there would be some friction. Genie looked up as well, then said, "Shall we go and see?" "All right," Futian nodded. He did not know how he should respond to Genie. The group of them traveled upwards. They soon reached an empty space up above Shentian Pavilion. Many people had gathered there. One of the two fighters was from Sky Demon Court. It was a great peacock demon who was astonishingly strong. However, the peacock demon was being firmly suppressed. The person who was fighting him was sitting cross-legged as he played the guqin. Each note set the great path trembling powerfully. The figures of demonic beasts appeared all around him. There were divine dragons, ancient phoenixes, killins, and cranes swirling around him. The image of a giant, golden-winged bird flew through the air, swooping down towards the peacock demon. Ding! The guqin strings trembled, making the clouds themselves move. The great path roared as countless divine sounds entered into the giant bird. Brilliant divine light burst into being, making a fierce burst of energy explode out of the giant bird. Bang! The air trembled fiercely, and the peacock demon was sent flying backward. Many of its feathers seemed to have been torn out. "This man has integrated divine sounds into his attack spells," thought Futian as he watched Yang Sui. This cultivator who had come from Shangxiao Divine Palace was exceedingly talented. The Sky Demon Court is strong indeed, and their cultivators have gathered here like clouds. But my brother Yi Tianyu is still a hero of Shangxiao Divine Palace. Thus, none of you will get to fight him, said Yang Sui with a slight smile. It seemed that he had taken this chance to fight on Yi Tianyu's behalf. When they heard this, many of the other demons wanted to get involved, but Yang Sui seemed to have lost interest. He turned and looked at Futian. He smiled slightly and said, "Right now, the person that I most wish to test is Brother Yi. Why don't we play a tune?" Everyone turned their eyes towards Futian after hearing what Yang Sui said. No one was not aware of the feud between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Furthermore, Futian decided to get involved, and he had beaten 9 mighty ones from the dynasty, who teamed up against him. Yang Sui was from the Shangxiao Divine Palace, and so, it was apparent that he was even more versed in divine sound. His intention was spoken for with his attempt to spar with Futian. He was looking for a partner, and everyone in the realm all thought the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty or Futian stood the greatest chance. Judging from his attitude, Futian's chances might have been even greater. If he were to decide according to her own feelings, it was extremely possible that she pick Futian. At such a moment, if Yang Sui wanted to help Tianyu out, then the best way to do it would have been to overpower Futian. If Futian were to lose to Yang Sui, then he would have practically lost his qualification to fight against Tianyu. Futian naturally understood Yang Sui's intentions. He looked at Yang Sui, who was all smiles and behaved politely, making the other man look mild-mannered and courteous, without a hint of ill intentions found. "Music, huh?" Futian asked. "Indeed." Yang Sui nodded. "So, you majored in music in the Shangxiao Divine Palace, then?" Futian asked. "I'm of the Divine Sound Palace of Shangxiao Divine Palace, after all," Yang Sui smiled and replied, behaving in an unusually amicable manner. Futian nodded and continued, "I've said before that while I know something about music, I'm not very proficient in it. My training in music would be the weakest among all the ways I've trained in, and I'm rather rusty. Since you're from Shangxiao Divine Palace and a student of Divine Sound Palace, I'm sure that you're very versed in the art of music, and well above me." Everyone felt rather puzzled hearing Futian talk, wondering when he had become so humble. Zhong Yuan and the others from the Violet Heavenly Palace were especially curious. They all had their eyes fixed at him. Zhong Yuan would have never forgotten just how boastful and unbridled Futian had been back in the Violet Heavenly Palace. He behaved as though everything was beneath him, claiming that he trained in all ways and was of a divine body of the heavenly path. He was cocky unlike any other. Yet now, he is this humble? They wondered. So much so that he claims that he is below Yang Sui? Is he trying to say that he knows that he is no match for Yang Sui when it comes to music, and so he is deliberately humbling himself just to avoid having to face Yang Sui in a showdown of music? They thought. Maybe it wouldn't reflect all that poorly on him even if he loses. Then would you mind sparring by using other powers? Yang Sui then added, I'm fine with it. We'll just do it using music. Yi Futian continued, since you're in favor of music, then it wouldn't be a bad idea to use music. However, I'd like to use a guqin that was once used by a renhuang, which contains imperial will. In doing so, I'll be able to compensate for my lack of training in music. But then again, if you think having me doing so would be taking advantage of you, you're welcome to use a renhuang level instrument as well. Never mind. Yang Sui then continued, please do as you wish. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded before walking out. There was already an empty space before them due to the previous battle, which was huge, given how the crowd had retreated far away, preventing any interference with the session. Yi Futian came to sit cross-legged across Yang Sui. Both very handsome and exceptional men were sitting across each other. Both of them exuded a scholarly aura about them. Yi Futian's long silver hair made him appear even more vivid. After you, Yi Futian nodded at Yang Sui and said. After you, Yang Sui nodded in reply. He did not switch the guqin before him for another. That instrument remained a common guqin. It was as if to say that he was absolutely confident in his mastery of the art. Are you not going to swap the instrument for another? Yi Futian asked. We'll go about it just like this. I'd swap the instrument for another if I find it inadequate, Yang Sui replied. Yi Futian nodded lightly and did not say anything else. Light sparkled, and a guqin appeared right before Yi Futian. Pitch-black aura coursed about the guqin, which became even more apparent and violent, as Yi Futian infused his will within. It was as if those were auras of the demonic path. A demonic instrument. Yang Sui looked intrigued, wondering if Yi Futian had trained in demonic ways as well. The guqin was something that Yi Futian acquired back when he participated in the Peach Banquet. It was a magic zither. There was no way he would have let go of one such piece throughout the years. He had been attempting to communicate with the instrument and had finally built a relationship with the magic zither to a certain extent. Yi Futian put his fingers on the strings and began plucking. As the notes danced, extremely powerful demonic will pierced right through the space in an instant, seeping into Yang Sui's mind. Yang Sui's mind shuddered furiously, and his expression changed somewhat. He realized that he might have been too careless before. He began plucking the strings on his instrument. The sound of the guqin danced in the air in an instant. The shadows of many divine beasts circled around him, and a shadow of a divine turtle appeared above him, seemingly shrouding his entire being within. At the same time, he sent countless notes at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not merely sit by and take the attack. Demonic sound being played, and raging demonic will swept all over the place, sounding extremely overbearing. It punched through those incoming notes right away and gushed at Yang Sui. The overbearing notes from Yi Futian banged on the shadow of the divine turtle, causing it to begin cracking. There seemed to be an overbearing demon appearing, which lifted its hand and crushed that shadow of the divine turtle right away. The demonic sound permeated everywhere, making it extremely ferocious. Even those who were watching from afar felt extremely pained. It was as if their will were to be subdued. That boundless overwhelming sound surged into Yang Sui's mind, as if it was about to sink him. That was done in terms of spiritual will, compelling him to kneel and worship Yi Futian. When he looked at Yi Futian, it felt as if he was looking at a legendary demon king. Yang Sui's face changed drastically, and his hands plucked the strings in a frenzy. Divine sound burst all over the place, and he became shrouded in waves of dazzling divine sound, which seeped into his mind as well as being thrown at the terrifying demonic sound. Boom! Yang Sui's body was repelled all of a sudden after a rumble was heard. It was as if he was being thrown away. Light dazzled all about him, and his eyes were shining with blinding divine light when he said, "That should do it." Yi Futian, who was playing with his head hung low, stopped playing altogether. That terrifying demonic will disappeared without a trace. Yi Futian then looked up at Yang Sui, whose eyes became extremely solemn. His expression changed somewhat. He had never expected himself to have made such a grave mistake. He had underestimated his enemy. It was especially so when Yi Futian claimed to have been inferior, which made him think that he could overpower Yi Futian using music altogether. He never thought that all of that had only been a ruse on Yi Futian's part. The other man went as far as to humiliate himself, just to show that his proficiency in music was lacking, creating an illusion saying that he would lose easily. With that, one wondered what the crowd thought of the scene when compared to what Yi Futian said before. Zhong Yuan glared at Yi Futian and realized why he had behaved in such a humble manner. Yi Futian was doing so just to bring about the effect that was currently seen. That guy really has no bounds when it comes to methods. He actually dared to humiliate himself just so to make Yang Sui lose face altogether, he thought. Well played. Yi Futian put the demonic instrument away and said to Yang Sui, "Your proficiency in the art of music far exceeded my expectations, Sir Yi. Your mastery is on par with masters, and there is no need for you to humble yourself as you did." Yang Sui continued, "It seems like it was me who made the mistake of belittling cultivators of heavenly mandate realm, and now I suffer the consequences. This is indeed quite a lesson, which I shall bear in mind from here on out." Yi Futian looked at Yang Sui, not expecting the other man to behave so amicably. He was impressed at the bearing of that genius who was from the Shangxiao Divine Palace. If Yi Futian were to be able to make a representative of the Shangxiao Divine Palace slip in their performance, it would naturally reflect poorly on Yi Tianyu. Well, I told you before, little brother, that Yi Futian is a top-notch genius in the heavenly mandate realm. You've indeed been careless. A figure was seen walking out, and it was none other than the Crown Prince himself. It was indeed my mistake. Yang Sui nodded. However, it is indeed true that Yi Futian played a trick by sparring with you using a guqin of a demonic emperor, and you were caught off guard. As such, it is not a true contest of music, and there is no need to mind all that much, little brother. You only need to remember the lesson well, Yi Tianyu continued. The ones from Shangxiao Divine Palace nodded and cast their gaze at Yi Futian, which looked somewhat hostile. It was apparent that Yang Sui had been set up by Yi Futian. At that moment, a cultivator of Shangxiao Divine Palace emerged. He bowed at Yi Futian, saying, "Yu Qing of the Shangxiao Divine Palace. I'd like to spar with Sir Yi." "So you people are trying to fight yet another round then?" A figure from the side of the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged. The one who spoke was Hua Qingyun. He looked at the ones from Shangxiao Divine Palace and said, "You people were the ones who proposed sparring using music before, and Yi Futian had been as honest as he could have been. Yet, you people are reluctant to admit defeat and continue to propose yet another challenge then? Are you a student of the celestial gate of vast heaven?" Yu Qing turned to Hua Qingyun and asked. Hua Qingyun of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Hua Qingyun smiled and answered. Yu Qing of Shangxiao Divine Palace. "After you." Yu Qing bowed slightly at Hua Qingyun, and everyone was baffled. None had expected Yu Qing to have switched his target so quickly and chose to challenge Hua Qingyun, who was of the same plane as Yi Futian. The turn of events was indeed unexpected. However, since Hua Qingyun claimed that they were trying to fight another round, then there would have been no problem for one of them to challenge him then. Other than the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were anything but weak as well. While they were unable to compare with those two major forces, they fared a lot better than many other forces, especially when their top-notch figures Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, Wang Yanbing, Yi Futian, and some others were concerned. Even if Jiyu Dongliu had not shown up, the ones present were still the best of the best, and they were all capable of holding their own. From the looks of things, it seemed that those of Shangxiao Divine Palace of Higher Heaven's realm were about to clash with those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. As such, things from then on out would be interesting. Jiang Taichu, Wang Yanbing, and the others had yet to fight, after all. Hua Qingyun looked at Yu Qing and smiled faintly. He stood tall and said plainly, "The students of Shangxiao Divine Palace are indeed dashing and humble in seeking to learn. However, I'm currently not in the mood to teach." Yu Qing. The crowd. Yi Futian was utterly baffled at how pretentious Hua Qingyun was. You're indeed some genius from the celestial gate of vast heaven. You really couldn't have been more celestial indeed, he thought. The student of the Shangxiao divine palace frowned. While such seeking spirit could have had different meanings, especially that between those of the same generation, it would have meant a challenge. Hua Qingyun deliberately went about twisting things around. Well then, I humbly seek your guidance. Despite being momentarily baffled, Yu Qing was hardly fazed and appeared normal. Yu Qing went on to actually humbly seek his guidance instead. I don't have the time, Hua Qingyun smiled and replied. Humbly seek my guidance. What the hell? Hua Qingyun thought. Yi Futian was present, and if he were just to nod, Hua Qingyun thought that Yi Futian's chances would have been unlike any other. His attitude in the matter mattered a lot after all. Furthermore, he was able to see that Virgin Genie and her people went to look for Yi Futian just to get on with that matter after all. If Yi Futian's chances of being selected were far higher than that of Yi Tianyu, to begin with, Hua Qingyun saw no need to waste their time any further over there. The people of Shangxiao Divine Palace intended to show what they were capable of, yet they lost again and again, which Hua Qingyun found boring. Furthermore, the matter was not something that could have been decided by determining the winner of sparring sessions, after all. The key to the decision lied with the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky, as well as his own attitude on the matter. The people of Shangxiao Divine Palace looked at Hua Qingyun with a baffled expression. They were rendered speechless. Aren't you from the celestial gate of vast heaven? Why are you such a coward? A sarcastic voice was heard. Hua Qingyun and the others turned around, finding the one who talked to be rather ugly, yet they dressed in extremely lavish clothing. It was a mighty one from the purple gold rat clan. The rats knew that their chances were slim and had only been watching the show so far, seeing how the titans clashed. They never expected Hua Qingyun to behave in such a manner. He was the man who was lauded as the number one among the later generations of the Hua clan, yet he refused to answer to a challenge. But then again, it was also the rats' wish to not see the celestial gate of vast heaven get any larger than they already were. It would have been better if they were overrun and crushed by the heavenly mandate dynasty, which would have resulted in utter defeat for both parties, and that would have benefited the rats. Jiyu Dongliu contained the luck of all demon realm in him. Jiyu Tianxing intended to have Jiyu Dongliu become the new king of the demon realm, and the rats deemed the older man to have been naive. Since when did you rats have a say in this? Hua Qingyun turned around and looked at that mighty one from the purple gold rat clan. The rise of the ancestor of the rats had never been something to be proud of in the first place, and he was baffled at how they dared to say something that sarcastic at the moment. The mighty one was obviously offended. Intense cold was felt from him, which he directed at Hua Qingyun. The purple gold rat clan hated being called rats above anything else, as they saw it to be the greatest insult. It was easy to tell from Hua Qingyun's tone that the student of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven despised the rats from the bottom of his heart. Boom! The rat stomped on the ground and charged forward. Many rat demons followed suit, bringing their might down on Hua Qingyun. We of the Purple Gold Rat Clan are now a supreme force of the demon realm, reigning on par with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. You, a student of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, dare to insult us. A mighty one from the rats berated in a cold tone. Many mighty ones from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven emerged and came behind Hua Qingyun. They burst with overwhelming auras, and auras from both sides clashed in midair, forming a raging current, which spread throughout the Shentian pavilion. Hua Qingyun remained unfazed and stood tall where he was. He then glared at the other party and asked, "Aren't the Purple Gold Rat Clan rat demons? If you are indeed rats, why would you need to take offense at being called so? Why would you need to mask your inferiority complex by calling it an insult? If you people are unable to take even that much, why step out and butt into other people's business in the first place?" The mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat Clan looked grim, and one of them emerged, glaring at Hua Qingyun. He said, "We're not butting into the affairs of others. We rat demons are just eager to see just what the geniuses of the Celestial Gate are made of. I suggest that you people stop humiliating yourselves further." Hua Qingyun's voice was mild-mannered. He remained looking nonchalant as he stood around, behaving in a loose, unfettered manner, without the slightest hint of taking a fight seriously, which was a stark contrast to the attitude of those of the rats. Voom! That mighty one of the rats turned into a bolt of lightning as soon as Hua Qingyun finished, charging straight at Hua Qingyun. Dazzling golden divine light pierced through space, and the terrifying demonic aura burst ragingly. Boom! Celestial light burst from Hua Qingyun's body in an instant, shooting to the heavens. One terrifying mirage after another appeared and burst all over the place, heading straight for that mighty rat. Countless mirages of Hua Qingyun lashed out with their palm attacks. A terrifying golden rat demon appeared right above his head, ferociously extending its claws. He tore apart the mirages one after another. However, the mirages continued to stack, and they seemed to have grown increasingly strong. A loud rumble was heard, and a celestial shadow clashed with that huge, ferocious shadow of the rat demon. Raging celestial light burst and permeated the place. That mighty rat was shocked and flung behind, repelled to the sky above. His eyes remained extremely cold as he glared at Hua Qingyun below. However, the celestial light from Hua Qingyun shot to the heavens. The mirages disappeared, and he remained standing where he was quietly as if he had never made a single move. Mystical way of the Hua clan, the mystical cloud ladder, the crowd muttered as they witnessed the scene. Both the Hua clan and the Jiang clan inherited their own mystical ways, and they were all very formidable. The mystical cloud ladder was said to be able to climb the mystical ladder using the power of the great path of the world, breaking the limitations of plane advancement. When trained to the extreme, one would have even been able to break through planes using mystical ways forcefully, and its power was said to be unmatched. Such a mystical method was extremely demanding to train, requiring years of excruciating training before being able to make substantial progress step by step. It was said that the mystical cloud ladder had 1,000 layers. Rumors claimed that one would only be able to make minor achievements after training for 100 years, and major ones could have only been achieved by training for 1,000 years. As such, those of the Hua clan began training in the method from a very young age. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan in the air had gotten increasingly ferocious with their attacks. Purple golden demonic aura permeated the sky, and there was even an extremely ferocious large creature being conjured. It was a rat demon that was boundlessly huge. It sported golden eyes and appeared extremely terrifying and brutal. Many wore puzzled expression at the scene. It had been the ones from the Shangxiao Divine Palace wanting to fight Hua Qingyun before, but none expected the rats to interfere. Hua Qingyun looked up at the sky. Mystical shadows burst in layers over his body, melding with the great path all around him. A high-pitched screech was heard, and that rat demon pounced on Hua Qingyun yet again. The huge demon lunged with claws extended and fangs bared at Hua Qingyun's mystical shadows, devouring them as he went. It was as if he was out to devour them all in one go. Hua Qingyun extended his hand and waved, and the many mirages in the air did the same. He was seen striking out with his palm, causing his surroundings to shift as countless shadows did the same. That huge rat demon that pounced devoured all the shadows, but its huge frame continued to tremble. It was as if the shadows had all been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The huge demon rat's body trembled and roared. A huge mystical shadow appeared in the air as if it was a manifestation of multiple mirages. The air trembled violently as he struck out. That rat demon howled in a frenzy, before being destroyed altogether. The mighty one from the purple gold rat clan behind turned pale. Celestial light sparkled, and Hua Qingyun's body seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He clapped at the rat demon. In that instant, the rat demon felt the space it was in was about to be shattered. That seemingly light touch of a palm contained unparalleled powers. PFFTT. The rat demon spewed blood and was blasted away. The students of the celestial gate of vast heaven indeed live up to their name. Since we're all here in heavenly mandate realm, we naturally need to see for ourselves what the pinnacle beings of the realm are made of. A voice was heard, and Yu Qing walked out. He charged straight at Hua Qingyun without bothering to seek consent. Yu Qing thrust his palm out, and a large palm print capable of shattering space appeared in the air, bearing down on Hua Qingyun. The mighty ones of the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned at the scene. A figure was seen stepping out in the air, who then thrust a finger at the palm print of the great path. Terrifying pressure appeared in the air. The ones from the divine palace saw that others were interfering, and more mighty ones emerged with overbearing aura. In that case, we of the Shangxiao divine palace shall see what you all are made of. Mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged to intercept. As such, there were more and more mighty ones from both sides emerging. Many mighty ones from the Shangxiao divine palace, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged, clashing with one another and making the scene look severe. It seemed that a single sparring session had spiraled into a group fight instead. This is getting messy. The ones from other forces sported baffled expression, seeing what happened. The scene seemed to have spiraled out of control. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan took the opportunity to lash out at the ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven without mercy, thinking it best to bring about a war. It would make things worse between the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate realm. It could offend those from the Shangxiao divine palace, too. While the Shangxiao divine palace of higher heavens plane did not concern themselves with what their students did outside, the top-notch students themselves were all of impressive backgrounds. There were even some who hailed from top-notch forces of other supreme realms. The messier the situation at hand, the better it would have been for the rats. Yi Futian's expression turned cold seeing the scene. There was nothing to say about the conflict between them and the heavenly mandate dynasty, as both were destined to stand on opposing sides. However, he was able to see that the rats had indeed deliberately tried to make things worse, as they could have just watched from the sidelines. Furthermore, he had never actually paid much heed to how those of the rats acted against him back at the Origin Mountains, and he certainly did not expect them to meddle in his affairs once again. He cast his gaze in one direction and flashed, emerging like a bolt of lightning. The world around them shook as Yi Futian stepped out, making the minds of all those around him jump. The divine elephant stomping the sky spell was extremely overbearing, after all. The expression of a mighty one of the purple gold rat clan changed all of a sudden saw Yi Futian emerge right before him, throwing out a punch. That punch seemed like divine elephants going on a stampede, shattering the space about and with a rumble. That rat demon was sent flying. If the rats wanted to be a part of this so badly, it was time to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.